A fiery omen lights up the frontier's endless night, sparking a journey through a land where dust hides secrets and silence hums with power. This Western tale weaves a web of mystery and melody, daring you to unravel the unknown beneath a star-streaked sky. Listen, and let the wild call you in. Chapter 1. The Starfall Serenade. The sky wept fire that night. Finian O'Malley, who went mostly by Finn these days, a name worn smoother than the frets on his old guitar, watched it from the crest of a nameless ridge somewhere in the vast, indifferent territory that sprawled west of anything resembling reliable civilization. He wasn't prone to superstition, not usually. Decades spent drifting from one dusty settlement to the next, playing tunes for whiskey and bored in smoky saloons, had sand-blasted most of the wonder out of him, leaving behind a bedrock of pragmatic weariness. But tonight felt different. He'd been riding late, pushing his aging mare, Willow, harder than he liked. The air, usually thick with the scent of sagebrush and dry earth, carried a strange, electric tang, like the moment before lightning cracked open the heavens. The stars, normally brilliant diamonds scattered across black velvet, seemed dimmer, crowded out by an unsettling stillness. Then came the light. Not lightning, but something else. A tear in the fabric of the night, a streak of incandescent green and searing white that blazed across the expanse, silencing the coyotes and setting Willow to shivering beneath him. It wasn't just a shooting star, the kind you made a wish on and forgot by morning. This was a wound in the sky, bleeding light, and it ended not in a distant fade, but in a low, guttural thump that resonated through the soles of his worn boots, miles away to the south. Something primal and cautionary tightened in his chest. His first instinct, honed by years of avoiding trouble he didn't start, was to turn Willow north, put distance between himself and whatever violent strangeness had just scarred the landscape. Trouble, in his experience, rarely came knocking politely. It arrived like a rock slide or a flash flood, sudden and indiscriminate. But another feeling warred with the caution, a pull, faint but insistent, like a half-remembered melody tugging at the edges of his mind. He hadn't felt curiosity this sharp in years. Maybe it was the unsettling beauty of the fall, the sheer cosmic violence of it. Maybe it was just the loneliness of the trail, making him hungry for anything out of the ordinary. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something whispering in that electric air. He hesitated, the reins loose in his hand, the leather cool against his calloused skin. Willow shifted, sensing his indecision, her ears swiveling towards the south. He patted her neck, the coarse hair familiar and comforting. "Just a look, girl," he murmured, his voice raspy from disuse and trail dust. "Just a look." He nudged her forward, picking his way down the rocky slope, the silence amplifying the crunch of her hooves on loose shale. The air grew thicker, carrying a new scent beneath the electric tang. Something sharp and mineral, like hot metal plunged into water, overlaid with the acrid smell of burnt brush. Smoke curled into the bruised pre-dawn sky, a thin grey finger pointing towards the impact site. As he drew closer, the devastation became apparent. A swathe of prairie grass and creosote bush lay flattened and scorched, radiating outwards from a shallow crater gouged into the earth. The ground steamed faintly in the cool air, and at the centre lay the source of the disturbance. It wasn't as large as the light show had suggested, perhaps the size of a farmer's wheelbarrow, a lumpen mass of rock unlike anything native to these parts. It was obsidian dark, but shot through with veins that seemed to pulse with a faint residual light, like captured starlight struggling to escape. Even from a distance, he could feel a strange warmth radiating from it, a low hum that vibrated not in his ears, but in his bones. Stardust, the old prospectors sometimes whispered about, remnants of celestial bodies holding unknown power. He'd always dismissed it as campfire talk, fueled by cheap whiskey and desperation. Seeing this, he wasn't so sure. He dismounted, leaving Willow tethered to a sturdy, unburnt mesquite tree a safe distance away. She whickered nervously, tossing her head, her instincts screaming to flee. Finn drew his Colt Peacemaker, the weight familiar and grimly reassuring in his hand, though he had no idea what kind of threat a fallen star might pose. He approached the crater cautiously, the strange hum growing stronger, settling deep in his chest. The heat radiating from the meteorite was palpable now, distorting the air around it. Then he saw her. She lay near the edge of the scorched circle, almost hidden by a plume of lingering smoke, curled on her side like a fallen bird. At first, he thought she might be part of the debris, another casualty of the sky's violent outburst. But as the smoke eddied, he saw the pale curve of a cheek, a tangle of dark hair spilling across the blackened earth, the unmistakable shape of a human form clad in simple torn clothes, a plain calico dress, ill-suited for the harshness of the trail, let alone a celestial impact. His heart gave a painful lurch. He holstered the Colt, his caution momentarily forgotten, replaced by a sudden, sharp concern. He moved quickly, kneeling beside her, his knees sinking slightly into the still warm soil. He reached out a hesitant hand, touching her shoulder. She was unnervingly still, but warm, alive. Her face was turned away from him, partially obscured by her hair, which was thick and the color of midnight. Gently, he brushed the strands away. Her features were fine, delicate, yet etched with an exhaustion that seemed bone-deep. There were smudges of soot on her cheekbones and a small cut near her temple, slowly oozing blood, but otherwise she seemed miraculously unharmed, considering she was lying near ground zero of a meteorite strike. Her breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible. "Ma'am?" His voice was rougher than he intended. "Ma'am, can you hear me?" No response. He checked her pulse, finding it weak but steady beneath the delicate skin of her wrist. Who was she? What was she doing out here, miles from any town or homestead, at the exact spot where a piece of the heavens decided to crash land? Had she seen the fall, been caught in its path? He looked around, scanning the desolate landscape. No sign of a horse, a wagon, or any companions. Just the endless, empty prairie rolling away into the hazy dawn, the smoking crater, and this unconscious woman. It made no sense. He noticed something then, clutched tightly in her hand. It looked like a smooth, dark stone, smaller than his thumb, strangely similar in texture to the meteorite itself, but cool to the touch where the larger rock radiated heat. Her fingers were wrapped around it possessively, even in unconsciousness. A tremor ran through her, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Her eyelids fluttered. Finn leaned closer, his own breath catching in his throat. Dark lashes lifted, revealing eyes the color of a twilight sky, a deep, fathomless blue-gray, clouded with confusion and pain. They focused on him, but there was no recognition there, only a raw animal fear. She tried to scramble back, a small wounded sound escaping her lips, but her limbs seemed unresponsive. Her gaze darted from his face to the strange, glowing rock in the crater, then back to him, widening with terror. "Easy now," Finn said, keeping his voice low and calm, holding his hands up slightly, palms out, trying to show he meant no harm. "Easy. You're safe. I'm not going to hurt you." Her breath hitched. She opened her mouth, but only a faint whisper emerged, raspy and uncertain. "Where?" "You're out on the flats," he answered gently. Near where that thing fell." He gestured vaguely towards the crater. "Do you remember what happened? How you got here?" She blinked slowly, her brow furrowing, as if searching through a dense fog. She looked around again, at the scorched earth, the smoking rock, the vast emptiness stretching in every direction. Panic flickered in her eyes again, stronger this time. I I don't—" Her voice trailed off, fragile as spun glass. "I don't remember anything. Anything." Finn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. Not just the fall, but anything. He studied her face, looking for any sign of deception, but saw only genuine, terrifying blankness. Her eyes were wide, lost, reflecting the desolate landscape around them. "Your name?" he prompted softly. "Do you remember your name?" She shook her head, a single tear tracing a path through the soot on her cheek. "No," she whispered, the word dissolving into a choked sob. "Nothing. It's all gone." He sat back on his heels, the strangeness of the situation washing over him. A woman with no memory, found beside a fallen star. It was the stuff of dime novels, not the gritty reality he knew. Yet here she was, real and breathing and utterly lost. His pragmatic side urged him to ride on, take her to the nearest settlement, probably Redemption Creek, a good day's ride south, and hand her over to the sheriff or the town doctor. Let someone else deal with the mystery. He had his own path to follow, his own ghosts to outrun. He travelled light, shed attachments like a snake sheds skin. Getting involved was a complication he couldn't afford. But looking at her, at the sheer vulnerability in those twilight eyes, the tremor in her hands, the way she clutched that small, dark stone, as if it were her only anchor in a sea of nothingness. He couldn't do it. He couldn't just leave her. Maybe it was the memory of other lost souls he'd encountered on his journey, faces he hadn't helped, decisions that sometimes echoed in the lonely hours before dawn. Maybe it was just basic human decency, a flickering ember he hadn't managed to extinguish completely. Or maybe, just maybe, it was that same inexplicable pull he'd felt on the ridge, the sense that this event, this woman, was somehow tied to his own winding, uncertain path. He sighed, the sound barely audible over the low hum from the crater. "All right," he said, more to himself than to her. "All right. Let's get you somewhere safe. Somewhere warm." He glanced back at Willow, who was watching them patiently. "Can you stand?" She tried, pushing herself up with trembling arms, but swayed precariously. Finn moved quickly, catching her before she fell, his arm steadying her. She was lighter than he expected, fragile beneath the torn fabric of her dress. She flinched at his touch but didn't pull away, leaning on him slightly, her breath warm against his dusty shirt. Close up, he could see the exhaustion wasn't just physical. It was soul-deep, a profound disorientation that seemed to radiate from her. "Easy does it," he murmured. He supported her as they slowly made their way towards Willow, away from the unsettling heat and hum of the crater. The mare eyed the woman warily, but stood her ground. Getting her onto Willow's back took some effort. She seemed dazed, moving as if in a dream, her limbs heavy and uncooperative. Finn swung himself up behind her, settling her carefully in front of him, one arm securely around her waist. She felt small and insubstantial against him, her head drooping forward almost immediately, resting against his chest, as if the effort of holding it up was too much. Her breathing evened out slightly, the shallow gasps replaced by a slower rhythm, though a faint tremor still ran through her frame. He gathered the reins, turning Willow away from the impact site. He cast one last look back at the crater, at the alien rock pulsating faintly in the growing dawn light. A shiver traced its way down his spine. Stardust. A woman with no memory. Trouble hadn't just knocked. It had fallen from the sky. As they rode slowly across the awakening prairie, the sun beginning to paint the eastern horizon in bruised shades of pink and orange, a sound drifted on the breeze. It wasn't the wind, or the cry of a hawk, or the rustle of unseen creatures in the grass. It was music. Faint, ethereal, unlike any tune he'd ever heard played in a saloon or around a campfire. It seemed to emanate from the woman resting against him, a low, almost subliminal humming, a melody that resonated with the strange hum of the meteorite, yet held a haunting beauty all its own. It wasn't a song of words, but of pure sound, weaving through the air like threads of silver light. It spoke of vast, empty spaces, of falling stars, of loss and confusion, yet held an undercurrent of something else, a resilient, unyielding core of something. Power, hope. He couldn't name it. Willow, who had been skittish since the starfall, seemed to calm under the influence of the melody, her gait smoothed, her ears relaxed. Even the air around them seemed to soften, the electric tension easing slightly. Finn listened, captivated, the weariness in his own bones seeming to lessen, replaced by a profound and unsettling sense of wonder. The humming faded as the woman drifted deeper into an exhausted sleep, her head a heavy weight against his shoulder. The silence that followed felt emptier than before, charged with unanswered questions. Who was she? Where did she come from? And what was this strange music that seemed to flow from her very being? A melody born of starlight and amnesia? He looked down at her sleeping face, the soot smudges stark against her pale skin, the lines of fear momentarily smoothed away. He felt a surge of protectiveness, sharp and unexpected, mingling with the deep unease the whole situation provoked. He had a feeling that finding her was only the beginning, that the fire that fell from the sky had ignited something far more complex and dangerous than a patch of dry prairie grass. He tightened his arm around her instinctively, urging Willow onward, towards the dubious sanctuary of Redemption Creek, the strange, haunting melody echoing silently in his mind. The music of Stardust, he thought, and the trouble it would inevitably bring. He could feel it, like the low thrum of a bass string just before it snaps. The silence wouldn't last. Somewhere, someone would be looking for her, for the secret she held unknowingly within her. And he, Finn O'Malley, wanderer and musician, had just placed himself squarely in their path. The thought should have sent him riding hard in the opposite direction, but as he felt the woman's quiet breathing against his chest, he knew he wouldn't. Some melodies, once heard, couldn't be unplayed. Chapter 2. Whispers in the Dust. The sun climbed, relentless and unforgiving, bleaching the color from the sky and baking the vast, empty land until heat shimmered above the sparse scrub. Dust, fine as milled flour, rose with every step Willow took, coating Finn's clothes, settling in the lines around his eyes, gritting against his teeth. It was a taste he knew intimately, the flavor of the territories, dry, persistent, inescapable. He rode hunched slightly forward, the sun beating down on his hat, the heat radiating up from the parched earth. In front of him, the woman remained a still, warm weight, her initial exhausted slumber having given way to a tense, watchful silence. She hadn't spoken much since fully waking an hour or so after dawn. Her movements were tentative, economical, as if unsure of how her own limbs worked or what space they occupied. When he'd offered her water from his canteen, she'd taken it with trembling hands, her throat working as she drank, her twilight eyes scanning the horizon with a hunted look that sent a fresh wave of unease through Finn. She'd refused the dried jerky he offered, shaking her head mutely, her gaze distant. He hadn't pressed. What could he ask that wouldn't amplify her obvious fear and confusion? Still don't remember anything? Anything at all? The questions felt cruel, pointless. Her entire world had been wiped clean, leaving only the raw edge of the present moment and the echo of whatever terror had put her beside that fallen star. He could see the struggle in the tight line of her jaw, the way her fingers periodically tightened on the small dark stone she still held, the knuckles showing white beneath the grime. That stone seemed less like a keepsake and more like a piece of herself she was afraid of losing, the only tangible link to, well, to whatever she was before the sky fell. He cleared his throat, the sound loud in the simmering quiet. "We should reach Redemption Creek by late afternoon, maybe early evening," he said, his voice raspy. "There's a doctor there. Folks who might be able to help." She flinched slightly at the sound of his voice, her head turning just enough for him to see the side of her face. Her expression was guarded, uncertain. "Redemption Creek," she repeated, the name unfamiliar on her tongue. "It's a town," he clarified. "Not much, but it's got a roof, water that ain't gritty, maybe someone who knows something." Though what anyone in a dusty speck like Redemption Creek would know about falling stars and lost memories, he couldn't fathom. Still, it was the only option that made sense. Leaving her out here wasn't one. Taking her with him on his own rambling, aimless journey felt equally irresponsible, potentially dangerous for them both. She didn't respond, just turned her gaze back to the endless expanse of brown and grey stretching before them. The silence settled back in, heavy and thick as the heat. Finn found himself listening intently, not just to the rhythmic plodding of Willow's hooves or the sigh of the dry wind through the brittle grass, but for something else. For that strange, ethereal humming he'd heard earlier. It hadn't returned, but the memory of it lingered, unsettling and beautiful. A music that calmed his horse and seemed to resonate with the very air around them, emerging from a woman who couldn't even remember her own name. He shifted slightly in the saddle, trying to ease the ache in his back. 40-odd years of living, many of them spent on the move, had left their mark. He wasn't a young man anymore, though perhaps not quite old yet either. Just worn. Like his guitar case, scuffed and scarred, but still holding together. He'd learned long ago that attachments were anchors in a life meant for drifting. A kind word here, a shared drink there, maybe a fleeting warmth in a rented room above a noisy saloon. That was the extent of the connections he allowed. Anything deeper required roots, and roots were vulnerabilities. Yet, here he was. A woman pressed against him, relying on him completely, her fate tangled with his, simply because he'd been the one to find her. He could feel the faint tremor that still ran through her, the tension coiled beneath her stillness. It wasn't just the amnesia, it was fear. A deep, primal fear that went beyond confusion. As if she knew, on some instinctive level, that she wasn't just lost, but hunted. He scanned the horizon again, his eyes narrowed against the glare. Nothing. Just the vast, empty canvas of the plains under the indifferent eye of the sun. No dust clouds signifying riders, no distant figures breaking the monotony of the landscape. But the feeling persisted, a prickle of awareness at the back of his neck. The kind of feeling that had kept him alive through more than one scrape in towns where the law was thin and tempers ran high. Someone, somewhere, must know who she was. Someone might be looking for her, and the kind of event that brought a star crashing down, that tended to attract attention, not all of it benign. Men drawn to power, to peculiarity, like flies to rotting meat. The thought made the colt resting against his thigh feel heavier, colder. Suddenly, the woman stiffened in front of him, a sharp intake of breath, her hand instinctively going to her throat. "What is it?" Finn asked quietly, his own senses instantly on high alert. She didn't answer, her head tilted as if listening to something he couldn't hear. Her eyes darted nervously towards a cluster of low mesas shimmering in the distance to their right. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice taut with anxiety. Finn strained his ears. He heard the wind, the buzz of unseen insects, the creak of saddle leather. Nothing more. "Hear what?" Like whispering," she said, her voice barely audible. "On the wind. But cold." He squinted towards the mesas. Nothing moved. Could just be the wind playing tricks, echoing off the rock formations. Or maybe her nerves were fraying, painting sounds onto the silence. But the intensity of her fear was palpable, contagious. He subtly shifted his grip on the reins, his hand closer to the butt of his pistol. Probably just the wind, ma'am, he said, trying to project a calm he didn't entirely feel. Sound carries strange out here sometimes. She didn't look convinced. She kept glancing towards the mesas, her body rigid with tension. The small stone was clutched so tightly in her hand, he worried she might break it, or cut herself on whatever sharp edges it possessed. To distract her, maybe himself too, he asked, "That stone you're holding, is it important?" She looked down at her hand, as if surprised to find it there, though she hadn't loosened her grip since he found her. She turned the dark, smooth stone over in her fingers. It seemed to absorb the harsh sunlight, offering no reflection. I don't know," she admitted, her voice thick with frustration. "It feels right, like it belongs with me, but I don't know why." She looked up at him, her eyes pleading for an answer he couldn't give. "Is that foolish?" "No," Finn said gently. "Not foolish. Sometimes you just know things, deep down, even when you can't explain them." He thought of his own guitar, the way the worn wood felt like an extension of himself, the way a melody could sometimes rise unbidden, perfectly capturing a feeling he had no words for. Maybe the stone was like that for her, an anchor, a piece of her fragmented self. They rode on in silence for another hour, the sun reaching its zenith, beating down mercilessly. Finn called a halt under the meager shade of a lone, twisted cottonwood near a trickle of a stream that somehow survived the arid landscape. Willow drank gratefully, her sides heaving slightly. Finn refilled his canteen, the water blessedly cool, though tasting faintly of mud. He offered it again to the woman, who had slid stiffly off the horse the moment they stopped. She drank deeply this time, then splashed some water onto her face, washing away some of the soot and grime. Beneath it, her skin was pale, almost translucent, marked by exhaustion and the small cut near her temple, which had stopped bleeding but looked raw. Her eyes, though still clouded with confusion, seemed clearer now, less panicked, more searching, as if actively trying to piece together the void in her mind. She sat on a smooth rock in the shade, her gaze fixed on the slow-moving water of the stream. Finn watched her, leaning against the trunk of the cottonwood. Who was she? A runaway wife? An actress from a traveling troupe that met with disaster? Someone escaping something? Nothing fit the strangeness of her discovery, the celestial event, the humming melody. As if summoned by his thoughts, a soft sound began to drift from her lips. Not words, but that same haunting, resonant hum he'd heard at dawn. It started low, almost tentative, then gained a quiet confidence, weaving a complex, melancholic pattern in the still air. It wasn't loud, yet it seemed to fill the space around them, pushing back the oppressive heat, softening the harsh edges of the landscape. Willow, who had been agitatedly swatting flies with her tail, grew calm, her ears twitching softly, seemingly listening. The buzzing insects nearby seemed to quieten. Even the wind, which had been whispering restlessly through the cottonwood leaves, seemed to hold its breath. Finn listened, mesmerized again. The melody was different this time, less about falling stars and more about longing. A deep, aching sense of searching, of something lost and desperately sought. It resonated with a chord deep inside him, stirring feelings he usually kept locked away. Regrets about roads not taken, faces faded by time, his own quiet, persistent loneliness. The music wrapped around him, both soothing and sorrowful, incredibly intimate, despite its wordlessness. He pushed himself off the tree trunk and walked slowly towards her. She didn't seem to notice him, lost in the sound she was creating. Her eyes were half closed, her expression distant, introspective. "That tune," Finn said softly, not wanting to break the spell entirely. "Where does it come from?" Her humming faltered, then stopped. Her eyes flew open, startled, as if returning from a great distance. She looked at him, then down at her hands, a bewildered expression on her face. I don't know, she stammered. It just comes, like breathing. She touched her throat lightly. I don't know how I know it. I don't know anything else. It's powerful, Finn said, searching for the right word. It calmed my horse this morning. Seems to calm things now. She frowned, looking towards Willow, who stood peacefully by the stream. Does it? She sounded genuinely surprised, unaware of the effect her own music had. The disconnect was jarring. This strange, almost unconscious power residing within someone so utterly lost and vulnerable. Maybe it's part of who you are, Finn suggested gently, something the forgetting couldn't touch. She considered this, her brow furrowed. Maybe, she whispered, unconvinced. The fear flickered back into her eyes. Or maybe it's connected to that. She gestured vaguely back in the direction they'd come from, towards the unseen crater and the fallen star. Maybe it's not mine. The thought hung in the air, heavy and disturbing. Was her music a gift or a symptom? A part of her identity, or an alien influence left by the meteorite? Finn had no answers, only a growing certainty that this woman, this music, and that rock were pieces of a puzzle far more dangerous than he'd initially imagined. The whispers she'd heard on the wind, maybe they weren't just her nerves. Maybe something was listening. He pushed the thought away. Speculation wouldn't help. Getting her to Redemption Creek was the priority. We should keep moving, he said, trying to inject a note of practicality into the strangely charged atmosphere. Still a ways to go. She nodded mutely, allowing him to help her back onto Willow. As he swung up behind her, settling her in front of him again, he was acutely aware of her proximity, the faint scent of dust, and something else, something uniquely her, like prairie wildflowers after a rain, and the fragile life he now held in his hands, figuratively and literally. The responsibility felt heavier than the miles still ahead. The afternoon wore on, the landscape gradually shifting. The flat plains began to undulate, rising into low, rolling hills covered in dry grass that rustled like secrets in the breeze. They passed weathered rock formations carved by wind and time into shapes resembling watching sentinels. Finn found himself scanning these shapes more intently now, imagining eyes in the shadows, listening for sounds beyond the wind. The woman remained quiet, occasionally shifting, her gaze sweeping the terrain with that same hunted intensity. Once, she gasped softly, pointing towards a high ridge miles away. Finn followed her gaze, saw the glint of sun on metal. Could have been anything. A prospector's pan, a rifle barrel, a piece of stray tin. Or it could have been watchers. He didn't know, and the uncertainty was a cold knot in his stomach. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in fiery strokes of orange, crimson, and bruised purple, they crested a final rise. Below them, nestled in a shallow valley carved by a slow-moving creek, lay Redemption Creek. It wasn't much to look at. A single dusty main street, flanked by a collection of weathered wooden buildings, a saloon with swinging doors, a general store with a faded sign, a livery stable, a blacksmith shop sending up lazy curls of smoke, a small church with a leaning steeple, and perhaps a dozen scattered houses clinging to the edges. Lamps were beginning to flicker on in windows, casting pools of weak yellow light onto the darkening street. It looked tired, worn down, a place where people clung to existence rather than thrived, but it was civilization of a sort. Finn felt a surge of relief, quickly tempered by caution. Towns meant people, and people meant questions, scrutiny. Bringing in a woman with no memory, found near a meteorite crash, was bound to stir talk. Maybe the wrong kind. He needed to be careful, gauge the atmosphere before revealing too much. He nudged Willow forward, starting the descent into the valley. The woman beside him stirred, her body tensing as the town came into full view. He felt her hand, the one not clutching the stone, grip his forearm tightly, her nails digging in slightly through his sleeve. "Easy now," he murmured, glancing down at her. Her face was pale in the fading light, her eyes wide with an apprehension that mirrored his own, but magnified tenfold. "I don't," she started, her voice trembling. "I don't like this place." "It's just a town," Finn said, though his own gut was churning with a familiar mix of weariness and foreboding. Entering any new town was a gamble, a step into the unknown. Entering this town, with her, felt like stepping onto thin ice over deep, dark water. As they reached the outskirts, the sounds of the town drifted up to meet them. The tinny plink of an out-of-tune piano from the saloon, muffled voices, the sharp ring of a hammer on anvil from the blacksmiths, the occasional bark of a dog. Ordinary sounds, yet they seemed charged with a latent tension. Then Finn saw them. 2 horses, tied outside the saloon. Not the usual cow ponies or sturdy ranch mounts. These were sleek, powerful animals, black as coal, their gear expensive-looking, well-maintained, out of place in a town like Redemption Creek. And leaning against the hitching post, barely visible in the deepening shadows, were 2 men, dressed similarly, in dark, practical clothing that somehow looked more menacing than trail dust and denim. They weren't townsfolk, weren't ranchers or prospectors. They had the stillness of predators, watching the street with impassive, calculating eyes. Finn's blood ran cold. He pulled Willow up short, just outside the main circle of light spilling from the saloon windows, keeping them partially obscured by the shadows of a large water trough. His heart hammered against his ribs. Coincidence? Maybe. Men like that could be anywhere. Lawmen, perhaps, or bounty hunters. But their presence here, now, felt like a sharp, discordant note in the evening air. The woman beside him made a small, choked sound, pressing herself back against his chest, her hand gripping his arm tighter. She didn't need to see the men clearly. She could feel it too. The shift in the atmosphere, the sudden, chilling presence of danger. The whispers on the wind hadn't been imaginary. Trouble hadn't just fallen from the sky. It seemed to have followed them, silent and patient, all the way to the dusty streets of Redemption Creek. The sanctuary he'd hoped to find suddenly felt like a trap, waiting to be sprung. Chapter 3. A melody without memory. The sight of the dark-clad men sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through Finn, overriding the bone-deep weariness of the long ride. Instinct, honed sharp by years navigating treacherous currents, screamed danger. He pulled gently on Willow's reins, halting her deeper in the shadows cast by the water trough and a nearby derelict wagon. The air, only moments before filled with the mundane sounds of a settling town, now felt thin and brittle, charged with unspoken threat. Beside him the woman, this stranger, whose fate was now inexplicably tied to his, was rigid, her breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps. Her fear was a palpable thing, radiating outwards, confirming his own gut feeling. These weren't ordinary travelers. They were hunters. And somehow she knew, or her instincts knew, that they were the prey. "Easy," Finn murmured again, his voice low and steady, trying to project a calm he didn't feel. He kept his eyes fixed on the men by the saloon, noting their watchful stillness, the way they surveyed the street not as weary travelers seeking rest, but as sentinels guarding a post or scanning for a target. They hadn't noticed Finn and the woman yet, preoccupied with the meager trickle of activity on the main thoroughfare. "We need to get off the street, find somewhere quiet." Redemption Creek wasn't built for subtlety. The main street cut straight through its heart, offering little cover. But Finn's eyes, accustomed to assessing landscapes for advantage or escape, caught sight of a narrow alleyway cutting between the general store and the assayer's office further down. It looked dark, possibly muddy, but it offered a path away from the direct line of sight of the saloon and its unnerving sentinels. He nudged Willow forward, not back towards the open prairie, but diagonally across the edge of the street, hugging the deepening shadows clinging to the fronts of the buildings. He moved slowly, deliberately, trying to blend horse and riders into the encroaching twilight. The woman remained pressed against him, small and trembling, her face buried against his back. He could feel the rapid beat of her heart against his ribs. Every creak of saddle leather, every soft hoof-fall on the dusty ground, sounded deafeningly loud in Finn's ears. He kept glancing towards the saloon, his hand hovering instinctively near the worn grip of his Colt. The men hadn't moved. One of them lit a cigarette, the flare of the match briefly illuminating a harsh, angular face devoid of expression. They seemed patient, waiting. They reached the alleyway unnoticed. It was narrow, smelling faintly of stale beer, refuse, and damp earth. Finn dismounted quickly, the sudden silence after the rhythmic clopping of Willow's hooves feeling exposed. He reached up to help the woman down. Her legs seemed unsteady as her feet touched the ground, and she leaned heavily against the horse for a moment, her eyes wide and scanning the tight confines of the alley as if expecting threats to emerge from the shadows. "All right," Finn whispered, taking Willow's reins. "Stay close." He led the mare deeper into the alley, the darkness swallowing them. It opened up slightly behind the general store into a small, cluttered yard piled with empty crates and discarded barrels. A single lamp glowed weakly in a back window of the store building above them. Shelter of a sort. He tethered Willow to a sturdy fence post, loosening her cinch and murmuring a few reassuring words. The mare snorted softly, shaking her head, still sensing the tension in the air. Finn turned back to the woman. She stood huddled near the wall, her arms wrapped around herself, her gaze fixed on the alley entrance as if expecting pursuit. The small, dark stone was still clutched tightly in one hand. "We need a room," Finn said quietly. "Somewhere safe for the night. There's a storekeep here, name of Silas. Usually rents out the rooms upstairs. Might be our best bet. Less conspicuous than the saloon or a boarding house, if there even is one." He didn't add that Silas was also known for minding his own business, as long as coin was involved. The woman nodded mutely, her eyes still wide with fear. She looked utterly lost, a fragile figure, swallowed by the encroaching night and the weight of her unknown past. Compassion warred with Finn's ingrained caution. He needed to get her settled, then figure out their next move. The doctor was still a priority, but attracting attention wasn't. "Wait here," he instructed gently but firmly. "Keep out of sight. I'll go talk to Silas. Won't be long." He hesitated, then added, "If anyone comes, stay quiet. Don't run unless you have to." She nodded again, her throat working. He saw the tremor in her hands. He turned and slipped back towards the front of the alley, pausing at the edge to peer out onto the main street. The two dark-clad men were still there, though one had moved slightly, leaning back against the saloon wall partially obscured by the swinging doors. No immediate threat, but their presence hung over the town like a gathering storm cloud. He took a breath and stepped out, turning towards the entrance of the general store. He pulled his hat lower, trying to look like just another drifter passing through, minding his own affairs. The store was dimly lit, smelling of coffee beans, oiled leather, tobacco, and the slightly sweet scent of dried apples. Shelves crammed with goods lined the walls, everything from canned peaches and sacks of flour to ammunition, tools, and bolts of calico. Behind the counter stood Silas Croft, a man whose frame seemed perpetually bent under the weight of unspoken burdens, much like the sagging shelves around him. He had watery blue eyes, a fringe of grey hair clinging to a mostly bald head, and wore a stained apron over a collarless shirt. He looked up as Finn entered, his expression unchanging, a practiced neutrality that served him well in a town where allegiances could shift like sand. "Evening," Silas said, his voice dry as dust. "Passing through?" "Evening, Silas," Finn replied, leaning casually against the counter. He kept his voice low. "Looking for a room for the night. Maybe two." He decided separating them might be safer, less suspicious. "Got one free upstairs?" Silas wiped the counter with a rag that had seen better decades. "Might have. Room 3's empty. Got a cot I can put in number 2 if you need separate." He eyed Finn shrewdly. "Just you?" Finn hesitated. Lying felt risky, but the truth was complicated. "Traveling with my cousin," he improvised, hoping the word sounded familial enough, protective without implying intimacy. "She's unwell, tired from the journey, needs rest, preferably somewhere quiet." Silas grunted, neither believing nor disbelieving. He reached under the counter and produced a tarnished brass key attached to a wooden tag marked with the number 3. "Third door on the left upstairs. Quiet enough back there." He named a price that was steep for Redemption Creek, but Finn didn't haggle. He pulled the coins from his worn leather pouch, the clink sounding loud in the quiet store. "Need anything else?" Silas asked, his gaze lingering for a moment. "Supplies? Feed for your horse?" "Some grain for the mare," Finn said. "And maybe point me towards Doc Abernathy's place. Cousin might need looking at tomorrow." Silas nodded towards the street. "Down past the church. Last house on the right before the creek bends. Got a shingle out. He keeps odd hours, though. Best try in the morning." He paused, then added, his voice dropping slightly. "Lots of folks passing through lately. More than usual." Finn felt a prickle of warning. "Oh?" he asked casually, gathering his change. "Yep," Silas said, turning to measure out the grain into a burlap sack. "Saw that light in the sky last night. Big commotion up north, folks say. Heard talk of strange things." He didn't elaborate, his tone suggesting he didn't want to get drawn into gossip or trouble. He slid the sack of grain across the counter. "Livery's just past the saloon if you need stabling. Or you can leave her out back here, long as she don't bother anyone." "Appreciate it, Silas," Finn said. "Back here's fine for tonight." He picked up the grain sack and the key. "Pleasant dreams." "You too," Silas replied, already turning away, his interest in Finn and his cousin apparently satisfied by the transaction. Finn slipped back out the front door, melting into the shadows and circling around to the alley. The woman was exactly where he'd left her, a statue carved from fear, her face pale in the gloom. "Got us a room," he whispered, holding up the key. "Upstairs, back of the store. Should be quiet." Relief flickered briefly in her eyes, quickly replaced by apprehension as he led her towards a narrow, rickety staircase attached to the outside of the building at the rear. The steps groaned under their weight as they climbed to a small landing with 3 doors. Finn unlocked number 3, pushing it open into a small, sparsely furnished room. It contained a narrow iron bedstead with a thin mattress, a small wooden table holding a basin and pitcher, one straight-backed chair, and a single window overlooking the cluttered backyard and the dark expanse beyond the town. A kerosene lamp sat on the table, unlit. It was basic, bordering on bleak, but it was 4 walls and a lockable door. "It ain't much," Finn said apologetically. "It's safe?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, scanning the corners of the room. "Safer than out there," Finn replied grimly. He crossed to the window, peering out cautiously. He could see the lights of the saloon reflecting faintly off the dusty ground, hear the distant tinny piano music. No sign of the dark-clad men from this angle. "Lock the door after I leave. Don't open it for anyone but me. I'll knock 3 times, then twice. Like this." He demonstrated softly on the doorframe. She nodded, watching his hands. "Where are you going?" The question held a note of panic, the fear of being abandoned stark in her eyes. "Just getting Willow settled, bringing up some water," he reassured her. "Then I'll find my own spot. Maybe that other room Silas mentioned, or just down with the horse. I won't be far. You need anything, you call out. I'll hear you." She seemed unconvinced, but didn't argue. He lit the lamp for her, the flame casting long, dancing shadows on the walls, making the small room feel both warmer and more claustrophobic. He fetched the pitcher, went downstairs to fill it from the pump in the yard, adding the grain sack for Willow. When he returned, she was sitting stiffly on the edge of the bed, her hands clenched in her lap, the dark stone still visible in her fist. "Try and get some rest," he said gently. "You're exhausted." She looked up at him, her twilight eyes filled with a profound weariness and confusion that tugged at something deep within him. "I don't know how," she whispered. "Every time I close my eyes, there's nothing, just falling." Finn's heart ached for her. He wasn't a man given to easy comfort, words often failing him where his music sometimes succeeded. He wished he had his guitar, but it was still strapped to Willow. Instead, he hesitated, then spoke gruffly. "We need something to call you, other than ma'am." He thought for a moment, the strange melody he'd heard her hum drifting back into his mind. It felt connected to her, to the starlight, to the mystery. "How about Lyra?" She looked at him, tilting her head slightly. "Lyra," she repeated, testing the sound. The name seemed to hang in the air, unfamiliar yet somehow fitting. She didn't smile. Her expression remained lost, but a flicker of something less than fear crossed her features. "Lyra," she said again, softer this time. "It feels less empty than nothing." It wasn't acceptance, not quite, but it was something. A first step, perhaps, towards reclaiming a piece of herself, even if the name was borrowed from the stars and a stranger's intuition. "All right, Lyra," Finn said, the name feeling surprisingly natural on his tongue. "Lock the door behind me. 3 knocks, then 2. He slipped out, pulling the door shut. He heard the faint click of the lock engaging. He took the second room Silas had mentioned, little more than a storage closet with a cot, mainly to be close by. He left the door slightly ajar, listening. The silence from Lyra's room was absolute. Down in the yard, Willow nickered softly as he approached. He gave her the grain, checked her water, and ran a hand down her flank. "Quiet night, girl," he murmured. "Let's hope it stays that way." He settled himself on an overturned crate near the base of the stairs, leaning his back against the rough wood of the store wall. The night deepened around him. The piano music from the saloon became louder, punctuated by occasional bursts of rough laughter or shouting. Distant coyotes yipped and howled, their calls echoing the loneliness of the vast darkness surrounding the small pool of light that was Redemption Creek. Finn didn't sleep. He sat and watched the patterns of light and shadow in the yard, listening for footsteps that didn't belong, for the sound of trouble brewing down the street, for any cry from the room upstairs. He thought about the men in black, their patient vigilance outside the saloon. He thought about the fallen star, pulsing with alien light. And he thought about Lyra, the woman with no memory, whose only anchor seemed to be a dark stone and a melody that could soothe beasts, and perhaps, just perhaps, hold a power others would kill for. Hours passed. The saloon noise gradually died down. Doors slammed. Footsteps echoed briefly on the boardwalks, then faded. A fragile quiet descended, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the occasional sigh of the wind. Finn's eyelids grew heavy, exhaustion pulling at him despite his resolve. Suddenly, a sound drifted down from the window above. Faint, almost imperceptible at first, then growing slightly clearer. It was Lyra. She was humming again. That same strange, ethereal melody, filled with longing and starlight. It wasn't loud, barely more than a breath of sound, but in the deep quiet of the night, It seemed incredibly resonant. It wasn't a lullaby meant to soothe herself to sleep. It sounded involuntary, like a sigh given musical form, leaking out from the edges of her fractured consciousness. Finn held his breath, listening. The melody wrapped around him, pulling at those same hidden strings inside him, evoking a sense of vastness, of cosmic loneliness, and a strange, heartbreaking beauty. He felt Willow shift nearby, her breathing deepening, calmed by the sound. Even the crickets seemed to pause their relentless chirping. Then he heard something else. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, crunching faintly on the gravel at the edge of the main street, moving slowly towards the alley. Finn's hand immediately went to his Colt, his body tensing. He melted deeper into the shadows beside the staircase, peering cautiously around the corner. One of the dark-clad men stood at the mouth of the alley, his silhouette stark against the faint light from the street beyond. He wasn't looking in Finn's direction, but upwards, towards the window of Lyra's room, his head tilted slightly, as if listening intently. The faint strains of Lyra's humming drifted down, clearer now. The man remained utterly still for a long moment, a predator catching a scent on the wind. Finn could see the tension in his stance, the focused intensity. He hadn't seen them enter the alley, hadn't seen Finn or Lyra arrive. But the music had drawn him. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through Finn. Her melody wasn't just beautiful, it was a beacon. A unique signature that could lead her hunters straight to her, even when she was hidden away. The man took a step into the alley, then another, his movement slow, measured, dangerous. Finn drew his Colt, the click of the hammer being pulled back seeming impossibly loud in the stillness. He wouldn't let them take her. He didn't know who she was or what they wanted, but the thought of this lost, vulnerable woman falling into the hands of men like that ignited a protective fury he hadn't felt in years. Just as the man took a third step, the humming from the window abruptly stopped. Cut off mid-phrase. Silence crashed back in, thick and heavy. The man froze. He listened for another moment. Then, apparently deciding the sound had been imagined or insignificant, he slowly backed out of the alley, melting back into the shadows of the main street. Finn remained crouched, his heart pounding, the Colt heavy in his hand. He waited, listening, until he was sure the man was gone. He slowly eased the hammer down, holstering the weapon, his hands slick with sweat. It had been too close, far too close. He looked up at Lyra's window, now dark and silent. Had she sensed the danger? Had she stopped humming deliberately? Or had sleep finally claimed her, silencing the unconscious melody? He didn't know. He leaned back against the wall, the adrenaline slowly ebbing, leaving behind a residue of cold fear and grim determination. Redemption. Creek wasn't a sanctuary. It was a cage waiting to be sprung. They couldn't stay here. The doctor, information, rest, it all seemed secondary now to the immediate threat posed by those men and the undeniable pull of Lyra's strange, dangerous music. Tomorrow, they had to move. But where? Where could they possibly run when the danger seemed drawn to her very essence, to the melody without memory that defined her existence? The question hung unanswered in the cold, pre-dawn air, heavy with the scent of dust and impending trouble. Chapter 4. The Weight of a Song. Dawn seeped into Redemption Creek, not with a gentle blush, but with a reluctant, grey weariness. The oppressive heat of the previous day hadn't fully dissipated overnight, leaving the air thick and stagnant. Finn watched the slow awakening from his uncomfortable perch on the overturned crate, his body stiff, his eyes gritty from lack of sleep. The adrenaline from the encounter in the alley had long since faded, replaced by a cold certainty. They were exposed, vulnerable, and Lyra's inexplicable music was a liability as much as a mystery. He'd spent the remaining hours of darkness listening, every creak of wood, every distant coyote howl setting his nerves on edge. There had been no further sign of the dark-clad man, but Finn didn't doubt for a second that he and his companion were still in town. Men like that didn't give up easily. They operated with a chilling patience, a methodical pursuit that spoke of high stakes and unwavering resolve. What power did they believe Lyra held? What was the Stardust the premise hinted at, connected to the meteorite? And how did Lyra fit into it? Questions swirled in his mind like dust devils, offering no answers, only a deepening sense of dread. The town began to stir. A door slammed somewhere down the street. The blacksmith's hammer resumed its rhythmic clang, a sharp counterpoint to the lowing of cattle penned near the livery. Smoke curled from a few chimneys, carrying the scent of burning mesquite and brewing coffee, smells that usually offered a small comfort, but today only heightened Finn's anxiety. Normal life was resuming around them, oblivious to the invisible net tightening around him and the woman sleeping, or perhaps lying awake in fear, in the room above. He needed to talk to her, tell her what happened, impress upon her the danger without shattering her already fragile state. He pushed himself stiffly to his feet, his joints protesting. He splashed cold water on his face from the pump, the shock doing little to dispel his weariness, but clearing some of the fog from his brain. He checked on Willow, murmuring to her softly, as he tightened her cinch slightly, readying her for a quick departure if needed. The mare nudged his shoulder, sensing his unease. He climbed the rickety stairs, his boots echoing slightly in the morning quiet. He reached Lyra's door and paused, listening. Silence. He gave the agreed-upon knock. 3 soft taps, then 2 more. A faint rustling came from within, then the sound of the lock turning. The door opened a crack, and Lyra peered out, her twilight eyes wide and shadowed, her face pale in the dim light, filtering through the single window. She hadn't undressed, merely loosened the collar of her torn calico dress. It looked like she hadn't slept any more than he had. "Finn?" she whispered, her voice husky. "It's me," he confirmed quietly. "Can I come in?" She hesitated for only a second before opening the door wider, stepping back to let him enter the small, stuffy room. She immediately relocked the door behind him, the sound sharp in the stillness. She stood with her back to the door, her arms wrapped around herself, watching him with nervous intensity. "Did you sleep?" he asked, keeping his voice low. She shook her head, her gaze dropping to the floor. "I tried, but the silence felt too loud. And when I closed my eyes—" She trailed off, shuddering slightly. "Falling, always falling." She looked up, her eyes searching his face. Did something happen?" He nodded grimly. "You were humming. Last night. Late." A flicker of confusion crossed her face. "Humming?" She touched her throat, frowning. I don't remember doing that." "It was faint," Finn said, "but clear enough. Same kind of melody as before." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "One of those men, the ones by the saloon, he heard it, came into the alley. He was looking up at your window." Her eyes widened in horror, her hand flying to her mouth. He heard it?" The implication hit her full force. "The music. It led him here." "Seems like it," Finn confirmed, hating the fear he saw bloom in her eyes but knowing she needed to understand. "He didn't see us, didn't come up. You stopped humming, and he left. But it was close, Lyra. Too close." She sank onto the edge of the narrow bed, her legs seemingly unable to support her. She stared down at her hands, clenching and unclenching the fist that still held the small dark stone. "So it's true," she whispered, her voice thick with despair. "This sound, it's dangerous. It calls them. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. Why? Why does it do that? What do they want? I don't know, Finn admitted honestly, sitting on the room's only chair, facing her. But whatever it is, they're serious. Those men aren't common thugs. They're organized, focused, and they aren't leaving. He leaned forward slightly. Which means we can't stay here. Panic flared in her eyes again. Leave? But where would we go? The doctor. You said there was a doctor. A desperate hope flickered there. Maybe he could explain the memory loss, the humming, something. Finn understood the impulse. He'd considered it himself. Doc Abernathy was old, maybe a bit eccentric, but generally considered competent. If anyone could shed light on her condition, it might be him. But the risk. Seeing the doc means walking through town, asking questions, drawing attention, he explained gently. Right now, anonymity is our only defense. Those men are watching. If they see us seeking help, especially for someone fitting your description, they'll know for sure you're the one they're looking for. He saw the conflict in her face, the desperate need for answers warring with the instinct for self-preservation. But maybe he could help me remember, she argued weakly. If I knew who I was, maybe I'd know why they're hunting me. Maybe I could stop it. Maybe, Finn conceded. Or maybe knowing would put you in even greater danger. Right now, your lack of memory might be the only thing keeping you partially safe from whatever they think you can do. He hated saying it, hated reinforcing the terrifying void she lived in, but it felt like the grim truth. We stick our heads up now. We risk getting them shot off. The best chance we have is to disappear before they pinpoint us. She fell silent, chewing on her lower lip, her gaze distant. He could almost see her weighing the terrifying known, the blankness, the fear, the hunters, against the terrifying unknown of fleeing into the wilderness with a stranger. Where? She finally asked, her voice barely audible. Where can we go that they won't find us? Away from towns, for a start, Finn said. Away from telegraph lines and railroads. There's empty country north and east of here, rough territory, mountains, canyons. Places a man can lose himself if he knows the way. Places where it's harder to track someone. Harder for men like that to operate unseen. He had a place in mind, a half-forgotten line cabin in the foothills he'd stumbled upon years ago, remote and defensible with water nearby. It was a long shot, but better than staying put or running blindly. It won't be easy, he warned. We'll need supplies. She looked down at her torn dress, her bare feet dusty from the floorboards. She had nothing but the clothes on her back and the stone in her hand. I have nothing, she murmured. I have some money, Finn said. Enough for basics. Food, water, maybe some warmer clothes for you, sturdy boots. I'll have to go back to Silas's store. Be quick. Draw no attention. He stood up. Stay here. Keep the door locked. Don't make a sound. Especially... He hesitated. Especially no humming. She nodded, looking small and frightened on the edge of the bed. The weight of her strange, involuntary music seemed to press down on her, a burden she couldn't understand or control. I'll try, she whispered. But sometimes it just happens. I know, Finn said softly. Just try. He slipped out of the room, locking it behind him, then hurried down the stairs. The yard was empty, bathed in the strengthening morning light. He glanced towards the alley entrance. No sign of the watchers. Taking a deep breath, he walked quickly but deliberately towards the front of the general store again, trying to appear casual. Inside, Silas was serving a stout woman in a sunbonnet, discussing the price of flour. Finn nodded a curt greeting and moved towards the back, gathering what he needed as unobtrusively as possible. Tins of beans, dried meat, coffee, a small sack of oats for Willow, a sturdy canvas waterskin to supplement his canteen. He found a rack of rough work clothes, denim trousers, sturdy flannel shirts. He guessed Lyra's size, grabbing a set along with thick socks and the most practical-looking pair of used boots he could find. He added a heavy blanket roll. Every item felt like a commitment, tying him further to her fate. As Silas finished with the woman, Finn brought his collection to the counter. Silas raised a questioning eyebrow at the women's clothing, but made no comment, merely tallying the cost. His price was, as expected, inflated by circumstance, but Finn paid without argument, eager to be gone. "Heading out already?" Silas asked mildly, bagging the items. "Got an early start," Finn replied vaguely. "Long way to go." "Heard those fellas asking questions down at the saloon earlier," Silas remarked, not looking at Finn directly, his voice low as he counted change. "Two fellas, dressed dark. Asked about strangers passing through. Asked if anyone's seen anything unusual near where that star fell." Finn's blood ran cold. So they were actively searching now, making inquiries. "Seems there's always someone asking questions," he said, forcing a nonchalant tone, gathering his purchases. "Yep," Silas agreed, his expression unreadable. "This town sees all sorts. Best keep your head down if you ain't looking for trouble." It wasn't quite a warning, more a statement of fact from a man who'd learned the survival value of neutrality. "Always do," Finn said, giving a curt nod before turning and leaving the store. He didn't look towards the saloon, didn't scan the street. He walked directly back to the alley, his senses hyper-alert, every shadow seeming to hold a potential threat. He half expected a hand to fall on his shoulder, a cold voice to demand his business. But nothing happened. He reached the relative safety of the yard behind the store, his heart pounding. He quickly bundled the supplies, tying them securely behind Willow's saddle. He saved out the clothes and boots for Lyra. He went back upstairs, gave the signal knock. Lyra opened the door immediately, her eyes questioning. "Get dressed," he said quietly, handing her the bundle. "Quickly. We need to leave now." She took the clothes without a word, her expression a mixture of fear and something else. A glimmer of resolve, perhaps. While she changed behind the closed door, Finn went back down, untied Willow, and led her to the very back of the alley where it narrowed again before opening onto the rough track leading out of town towards the hills, away from the main street. He checked his Colt again, ensuring it was loaded and moved freely in its holster. He scanned the rooftops, the windows overlooking the alley. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. Lyra emerged a few minutes later, looking transformed. The rough denim trousers and flannel shirt, though clearly not tailored for her, looked far more practical than the flimsy calico dress, which she'd bundled up tightly. The sturdy boots seemed to ground her, literally and figuratively. Her dark hair was hastily tied back. She still looked lost and frightened, but less fragile, more prepared for the harsh realities of the trail. "Ready?" Finn asked. She nodded, taking a deep breath. She glanced back towards the room, then seemed to force her gaze forward. He helped her mount Willow, then swung up behind her, settling her in front of him as before. She felt different now, less like a helpless victim, more like a fellow fugitive. He nudged Willow forward, keeping to the deepest shadows of the alley. They moved slowly, silently, towards the back exit. Just as they reached the end, where the alley opened onto the dusty track behind the town, Finn heard voices from the main street drifting over the rooftops. Raised voices, impatient. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was sharp, demanding. Were they Silas's dark-clad men? Had they realized their quarry was nearby? He didn't wait to find out. He urged Willow forward, out of the alley and onto the track, turning her immediately towards the rising hills to the east, putting the town behind them as quickly as possible without breaking into a conspicuous gallop. The track wound upwards, rough and uneven, forcing a slower pace. Lyra didn't look back. She sat stiffly, her gaze fixed on the path ahead, her hand once again gripping the small, dark stone. Finn risked a glance over his shoulder. Redemption Creek lay below them, shrinking slightly, looking deceptively peaceful in the morning light. He scanned the edges of the town, searching for any sign of pursuit. He saw movement near the livery stable, 2 dark figures leading 2 black horses out into the street. They paused, looking around, then one pointed towards the hills, towards the track Finn and Lyra were taking. His heart sank. They knew, or they suspected strongly enough to follow. The chase was on. He urged Willow to a faster walk, pushing her onto a faint game trail that branched off the main track, leading into thicker scrub and juniper, offering slightly more cover. The terrain grew steeper, rockier. Progress slowed. Every snapped twig, every dislodged stone sounded like a gunshot in the tense silence. Lyra shivered, though the morning was growing warmer. "They saw us," she whispered, her voice trembling. "They saw someone heading this way," Finn corrected, trying to keep the edge out of his own voice. "Might just be checking. We keep moving, stay off the main trails. Maybe we can lose them." Maybe, but he doubted it. Those men had an air of relentless efficiency, and they had a direction. As they climbed higher, the wind picked up, sighing through the sparse pines and carrying the scent of dust and dry vegetation. It seemed to whisper Lyra's name, mocking their flight. Finn felt the weight of their situation settle heavily upon him. He was no hero, just a tired musician who'd stumbled into something far bigger and more dangerous than a saloon brawl. Now, he was responsible for this woman, hunted by relentless enemies for reasons neither of them understood, armed only with a weary horse, an old colt, and the faint hope of reaching a forgotten cabin miles away. And Lyra, she carried her own weight, the crushing burden of amnesia, the terror of the unknown, and the undeniable perilous weight of her song. A melody that could calm the wild, echo the stars, and draw hunters like moths to a flame. It was a power and a curse, inextricably bound together. As they rode deeper into the wilderness, leaving the last vestiges of civilization behind, Finn couldn't shake the feeling that the song's weight would only grow heavier, demanding a price neither of them could yet imagine. The silence stretching ahead felt fragile, temporary, merely the pause before the next inevitable, resonant chord of danger struck. Chapter 5. Echoes on the Wind. The track leading away from Redemption Creek was less a path and more a suggestion etched into the unforgiving landscape. It climbed relentlessly, winding through stands of stunted juniper and pinyon pine that clung stubbornly to the rocky soil. The air grew thinner, sharper, carrying the resinous scent of pine needles warmed by the ascending sun. Below them, the town shrank, becoming a collection of insignificant blocks huddled by the creek, until finally, a fold in the hills swallowed it entirely. They were alone, adrift in a sea of rust-colored rock and pale, sun-bleached sky. Finn pushed Willow steadily, conserving her energy but maintaining a pace that ate away at the miles. The initial adrenaline of the escape had given way to a grim, focused determination. Every ridge they crested, he scanned the back trail, searching for the telltale dust cloud or the dark shapes of horses against the muted colors of the land. So far, nothing. But the absence of visible pursuit offered little comfort. He knew the type of men they were dealing with. They wouldn't be riding hell for leather, kicking up dust for all the world to see. They would be methodical, using the terrain, perhaps cutting across country to intercept them further ahead. The feeling of being watched hadn't lessened. If anything, it intensified in the vast, exposed emptiness. In front of him, Lyra rode with a tense stillness that spoke volumes more than any outburst of fear could. The rough-spun shirt and denim trousers, practical as they were, looked alien on her delicate frame, yet she wore them with a quiet dignity. Her back was straight, her head held high, though Finn could feel the tremors that occasionally ran through her, betraying the terror she held tightly leashed. Her hand, the one not needed to steady herself against the saddle horn, remained clenched around the small dark stone, a constant, unconscious gesture of seeking anchor in her sea of unknowing. She hadn't spoken since they left the outskirts of town, her gaze sweeping the landscape with an unnerving intensity. Was she looking for landmarks she didn't know she recognized? Or searching for the source of the whispers she'd heard on the wind? Finn didn't ask. Words felt intrusive in the charged silence, heavy and cumbersome. Their communication existed in the shared rhythm of Willow's gait, the tension in the air, the unspoken understanding of their precarious situation. The sun climbed higher, beating down with increasing ferocity. The sparse shade offered by the pines did little to mitigate the heat. Sweat trickled down Finn's temples from under his hat brim, stinging his eyes. He felt the warmth radiating from Lyra's back against his chest, could hear the faint rasp of her breathing. He worried about her endurance. She was unused to riding, unused to the harshness of this land. The physical toll, added to the mental anguish of her condition and the constant fear, had to be immense. He called a halt around midday, finding a slightly deeper overhang of rock that offered a patch of genuine shade near a cluster of tough, drought-resistant shrubs. He slid off Willow first, his muscles protesting the long hours in the saddle. He reached up to help Lyra down, his hands spanning her waist. She was trembling more noticeably now, her face pale and strained beneath the dust and grime. Her legs buckled slightly as her boots hit the ground, and she leaned against him for a moment, her eyes closing briefly. The contact was brief, purely practical, yet Finn felt a jolt, a sudden awareness of her fragility, the life he was trying to shield pressed against him. He steadied her, then gently released her. "Water," he said gruffly, unstrapping the new water skin. He poured some into a tin cup, handing it to her. She drank thirstily, her throat working. When she finished, she looked at the remaining water in the skin with worried eyes. "Is there enough?" "Enough for now," Finn reassured her, though he eyed the dwindling supply himself. Water was life out here, and finding reliable sources in this arid hill country was never guaranteed. He'd noted a seep on an old map lodged in his memory, supposedly a few hours further on, but maps could lie, and seeps could dry up. "We'll find more." He took a sparing drink himself, then led Willow to nibble at the sparse, dry grasses nearby. Lyra sank onto a flat rock in the shade, pulling her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. She stared out at the shimmering landscape, her expression lost and desolate. The silence stretched, filled only by the buzzing of insects and the sigh of the hot wind moving through the rocks. "Do you—" Lyra started, her voice hesitant, barely above a whisper. She stopped, seemed to reconsider, then forced herself to continue. "Do you think they know? About the music?" Finn considered this, leaning against the rock face near her, scanning the terrain. "They heard it," he said slowly. "That much is clear. Whether they understand what it is, hard to say. They know it's connected to you, connected to whatever happened with that starfall." He thought back to Silas's words, asked if anyone's seen anything unusual near where that star fell. "They're hunting something specific, Lyra, something they believe you possess or control." "But I don't control it!" The words burst out of her, laced with frustration and fear. "It just happens. I don't know how. I don't know why." She buried her face in her knees, her shoulders shaking. "I wish it would stop. I wish I was just normal. Forgotten maybe, but not this." Finn's usual detachment wavered. He felt a pang of sympathy so sharp it was almost painful. He wasn't good at comfort, wasn't built for soothing words. His life had taught him resilience lay in enduring, not explaining. But her despair was raw, palpable. He moved closer, sitting on his heels beside her rock. "Maybe it's not something to be stopped," he said quietly, surprising himself with the thought. "Maybe it's like breathing, like you said, part of you. Trying to fight it might be like trying to fight your own heartbeat." She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But it's putting us in danger. It's putting you in danger." Guilt warred with fear in her expression. "You shouldn't have helped me. You should have left me there." "Maybe," Finn conceded, his voice rough. He looked away, towards the hazy blue line of distant mountains that marked their general direction. "But I didn't." He didn't elaborate, didn't try to explain the pull he'd felt, the sense of inevitability, or the simple, stubborn refusal to leave someone so utterly defenseless. Some choices defied easy explanation. They were simply made, and their consequences accepted. "We're in this now, both of us. Best way forward is together. Keep moving. Stay watchful." He offered her a piece of dried jerky. She hesitated, then took it, chewing slowly, mechanically, her gaze still distant. Finn ate his own portion, the familiar salty toughness a grounding sensation. They sat in silence again, the shared act of eating a small, fragile ritual of normalcy in the midst of chaos. As they rested, the wind seemed to pick up slightly, swirling through the rocks, carrying dust and faint, indeterminate sounds. Finn listened intently, trying to filter out the natural whispers of the wilderness, the rustle of unseen lizards, the cry of a hawk circling high above, the creak of dry branches. But Lyra grew tense again, her head cocked, her eyes scanning the ridges around them with renewed anxiety. "What is it?" Finn asked softly. "The wind," she whispered. "It sounds different, like before. Whispers, but sharper." She frowned, concentrating. "Voices?" Finn strained his ears. He heard only the wind's mournful sigh. "Are you sure?" "I don't know," she admitted, frustration etched on her face. "It's like trying to catch smoke. Faint. Far away." She shivered despite the heat. "But it feels cold. Like those men." He didn't dismiss her fears. Her senses, perhaps heightened by her strange condition or her connection to whatever forces were at play, seemed attuned to things he couldn't perceive. If she felt danger on the wind, he would trust her instinct. It was another layer of complexity, relying on the perceptions of someone whose own mind was a mystery. "All right," he said, rising. "Time to move. Let's put some more distance behind us before dark." He helped her back onto Willow, their hands brushing briefly. Her skin felt cool despite the heat, almost unnaturally so. He swung up behind her, settling into the familiar rhythm, his arm securely around her waist. He nudged Willow back onto the faint trail, heading deeper into the rugged, indifferent wilderness. The afternoon wore on, marked by the slow crawl of the sun across the vast, empty sky. The terrain became more challenging, forcing them to slow down, pick their way carefully through scree-covered slopes and narrow, winding arroyos carved by flash floods long past. Willow, sturdy and sure-footed as she was, began to show signs of fatigue. Finn murmured encouragement to her, his voice low and steady. They saw no one. The land remained stubbornly empty, devoid of human sign. Yet the feeling of pursuit lingered, a cold shadow clinging to their backs. Twice, Finn thought he caught a flicker of movement on a distant ridge, but it could have been deer or merely a trick of the heat haze. Once, Lyra gasped, pointing towards a canyon mouth miles to their south. "Dust," she whispered. Finn squinted, saw a faint plume rising against the blue sky, too far away to be certain of its source. It could be riders, Or it could be a dust devil, a common phantom of the plains. Uncertainty was its own form of torture. As evening approached, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, Finn began searching for a place to make camp. Not just any place, but somewhere defensible, with cover, ideally near the water seep he hoped still existed. He followed the contours of the land, relying on instinct and fragmented memories of this region from years ago. He found it tucked away in a narrow side canyon, almost hidden behind a jumble of large boulders. A trickle of water, barely more than a damp patch in the sand, seeped out from beneath a rock face, surrounded by a patch of surprisingly green ferns and moss. A tiny defiant splash of life in the arid surroundings. Enough for them and for Willow, if they were careful. The canyon walls offered protection from the wind and prying eyes from most directions. "This'll do," Finn said, relief evident in his voice. He dismounted, helping Lyra down. She swayed, clearly exhausted, her face etched with fatigue. While Willow drank sparingly from the collected pool at the base of the seep, Finn scouted the immediate area. The canyon narrowed further up, ending in a sheer rock face. The only way in or out was the way they'd come. Defensible, but also a potential trap if their pursuers found them. He gathered dry brush and wood, enough for a small, carefully shielded fire later, if they dared risk it. For now, cold camp was safer. He spread out one of the blankets on a patch of relatively smooth sand beneath the rock overhang. Lyra sank onto it gratefully, curling up immediately, pulling another blanket around her shoulders despite the lingering warmth of the day. The desert night could turn cold quickly. Finn ate more jerky, sharing the last of the water from his canteen before refilling it and the water skins slowly from the seep. The process was laborious, yielding only a trickle at a time, but the cool, clear water felt like treasure. He sat near the mouth of the small canyon, his back against a boulder, his Colt resting on his thigh, watching the shadows lengthen and deepen, listening to the sounds of the emerging night. Lyra seemed to have fallen into an exhausted sleep almost instantly, her breathing deep and even. Watching her, Finn felt a complex mix of emotions. Protectiveness, certainly. Frustration at the mystery surrounding her, a grudging admiration for her resilience. And something else, something quieter, more personal. A connection forged in shared flight, a flicker of warmth in the vast loneliness of his own existence. He was a man accustomed to solitude, yet her presence, even in sleep, felt significant. A deviation from the predictable trajectory of his drifting life. The stars emerged, cold and brilliant in the ink-black sky, seeming closer, sharper in the clear desert air. Finn watched them, thinking of the fire that had fallen, the rock still radiating heat in its crater. The stardust whispered about in prospector camps. What power did it hold? And how was Lyra, this woman who remembered nothing but could weave melodies that touched the soul, connected to it all? Was she an instrument, a key, a weapon? As the night deepened, the wind picked up again, funneling down the narrow canyon, moaning softly against the rocks. It carried the scent of dust and distance, and something else. Faint echoes. At first, Finn dismissed it as his tired mind playing tricks, or just the wind itself. But then Lyra stirred in her sleep, murmuring something incoherent, her brow furrowed. She shifted, turning towards the canyon mouth, still asleep, yet seeming to listen. And Finn heard it too, borne on the gusts of wind, faint but distinct. Not voices this time, music, but not Lyra's ethereal humming. This was different, harsh, discordant notes, like badly tuned strings scraped across metal. It was a broken, jarring sound, ugly and menacing, seeming to snag on the edges of the wind before being ripped away. It came in fragmented bursts, interspersed with silence, carried from somewhere out in the darkness beyond their small sanctuary. Finn's blood ran cold. He strained his ears, trying to pinpoint the direction, the source. It seemed to come from downwind, back towards the direction they'd traveled, but the echoing canyon walls distorted the sound, making it impossible to be sure. What was it? Some kind of signal? Or something else entirely? Lyra moaned again, louder this time, turning restlessly on the blanket. Her hand clenched the dark stone so tightly her knuckles were white, even in the dim starlight. The discordant notes seemed to agitate her, even in sleep, burrowing into her subconscious like shards of glass. The sound faded, replaced once more by the lonely sighing of the wind. But the silence it left behind was heavy, pregnant with threat. Those weren't natural sounds. They felt purposeful, alien. Were the hunters using sound somehow? Projecting it? Or was it something related to the Stardust itself, an echo of the meteorite's violent arrival, or perhaps a warning? Finn rose silently, moving to the mouth of the canyon, peering out into the darkness. He saw nothing but rock and shadow under the cold starlight, but he felt it. A presence. Closer now. The echoes on the wind weren't just tricks of air currents. They were messages, fragments of the danger that was relentlessly closing in. They weren't just being followed. They were being herded, perhaps, driven towards something, or away from safety. The sense of a vast unseen net tightening around them was stronger than ever. He looked back at Lyra, sleeping fitfully, disturbed by sounds only she truly seemed to register, carrying the weight of a song she didn't understand. He gripped the cold metal of his Colt, the familiar weight a small comfort against the vast unknown terror the night seemed to hold. The wilderness wasn't empty. It was listening. And it was closing in. Chapter 6. Saloon Smoke and Shadowed Men. The air inside the thirsty Prospector Saloon in Redemption Creek hung thick and heavy, a miasma woven from stale beer, cheap whiskey, wood smoke clinging stubbornly to clothes, sweat, and the thin, acrid tang of desperation that seemed endemic to towns perched on the edge of nowhere. Lamplight, yellow and nicotine-stained, struggled against the gloom, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced with the shifting patrons. The tinny piano in the corner hammered out a tune that might have once been cheerful, but had long since been beaten into submission by clumsy fingers and indifference, providing a jarring soundtrack to the low murmur of conversations, the clink of glasses, and the occasional burst of raw, humourless laughter. At a table tucked away in the darkest corner, farthest from the swinging doors and the dubious cheer near the bar, sat the two men Finn had marked the previous evening. They seemed impervious to the surrounding squalor, islands of cold stillness in the sluggish current of saloon life. Their dark, practical clothing, though dusty now, still set them apart from the denims and worn homespun of the locals. They nursed glasses of whiskey, untouched for the better part of an hour, their eyes missing nothing. The taller of the two, the one with the harsh, angular face Finn had glimpsed by matchlight, was known, when names were strictly necessary, as Thorn. His movements were economical, precise, his gaze sharp and analytical, dissecting the room and its occupants with an unnerving lack of emotion. He radiated a chilling competence, the kind born not of bravado, but of unwavering purpose and long practice in unpleasantries. His companion, Cutter, was broader, squatter, his energy coiled tighter, like a spring wound near its breaking point. Where Thorn was ice, Cutter was compressed fire. His eyes, small and dark, constantly scanned the room with restless impatience, his thick fingers drumming a silent, irregular tattoo on the scarred tabletop. He hadn't Thorn's patience for observation. He preferred action, direct and brutal. They were a study in contrasting, yet complementary, menace. "Waste of time," Cutter growled, his voice a low rasp that barely carried over the saloon's noise. He finally picked up his glass and downed the whiskey in a single, contemptuous swallow, grimacing as it burned its way down. "Place is a dung heap. She ain't here. That musician ain't here. We lost him." Thorn took a slow, deliberate sip from his own glass, his eyes never leaving the room. "Patience, Cutter. Information gathering requires a certain subtlety, which you seem determined to offend." "Subtlety?" Cutter scoffed, slamming his empty glass down, making the nearest patrons flinch and look away quickly. "We had the resonance reading last night, right over this festering boil of a town. Faint, but it was here. The asset was here, and that interference was with her. Then, poof!" He snapped his thick fingers. "Gone! While we were being subtle." Thorn turned his cool gaze on his companion. "The asset possesses abilities we are still cataloguing. The resonance signature faded abruptly. It suggests containment, or perhaps a conscious suppression. Either way, direct confrontation in a populated area, especially before confirming identity and capability, would have been premature. Our benefactor values discretion alongside results." "Discretion," Cutter spat the word like sour milk. "The benefactor also values the payload. That meteorite wasn't just a rock, Thorn. It was shedding potential, and the asset soaked it up like a sponge. She's humming with it. If we don't retrieve her, secure the source, someone else might stumble onto it. Or worse, she might learn to actually control it." The thought seemed to genuinely disturb him, a flicker of something akin to fear crossing his brutish features. "Control is unlikely, given her apparent state," Thorn countered calmly. "The initial reports, the fragmented memories, the disorientation. The imprint was powerful, likely damaging to the host consciousness. She's more likely a vessel than a wielder. A key, Cutter, not the hand that turns it." "A key that walks and sings," Cutter muttered. "And this musician fella? O'Malley, according to the storekeep. Where does he fit?" "An unforeseen complication," Thorn conceded, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. "A local interference, likely motivated by misplaced chivalry or simple ignorance. He complicates the retrieval, provides the asset with mobility and potential sanctuary." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched a grizzled prospector stumble out the swinging doors. "He also provides a trail." "Trail went cold," Cutter insisted sullenly. "We checked the tracks heading east this morning. Could have been them. Could have been anyone heading for the hills. Too many gullies, too much rock. They could be anywhere." "They need water," Thorn stated flatly. "The mare needs fodder. They cannot simply vanish. They left the main track, yes, but the general direction is clear. Towards the Ironwood Range. Remote, sparsely populated." He produced a folded, meticulously drawn map from an inner pocket, spreading it carefully on the table, weighting the corners with his glass and Cutter's empty one. It wasn't a standard geological survey map. It showed terrain features with unusual precision, marked with symbols that seemed unrelated to mining claims or water sources. There are limited water sources reliable this time of year. Seeps, hidden springs, predictable choke points. Cutter leaned over the map, squinting. Still a lot of ground to cover. "Which is why," Thorn continued smoothly, tapping a specific area on the map miles east of Redemption Creek, "we employ secondary methods." He reached into another inner pocket and withdrew a small metallic object, roughly the size of a pocket watch, but thicker, made of a dull, non-reflective metal, unlike silver or steel. Strange symbols, similar to those on the map, were etched onto its surface. Cutter eyed the device warily. "The harmonizer? Here?" "The ambient resonance is faint now, scattered," Thorn explained, holding the device loosely in his palm. "But the asset's unique biosignature, amplified by the Stardust event, leaves echoes, especially when agitated or when manifesting." He glanced pointedly at Cutter. "Like the melodic disturbance last night. The harmonizer can detect those echoes, differentiate them from background radiation and geological anomalies. It's imprecise at range, affected by terrain, but it gives us a vector. He manipulated a small dial on the side of the device. A low hum emanated from it, almost subliminal, and a thin needle behind a glass plate quivered, then slowly swung, pointing vaguely towards the east-northeast. It wasn't steady, wavering slightly, but the general direction was undeniable. "See?" Thorne said, a hint of satisfaction in his cold voice. "They haven't vanished. They are merely displaced." Cutter grunted, mollified somewhat by the technological reassurance. "So we ride east. Follow that thing?" "We ride east," Thorne confirmed, carefully folding the map and pocketing the harmonizer. "But first—" His gaze drifted towards the bar, where Silas Croft, the storekeeper, was nursing a beer after closing up shop, trying to make himself inconspicuous. "A final inquiry. Ensure no threads are left dangling in this charming community." He rose smoothly, Cutter following like a brutish shadow. They moved towards the bar, their passage creating a subtle ripple in the saloon's stagnant atmosphere. Patrons instinctively shifted, avoiding eye contact, conversations faltering momentarily. Silas Croft saw them coming, his face tightening almost imperceptibly, his hand tightening around his beer mug. He'd hoped they were gone. Thorne stopped before him, leaning one hand casually on the sticky bar top. He didn't loom, didn't threaten overtly, yet his presence commanded attention, radiating a quiet, chilling authority. "Mr. Croft," he began, his voice polite, almost gentle, yet carrying an underlying edge of steel. "A pleasure to see you relaxing after a hard day's work." Silas swallowed, nodding curtly. "Evening. Can I help you, gentlemen?" "Just tying up loose ends," Thorne said conversationally. "That musician who bought supplies this morning, O'Malley, and his cousin." The word hung in the air, heavy with disbelief. "You mentioned she was unwell. Did he specify the nature of her ailment?" Silas shifted uncomfortably. He ran a store, not an infirmary. More importantly, he valued his own skin. Getting involved in the affairs of men like these was a fool's game. "Didn't say," he mumbled, looking down into his beer. "Just tired. Worn out from the trail," he said. "Did she seem confused?" Thorne pressed, his voice still mild. "Disoriented, perhaps? Did she speak? Did you happen to notice anything unusual about her?" Silas hesitated. He remembered the woman waiting fearfully in the alley, remembered Finn's hushed tones, the purchase of women's clothes. He remembered the rumor about the woman found near the Starfall, though he hadn't connected it until now. Telling these men anything felt like signing someone's death warrant, but lying to them felt equally perilous. He opted for obfuscation. "Didn't see her proper," he lied, hoping his voice sounded steady. "She stayed back. Like he said, unwell. He did all the talking, all the buying. Just wanted a quiet room." Cutter stepped closer, his bulk crowding Silas against the bar. "He asked about the dock, though," Cutter growled. "Why ask about the dock if she was just tired?" Silas flinched. "Folks get trail sickness," he stammered. "Fevers, stomach trouble. Could be anything. He just asked where the doc lived, didn't say he was going straight there." Thorne watched Silas's face intently, his eyes cold and discerning. He knew the storekeeper was holding back, knew he was frightened. But extracting information through overt force here would attract unwanted attention, complicate their departure. "Indeed," Thorne said smoothly, seemingly accepting the explanation. He placed a few coins on the bar, more than enough to cover Silas's beer and buy his silence. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Croft. Always appreciate civic cooperation." He gave a slight nod, then turned away. Cutter lingered for a second, giving Silas a final, menacing glare before lumbering after his partner. They walked out through the swinging doors, leaving a palpable sense of relief and lingering fear in their wake. Silas let out a shaky breath, quickly downing the rest of his beer. He knew he hadn't fooled them, not really. He just hoped he'd bought himself enough time to be forgotten. Outside, under the vast, star-dusted canopy of the night sky, Thorn paused, breathing in the cooler air, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of the saloon. Cutter fidgeted beside him, eager to be moving. "He lied," Cutter stated flatly. "Of course he lied," Thorn replied without inflection. "Fear makes poor liars." But he confirmed O'Malley was concerned for the asset's health, enough to inquire about a doctor. It fits the profile of disorientation, and more importantly, he confirmed their direction of travel aligns with the harmonizer's vector. He looked towards the dark shapes of their horses, tied patiently nearby. "We have what we need." "So we ride," Cutter said, relief warring with impatience in his voice. "Catch 'em before they get too deep into those cursed hills." "We ride," Thorn agreed. "But carefully. The asset may be disoriented, but she possesses capabilities. The interference, O'Malley, seems resourceful. We will track, observe, and choose our moment precisely. The retrieval must be clean." He glanced back at the thirsty prospector, a flicker of contempt in his eyes for the weakness and ignorance huddled within. Then he looked east, towards the dark, silent hills where his quarry was hidden. He thought of the power humming within the woman, the untapped potential of the Stardust, the culmination of the benefactor's long and expensive search. It was close now, within reach. "And the interference?" Cutter asked, a predatory gleam in his small eyes. "What about the musician?" Thorn's expression didn't change, but his voice dropped, taking on a chilling finality. "Interference," he stated softly, "must be eliminated." He turned and walked towards the horses, Cutter falling into step beside him. The sounds of Redemption Creek faded behind them, the muffled piano, the distant bark of a dog, the memory of saloon smoke and fear. Ahead lay the vast, dark wilderness, the faint, beckoning echo detected by the harmonizer, and the promise of a prize worth any cost. The hunt had truly begun, armed now with direction and a cold, calculated resolve that boded ill for a wandering musician and a woman whose only memory was music. The shadowed men melted into the night, becoming part of the darkness, relentless riders on the trail of stardust and song. Chapter 7. Beneath the Sky of Scars. The meager sanctuary of the canyon seep felt like a distant dream the moment they urged Willow back out into the harsh reality of the high desert morning. The discordant music, or whatever the unsettling sounds carried on the night wind had been, left a residue of unease clinging to Finn, thicker than the dust already settling on his shoulders. He hadn't slept more than an hour or two, sitting sentinel near the canyon mouth, the cold weight of the colt a grim companion. Lyra had been quiet since waking, her face pale and drawn in the thin dawn light, the shadows beneath her eyes deeper than before. She moved stiffly, accepting his help onto the mare without a word, her gaze already scanning the rock-strewn slopes around them with a hunted, wary intensity. They pushed eastward, deeper into the broken country. The land rose and fell in sharp, unpredictable waves, a chaotic jumble of weathered sandstone, granite ridges, and deep, shadowy arroyos choked with thorny brush. It was country that tested horse and rider, demanding constant attention, offering little respite. Finn guided Willow with practiced skill, reading the subtle shifts in terrain, choosing paths that offered the most cover while conserving the mare's strength. But even the minimal cover felt inadequate beneath the immense, indifferent sweep of the sky. It was a sky that seemed to press down on them, vast and bleached by the relentless sun, scarred by the memory of the fire that had wept from its depths. Finn found his own gaze drawn upwards more often than usual, searching not just for circling hawks, but for something else, a lingering strangeness. He thought of the pulsating rock in the crater, the stardust the men in black seemed to covet, and wondered what other traces that celestial violence might have left behind, etched onto the very fabric of the world. Lyra, riding before him, seemed even more attuned to the sky's oppressive presence. He saw her tilt her head back frequently, her twilight eyes scanning the pale blue expanse, not with wonder, but with a kind of troubled recognition, a flicker of fear mixed with something else. Connection? Her hand, the one not gripping the saddle horn, would often drift unconsciously to the small, dark stone clutched in her other fist, her thumb rubbing its smooth, cool surface as she stared upwards. Did she feel the scars, too? Did the vast emptiness above mirror the void within her own mind? The heat built quickly, radiating off the rocks, creating shimmering mirages in the distance that mocked their thirst. The water they'd collected from the seep, painstakingly slow trickle by slow trickle, wouldn't last long in this furnace. Finn rationed it carefully, allowing only small sips for himself and Lyra, saving the precious remainder for Willow when they next stopped. Finding the next water source, a spring marked on a tattered map etched in his memory from a prospecting trip years ago, became the urgent focus of their journey. Miles still lay between them and the faint hope of the remote cabin he envisioned as sanctuary, miles of brutal, waterless terrain. "How much further?" Lyra's voice startled him. It was quiet, raspy with dust and fatigue, the first words she'd spoken in hours. "To water?" Finn considered, judging their pace against the unforgiving landscape. "Another few hours, maybe, if the spring's still running, if my memory serves." He didn't add the other ifs. If they weren't intercepted first, if they didn't lose their way in this labyrinth of rock and heat. "And the cabin?" she asked, her gaze fixed somewhere ahead, perhaps trying to picture this mythical place of safety. "Couple of days beyond the spring," Finn estimated. "Maybe more, depending on the terrain and other factors." He kept his voice carefully neutral. "It's tucked away, high up, not easy to find if you don't know it's there." He remembered it as little more than 4 crumbling walls and a partially collapsed roof, but it had shelter, a defensible position, and proximity to year-round water, or so he hoped. Compared to the exposed vulnerability of their current situation, it felt like a fortress. Lyra fell silent again, absorbing this. A couple of days. It sounded like an eternity, measured in thirst and fear, and the constant grinding tension of the chase. Finn felt a surge of empathy for her plight, trapped not only by her pursuers, but by her own fractured mind, reliant on a stranger leading her towards a destination that might not even exist, or might prove useless if it did. He saw her shoulders slump slightly, the effort of maintaining her composure clearly taking its toll. She looked small and fragile against the vast indifference of the landscape. His instinct, honed by years of self-reliance and emotional distance, was to remain detached, focused purely on survival. Getting involved, feeling responsible, was a weakness he couldn't afford. Yet the feeling persisted, stubborn and inconvenient. He cleared his throat. "This kind of country," he said, his voice gruff. "It tries to break you. Heat, thirst, the emptiness. It gets inside your head. Key is, don't let it. Focus on the next step, the next ridge, finding shade, little victories." It was the closest he could come to offering comfort, couched in the practical language of survival he understood. She turned her head slightly, looking back at him over her shoulder. Her eyes, shadowed with exhaustion, held a spark of surprise, perhaps gratitude. "Little victories," she repeated softly, as if testing the words. She turned back, her posture seeming infinitesimally straighter. They rode on. The sun beat down relentlessly. Willow's breathing grew heavier, her coat darkening with sweat. Finn watched the ground constantly now, not just for the trail, but for any sign, however faint, that they weren't alone. Fresh tracks, a recently disturbed stone, the glint of something unnatural. Nothing. It was the emptiness itself that felt unnerving, as if the land were holding its breath, waiting. During a brief halt in the sliver of shade offered by a towering sandstone pillar, while Willow rested her head low, Finn noticed Lyra examining the dark stone in her hand more intently than usual. She turned it over and over, her brow furrowed in concentration, as if trying to decipher some hidden message on its smooth, featureless surface. "Does it feel different?" Finn asked quietly, nodding towards the stone. She looked up, startled, as if pulled from a deep trance. "I don't know," she confessed, her voice laced with frustration. "Sometimes it feels warm, not like the sun, but from inside. Other times it's cold, like ice." She closed her hand around it protectively. "Right now, it just feels heavy, like it holds something I should know." She looked at him, her eyes wide with the terrifying implication. "Or something I don't want to know." Before Finn could respond, a sudden gust of wind swept down from the ridge above them, swirling dust and grit, carrying a faint, chilling echo. It wasn't the wind chimes of rock and air this time. It was that same discordant, jarring sound they'd heard the night before, like scraping metal, broken notes fighting against the silence. Closer now. Much closer. Lyra gasped, scrambling to her feet, her eyes wide with terror, scanning the surrounding rocks. "Did you hear it?" she whispered frantically. "It's them! They're close!" Finn heard it too this time, unmistakable and deeply unsettling. He grabbed Willow's reins, pulling her head up, his other hand instantly going to his colt. He scanned the ridges, the shadowed crevices, searching for movement. The sound faded as quickly as it came, swallowed by the wind, leaving only a ringing silence and the frantic pounding of his own heart. "Easy, Lyra, easy," he said, keeping his voice low but firm, trying to project calm. Panic was contagious and deadly out here. Could be anything. Sound plays tricks in these canyons. But he didn't believe it. That sound was deliberate, unnatural. A signal? Or something generated by that device Thorne likely carried? The harmonizer. Were they testing the range, trying to provoke a reaction, pinpoint their location? Lyra was trembling violently, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "No," she insisted, shaking her head. "It's them. I can feel them." She pressed a hand to her temple, her eyes squeezed shut for a moment. "It feels cold, sharp, like knives in my head." Finn believed her. Her connection to whatever forces were at play, her sensitivity to the resonance or whatever Thorne called it, was their unwanted early warning system. And it was screaming danger. "All right," he said decisively. "No more resting. We move. Now." He practically lifted her back onto Willow, her body limp with fear for a moment before adrenaline seemed to kick in, her muscles tensing. He swung up behind her, urging the weary mare forward at the fastest pace he dared on the treacherous ground. Forget the spring for now. Finding cover, putting distance between them and that chilling sound, was the only priority. He pushed them hard for another hour, weaving through a maze of narrow washes and broken mesas, constantly changing direction, hoping to confuse any pursuers. The discordant sound didn't return, but the feeling of imminent danger remained, a cold knot in Finn's stomach. Lyra was silent again, rigid with tension, her head constantly turning, scanning their back trail. The terrain began to open up slightly, sloping down towards a wider, sun-baked valley floor, dotted with skeletal creosote bushes. And there, nestled against the far side, marked by a cluster of wilting cottonwoods, was the area where Finn's memory placed the spring. Hope flickered, fragile, but insistent. If they could just reach water, refill their skins, give Willow a proper drink. As they drew closer, the hope began to wither. The cottonwoods looked brittle, their leaves yellowed and sparse. The ground beneath them wasn't damp and green, but cracked earth, dry as old bone. Finn's heart sank. He urged Willow the last few yards, dismounting near the base of the trees where the spring should have been. Nothing, not even a damp patch, just fine, powdery dust that puffed up around his boots. The spring was dry, completely, irrevocably dry. Likely hadn't flowed properly in months, maybe years. His memory, or the old map it held, had failed them. He stood there, staring at the cracked earth, the implications washing over him like a physical blow. Their waterskins were nearly empty. Willow was exhausted and desperately thirsty. The next potential water source he knew of was miles away, possibly across even more difficult terrain, closer to the remote cabin. And their pursuers were close enough for Lyra to feel them, close enough to project that disturbing sound. They were trapped, exposed, with dwindling resources and hunters on their heels. "Finn?" Lyra's voice was small, hesitant, beside him. She had dismounted, her face pale as she took in the scene, understanding dawning in her eyes. There's no water?" Finn couldn't meet her gaze. He scrubbed a hand over his face, feeling the grit, the weariness, the sudden crushing weight of failure. "No," he said, his voice flat. "It's dry." He looked around at the unforgiving landscape stretching before them, miles of rock and heat and emptiness. He looked back the way they'd come, imagining Thorn and Cutter closing in, methodical and relentless. He felt a surge of cold despair, unlike anything he'd experienced in years. Little victories, he'd told her. Right now, even a small one felt impossibly out of reach. They were caught between the devil and the deep blue, unforgiving sky. Lyra followed his gaze towards the barren expanse ahead, then slowly lifted her eyes to the sky above. The sun beat down, merciless. The silence seemed absolute, pressing in on them. She swayed slightly, her hand going to her temple again, not in panic this time, but with a dazed, confused expression. "The light," she whispered, her voice sounding distant, disconnected. "So bright." Finn looked at her sharply. "Lyra?" Her eyes were unfocused, staring up at the blazing sky as if seeing something else entirely. "Falling," she breathed, the word catching in her throat. A tremor ran through her, more violent than before. She gasped, stumbling back a step, her hand flying to the dark stone at her throat, as if warding off a blow. "The heat, the sound, breaking." Her face contorted, not just with fear, but with a sudden, overwhelming agony, a sensory overload that seemed to rip through her fragile consciousness. It wasn't memory, not a coherent thought, but a raw, fragmented echo of the starfall, triggered perhaps by the desperation of their situation, the relentless sun, the scarred sky above. An echo of trauma, visceral and terrifying. She cried out, a short, sharp sound of pure anguish, before her eyes rolled back in her head, and she crumpled, collapsing onto the dry, cracked earth at Finn's feet. Chapter 8. The Language of the Wild Heart. Lyra's collapse sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through Finn, momentarily eclipsing the despair of the dry spring. He dropped to his knees beside her instantly, his hand going to her throat, searching for a pulse beneath the smooth, cool skin. It was there, faint and fluttery, like a trapped bird's wing, but present. Her breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible. Her face, stark against the reddish dust, was alarmingly pale, her lips tinged with blue. Heat stroke? Or something else? something triggered by the fragmented, terrifying pseudo-memory of the starfall. "Lyra!" He gently shook her shoulder, trying to rouse her. "Lyra, can you hear me?" No response. Her eyelids remained closed, her body unnervingly still, except for the faint tremor that still ran through her limbs. He quickly unbuttoned the collar of her flannel shirt, hoping to give her more air, though the air itself felt like a physical weight, thick and suffocating. He glanced desperately at their nearly empty water skin. Wasting precious drops seemed unthinkable. Yet he uncorked it, wetting his handkerchief with a small amount, the fabric instantly soaking up the moisture. He gently dabbed her forehead, her temples, the pulse points at her wrists. Her skin felt strangely cool to the touch, despite the furnace-like heat radiating from the ground. It wasn't typical heat stroke. This was something deeper, a system shutting down, overwhelmed by a combination of physical exhaustion, dehydration, and the violent sensory echo she'd experienced. He looked around frantically. The pathetic shade of the dying cottonwoods offered minimal protection. They couldn't stay here, exposed and vulnerable on the valley floor. He had to get her somewhere cooler, somewhere hidden, buy them some time. But where? And how? Moving her seemed risky in her current state. Leaving her, even for a moment to scout, felt impossible. Willow nudged his shoulder, her soft muzzle brushing against his cheek, her own large, dark eyes reflecting a worried intelligence. The mare was clearly suffering from thirst and fatigue herself, her sides heaving slightly, but she stood patiently, a quiet pillar of resilience in the face of disaster. Finn patted her neck absently, his mind racing. Think, assess, survive. The old mantras kicked in, pushing back the rising tide of panic. He couldn't fix the dry spring. He couldn't conjure water from stone. He couldn't make their pursuers vanish. What could he do? He looked at Lyra again. Her hand, even in unconsciousness, was still clenched tightly around the dark stone. That stone. It seemed so central to her, the only constant in her fragmented existence. Did it hold a clue? A connection? He thought of the meteorite, the talk of Stardust, the way the stone seemed to warm and cool unpredictably. Pure superstition, most likely. Wishful thinking born of desperation. Yet, as he watched, a faint light seemed to pulse within the stone, barely perceptible in the harsh glare of the sun, but definitely there. A soft, internal luminescence, like a captured star breathing. At the same moment, Lyra murmured something incoherent, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Her fingers tightened further around the stone. Coincidence? Maybe, but Finn was fresh out of conventional options. He scanned the surrounding terrain again, more carefully this time, looking past the obvious desolation. His gaze snagged on a narrow, almost invisible fissure in the rock face on the far side of the dry wash, partially obscured by a thick growth of thorny cat-claw acacia. It looked barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Often, such fissures led to shallow caves or deeper overhangs, places hollowed out by ancient water flows, offering cooler temperatures and hidden refuge. It was a long shot, a gamble based on a faint possibility. He made his decision. He carefully lifted Lyra into his arms. She was frighteningly light, her head lolling against his shoulder, her breathing still shallow. Carrying her felt like holding brittle glass. "Easy, girl," he murmured to Willow, looping her reins loosely over his arm. "Stay close." He moved slowly, deliberately, across the cracked earth of the dry wash, his boots sinking slightly into the powdery dust. He approached the fissure, pushing aside the thorny branches of the catclaw, ignoring the scratches they inflicted on his arms and hands. The opening was narrow, as he'd suspected, dark and cool air breathing faintly from within. He had to turn sideways, carefully maneuvering Lyra's limp body through the tight opening. Inside, The fissure widened slightly into a shallow cave, no deeper than 10 or 12 feet, but blessedly cool. The rock walls dripped with moisture in places, not enough to form a pool, but indicating dampness deeper within the rock. The air was heavy, still, smelling of damp earth and stone. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. It was concealment. He gently laid Lyra down on the cool, sandy floor, using his own rolled-up jacket as a pillow beneath her head. He checked her pulse again, still weak, but perhaps a fraction steadier in the cooler air. Willow poked her head through the fissure, whickering softly, unable to fit her bulk inside, but clearly wanting to stay close. "All right, girl," Finn soothed, stroking her muzzle. "Just stay watchful." He untied the water skin from the saddle horn, cradling the last precious mouthfuls. He hesitated, looking from the mare's pleading eyes to Lyra's still form. He poured a tiny amount into his cupped hand, letting Willow lap it up gratefully, then dribbled a few more drops onto Lyra's lips, hoping some might be absorbed. The rest, maybe half a cupful, he saved. He settled down beside Lyra, leaning his back against the cool rock wall, his colt resting across his lap. He watched her face, the unnatural stillness, the faint blue tinge still lingering around her mouth. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, a feeling he despised. He was a survivor, adaptable, resourceful. But this was beyond his experience. He couldn't fight an enemy he couldn't see, couldn't heal an affliction he didn't understand. He looked at the stone clutched in her hand, the faint inner light still pulsing sporadically. What was it? A fragment of the meteorite? A focus for whatever energy she'd absorbed? Or just a rock? Desperation gnawed at him. He found himself wishing, for the first time in years, for something beyond practical solutions, for a miracle, for magic, for anything that might pierce the veil of this mystery. Time crawled by in the dim coolness of the cave. The silence was broken only by Lyra's shallow breathing, Willow's occasional soft snorts from the entrance, and the frantic beating of Finn's own heart. He strained his ears, listening for any sound from outside, the crunch of boots on gravel, the jingle of harness, the discordant scrape of the harmonizer. Nothing. Only the vast, indifferent silence of the desert. Had they lost the trail? Or were Thorn and Cutter merely being patient, circling, waiting for their quarry to reveal themselves? Lyra stirred. A low moan escaped her lips, her brow furrowing in pain or distress. Her eyelids fluttered, but didn't open. Her fingers twitched around the stone. The internal light within the stone pulsed brighter, faster, mirroring her agitation. Then, something else happened. Faintly at first, then growing stronger, a sound began to fill the small cave. Not the discordant noise from outside, but Lyra's music. It wasn't humming this time. It seemed to emanate directly from her, or perhaps from the stone itself, a low, resonant thrumming that vibrated through the rock floor, through Finn's boots, settling deep in his bones. It wasn't the melancholic melody of longing he'd heard before, nor the ethereal sound of falling stars. This was different, deeper, more primal. It held notes of pain, confusion, fear. But beneath it pulsed a current of raw, untamed power, ancient and elemental. It spoke not of human sorrow, but of the earth itself, of stone and heat and immense, slow, geological time. It resonated with the cave, with the damp rock, with the very bones of the land. Finn watched, mesmerized and unnerved. Lyra remained unconscious, yet this complex, powerful sound flowed from her. It wasn't directed, wasn't controlled. It felt like an involuntary overflow, a pressure valve releasing energy she couldn't contain. The light in the stone pulsed in time with the resonant thrumming, casting faint, shifting patterns on the cave walls. Outside, Willow whinnied softly, pressing closer to the entrance, her ears pricked, listening intently. She wasn't agitated or fearful, but seemed captivated, soothed, almost, by the strange, deep music. Finn felt it too. The resonance settled over him, calming the frantic edge of his fear, replacing it with a profound sense of awe and unease. It felt like listening to the planet breathe, a language far older than words, the language of the wild heart of the world. The thrumming continued for several minutes, rising and falling in intensity, the light in the stone waxing and waning with it. Then, gradually, it began to fade. The deep resonance softened, the elemental power receding, replaced by a gentler, more melodic strain. It sounded restorative, like cool water flowing over smooth stones, like deep roots finding moisture in parched earth. As the last notes faded into silence, Lyra sighed, a deeper, more natural breath than before. The blue tinge around her lips lessened, replaced by a faint touch of color returning to her cheeks. Her breathing evened out, becoming slow and regular. The tremor in her limbs ceased. The light in the stone dimmed, becoming once again a barely perceptible internal glow. She didn't wake, but she seemed to have passed through some kind of crisis, retreating into a deep, healing sleep. Finn stared, dumbfounded. What had just happened? Had the stone, the music, somehow healed her? Stabilized her? Or had it merely been the final expression of the overload, leaving her depleted but past the worst? He had no way of knowing. But the change in her was undeniable. She looked peaceful now, the lines of agony smoothed away, replaced by profound exhaustion. He reached out hesitantly, touching her forehead. Her skin felt warmer now, closer to normal, the unnatural coolness gone. Her pulse, when he checked it again, was slow, but steady and strong. Relief washed over him, so potent it left him weak-kneed. She was stable, for now. The question remained, what had triggered the episode? The heat, the dehydration, the dry spring, or something else? And the music, the deep, resonant thrumming. Had it helped her, or was it merely a symptom? And crucially, had they heard it? Had that powerful resonance registered on Thorn's harmonizer, giving away their precise location? He moved cautiously to the fissure entrance, peering out. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the western sky in bleeding colors, but the heat still radiated from the rocks. The valley floor looked empty, silent. Willow stood guard, her ears swiveling, testing the wind. She seemed calm now, the strange music having apparently eased her own distress as well. Finn listened, straining his ears until they hurt. The silence felt different now, less indifferent, more watchful. He couldn't shake the feeling that the music, whether healing or not, had acted as a beacon, far more powerful than the faint humming before. He sank back against the cave wall, the relief mingling uneasily with renewed dread. They had survived the immediate crisis, but they might have just announced their hiding place to the entire desert. He looked at Lyra, sleeping peacefully now, the dark stone resting loosely in her open palm. She was a vessel of mysteries, a confluence of cosmic accident and deep, resonant power she didn't understand. Protecting her felt less like a choice now, and more like a fundamental necessity, like protecting a rare, wild thing that the world was determined to capture or destroy. He didn't know the language her wild heart spoke, the music of stardust and stone, but he knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that he couldn't let the hunters have her, whatever the cost. He settled in for a long, watchful night, the echo of that deep, resonant music still vibrating within him, a reminder of the power and peril intertwined in the woman sleeping beside him. Chapter 9. Stardust Dreams and Dusty Trails. The transition from the abyss of unconsciousness back to the waking world was less a gentle dawning and more like surfacing too quickly from immense depths. Lyra's first awareness was of coolness against her cheek, the smooth, damp stone of the cave floor beneath Finn's jacket, and a profound, bone-deep weariness, unlike any fatigue she had ever known, even within the terrifying blankness of her existence since the starfall. Sounds filtered in slowly, the soft sigh of air moving at the cave entrance, the occasional stamp or snort of the horse just outside, and the quiet, steady rhythm of breathing nearby. Finn's. Her eyelids felt heavy, glued together. She forced them open, blinking against the dim light filtering into their refuge. Rough rock walls curved above her, stained with moisture and shadow. Confusion clouded her mind, thicker than the morning fog that sometimes settled over forgotten rivers. Where was this place? How had they gotten here? The last thing she remembered: heat, blinding sun, cracked earth stretching to infinity, the dry spring, despair crushing down like the weight of the sky. And then, falling. Not the falling from the sky that haunted her blank moments, but a different kind of fall. A spiral into darkness, accompanied by a cacophony of sensations: blinding light, intense heat, a sound like the world tearing apart. She shuddered, the fragmented sensory memory still sharp enough to leave her trembling. She pushed herself up slowly, her muscles aching, her head swimming. Finn moved instantly, shifting from his position leaning against the wall, his expression taut with concern beneath the layers of dust and weariness. "Easy now," he said, his voice low and rough, but gentle. "Don't try to move too fast." He reached out, steadying her elbow as she sat up fully. What happened?" Lyra whispered, her throat dry and scratchy. "The spring. It was dry. I remember." She touched her temple, where a dull ache throbbed. "Then everything went white. Hot. You collapsed." Finn filled in quietly, avoiding the more alarming details of her trance-like state. "Heat, exhaustion, lack of water, it all caught up to you." He offered her the water skin. "Just a sip. It's almost gone." She took it with shaking hands, managing a small, grateful mouthful. The water was warm, slightly metallic tasting, but it felt like life itself trickling down her parched throat. She looked around the small cave, then towards the narrow opening where Willow's head was framed against the brighter light outside. "How did we get here?" "Found this place," Finn explained simply. "Fissure in the rock, cooler in here. Seemed the best chance." He didn't mention the music, the pulsing stone, the strange resonant healing, or whatever it had been. How could he explain something he didn't understand himself? And would it only frighten her more, make her feel even more alien, more cursed? He watched her closely. The alarming paleness was gone, replaced by the pallor of simple exhaustion. Her eyes, though shadowed and still holding a residue of fear, seemed clearer, more focused than they had been during the terrifying moments before she lost consciousness. She seemed present, fragile, weary, but present. "How long was I?" she asked, looking at the angle of the light outside. "Morning." She'd lost the entire afternoon and night. "Good few hours," Finn replied vaguely. "Slept right through." Lyra looked down at her hands. The small, dark stone lay loosely in her palm, cool now, inert. She closed her fingers around it, the familiar weight both a comfort and a mystery. Did she imagine it? Or did it feel different? Less heavy somehow? Less charged? She frowned, trying to recall the moments before collapsing. The overwhelming sensations, the feeling of breaking apart. Had the stone done something? Or had she? She remembered the other times, the faint humming that seemed to escape her without conscious thought, the melody that calmed Willow. Finn had said it drew the hunters, but this collapse felt different, darker, more violent. Had she made a sound then too? She searched Finn's face, but his expression was carefully neutral, revealing nothing beyond practical concern. "We can't stay here," Finn said, breaking the silence, his voice bringing her back to their immediate predicament. "We're hidden, maybe, but we're trapped without water. And those men—" He let the sentence hang, the implication clear. They knew the hunters were close, perhaps drawn by the very event Lyra couldn't remember. Lyra nodded, pushing stray strands of dark hair back from her face. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but the paralyzing despair that had gripped her at the dry spring had receded slightly, replaced by a fragile tendril of resolve. Finn hadn't abandoned her. He'd found shelter, stayed with her. They were still alive. Little victories, he'd said. This felt like one, however precarious. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice steadier now. Finn looked out the fissure opening, considering the landscape, calculating risks. "There's another water source marked on my mental map, a place called Whisper Creek, supposedly more reliable, but it's maybe half a day's ride, maybe more, across rough country, and it's closer to the cabin, further east." He met her gaze. "It's a gamble. We push Willow hard without water now. We risk breaking her. We wait. We risk them finding us before we can move." He looked towards the mare, standing patiently just outside, her head drooping slightly. She'd given them everything she had, carried them both, endured heat and thirst. Pushing her further felt cruel, dangerous. But staying put felt like suicide. Lyra followed his gaze to the horse, her heart aching with sympathy for the animal. Then she looked back at Finn, at the deep lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the grim set of his jaw. He was taking incredible risks for her, a stranger who brought nothing but trouble and mystery. "Is there—" She started hesitantly. "Is there anything I can do? To help?" She felt utterly useless, a burden. Finn considered her for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Maybe. That humming, the music you sometimes make. You said it calmed Willow before." Lyra frowned. "I don't know how I do it. It just happens." "I know," Finn said. "But maybe, if you could try. Not loud, just gentle. Maybe it would ease her spirit, give her strength, like it did before." He didn't mention the potential danger of broadcasting their location again. They were likely already exposed from the resonance event. Right now, keeping the horse moving was paramount. Lyra looked doubtful, but the thought of helping, of contributing something, however strange, spurred her. She closed her eyes, trying to recall the feeling, the flow of the melody. It wasn't something she could summon by will, more something that arose from a place deeper than thought, a place connected to the silence, the emptiness within her. She focused on Willow, on the horse's quiet patience, her fatigue, her thirst. She let the feeling well up inside her, a sense of gratitude, a plea for endurance, a shared understanding of hardship. And softly, tentatively, the music began. It wasn't the deep, resonant thrumming of the cave, nor the melancholic longing of the plains. This was different again, a simple, gentle melody, almost like a lullaby. It flowed quietly, weaving through the still morning air, carrying notes of comfort, resilience, and a quiet plea for strength. It wrapped around Willow like a cool breeze, and Finn saw the mare visibly relax, her ears softening, her breathing seeming to deepen slightly. She nudged her head forward, resting her muzzle near the cave opening, listening. Finn watched, fascinated and apprehensive. The music was undeniably real, undeniably having an effect. Lyra hummed softly, her eyes still closed, seemingly lost in the sound, unaware of the subtle power flowing through her. The stone in her hand remained cool, dormant. This music seemed to come purely from her, from that unknown core the forgetting couldn't touch. After a few minutes, The melody faded naturally. Lyra opened her eyes, looking slightly drained but also calmer. Willow nickered softly, nudging Finn's shoulder, as if asking for instructions. "All right," Finn said, making his decision. "We move now. While the music's still with her, maybe. We go slow, conserve her strength, watch our back trail constantly. We head for Whisper Creek." He helped Lyra out of the narrow fissure, blinking against the sudden brightness. The sun was higher now, the heat already building. The landscape stretched before them, vast, silent, beautiful and brutal in equal measure. Dusty trails and desperate hopes. He checked Willow over carefully, running a hand down her legs, checking her hooves. She seemed weary but sound. He adjusted the saddle, redistributed the weight of their meager supplies. He offered Lyra the last few drops of water, then took only a mouthful himself, leaving the waterskin completely empty. Thirst clawed at his own throat, a constant, dry rasp. "Can you walk for a bit?" he asked Lyra. "Give the mare a spell without both our weights?" Lyra nodded immediately. "Yes, of course." The thought hadn't occurred to her, but she was ashamed it hadn't. She owed the horse that much at least. Finn gave her a brief, approving nod. He swung himself into the saddle, gathering the reins, his senses on high alert. Lyra walked alongside, one hand resting lightly on Willow's flank, drawing comfort from the animal's steady presence. They moved out from the deceptive shelter of the dry spring, heading east again, into the vast, sun-baked emptiness. The going was slow, arduous. The ground was uneven, littered with loose rock and thorny scrub. Walking in the sturdy but unfamiliar boots quickly tired Lyra, her muscles protesting, but she pushed onward, focusing, as Finn had advised, on the next step, the next patch of shade, however small. Finn rode tall in the saddle, his eyes constantly scanning the ridges, the horizon, the sky, searching for any sign of pursuit. Occasionally, Lyra would hum again, softly, unconsciously, when she felt Willow begin to falter, or when her own resolve wavered. The simple melody seemed to hang in the air around them, a fragile shield against the oppressive silence and the palpable sense of being hunted. Finn found himself listening intently, not just for the music itself, but for any discordant echo on the wind, any sign that Thorn's harmonizer was locking onto the sound. So far, nothing. Only the sigh of the wind and the crunch of their passage. They climbed out of the valley, onto a high, wind-swept plateau that offered panoramic views but terrifyingly little cover. The sun beat down mercilessly. Finn called a halt in the scant shade of a cluster of wind-sculpted boulders. Lyra sank gratefully onto the hot sand, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Finn dismounted, checking Willow again. The mare was sweating heavily now, her head low. He shared the last of the dried jerky with Lyra, the salty meat doing little to quench their thirst, but providing necessary fuel. He scanned the vast landscape spread out below them. Miles of shimmering heat haze, broken rock, and stubborn vegetation. No sign of movement. But as he looked eastward, towards the hazy line of mountains where Whisper Creek and the cabin supposedly lay, his gaze snagged on something. High above, almost too high to see clearly, something glinted in the harsh sunlight. Not a bird, something metallic, moving with unnatural speed and purpose across the vast arc of the sky, leaving no trail. It was there for only a second, a fleeting silver flash against the relentless blue. Then it was gone, vanishing as if it had never been. Finn frowned, squinting, trying to make sense of what he'd seen. A reflection off a distant peak? A trick of the light? Or something else? Something connected to the starfall, to the men hunting them, to the strange technology they seemed to possess. He thought of Thorn's map, the harmonizer. What other tools did they have at their disposal? The sky, which had felt merely indifferent before, now seemed actively watchful, an accomplice to their pursuers. He didn't mention the fleeting glint to Lyra, no point adding another unknown fear to her already heavy burden. But the sighting solidified his resolve. They needed to reach Whisper Creek, needed to find that cabin, needed to get under cover, away from the exposed trails and the watchful sky. "Time to move," he said, helping Lyra to her feet. She swayed slightly, leaning on him for a moment longer than necessary, her face pale with exhaustion. He felt the tremor in her hand, the fragile bones beneath the rough fabric of her sleeve. He steadied her, then helped her mount Willow. He swung up behind her, settling her securely. As they moved off the plateau, beginning the descent into the next series of canyons and washes that lay between them and the hope of water, Lyra leaned back slightly against him, her head resting against his shoulder for a moment, a silent acknowledgement of her exhaustion, and, perhaps, a fragile trust. Finn's arm tightened instinctively around her waist. The dusty trail stretched ahead, uncertain, perilous, leading deeper into the wild heart of the land and the tangled mystery of her existence. Stardust dreams and fragments of memory might haunt her sleep, but the harsh reality was grit, thirst, and the ever-present shadow of the men who hunted the music only she could make. The silence ahead felt heavy, expectant, as if the land itself was waiting for the next note in their desperate, unfolding song. Chapter 10. A Tune of Trouble. The descent from the windswept plateau into the labyrinthine network of canyons below felt like plunging back into an oven. The brief respite offered by the altitude vanished, replaced by suffocating, trapped heat that bounced off the towering rock walls, amplifying the sun's relentless assault. Dust, fine and cloying, rose with every step Lyra took beside the weary Willow, coating her exposed skin, lining her throat, making each breath a conscious effort. Finn, riding stoically, his face grim beneath his hat brim, led them onward, his eyes constantly scanning the maze of washes and ridges ahead, searching for the subtle landmarks that might guide them towards the elusive promise of Whisper Creek. Fatigue was a heavy cloak smothering Lyra's senses, dulling the sharp edges of her fear into a numb, aching dread. Her borrowed boots rubbed painfully against her heels, and every muscle screamed in protest. Yet she trudged onward, her hand often resting on Willow's warm, dusty flank, drawing a measure of strength from the mare's quiet endurance. Occasionally, she would meet Finn's gaze as he glanced back, seeing her own exhaustion mirrored in the deep lines etched around his eyes, along with a grim determination that offered a sliver of hope. He hadn't faltered, hadn't suggested turning back or giving up, despite the dry spring, despite her collapse, despite the unseen, relentless pursuit. His steadiness was an anchor, however tenuous, in the terrifying flux of her existence. They moved in silence for long stretches, the only sounds the plodding rhythm of Willow's hooves on rock and sand, the creak of saddle leather, and their own strained breathing. The silence itself felt heavy, watchful. Lyra found herself listening intently, not just for the telltale crunch of pursuit, but for the whispers on the wind, the cold, sharp feeling that sometimes preceded the chilling, discordant sound of their hunters. It hadn't returned since the incident before she collapsed, but the memory of it, the feeling of unseen eyes and malevolent intent, was a constant presence at the edge of her awareness. Finn called in frequent halts, choosing spots that offered the barest minimum of shade, a shallow overhang, the meagre shadow of a twisted juniper, more for Willow's sake than their own. During one such pause, while Finn checked the mare's hooves, Lyra sank onto a sun-warmed rock, closing her eyes against the glare. The world seemed to tilt and sway. Thirst was a physical pain now, a burning tightness in her throat, a dryness that made swallowing difficult. She pressed her cool stone against her forehead, seeking some relief, some anchor. She must have drifted off for a moment, lost in a haze of heat and exhaustion, because she was startled back to awareness, by Finn's hand gently shaking her shoulder. "Lyra, look." She blinked, following his gaze. He was pointing towards the sandy floor of the wash, just ahead of where they'd stopped. 2 sets of tracks, sharp and clear in the undisturbed dust, cut across their path. Boot prints. Not Finn's worn soles, nor her own smaller tracks. These were heavier, deeper, made by sturdy, well-maintained footwear, and beside them, the distinct impressions of shod horses, 2 of them, moving purposefully. The tracks looked fresh, frighteningly fresh. Within the last hour, perhaps less, fear, cold and sharp, sliced through Lyra's fatigue. "Them?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Finn nodded grimly, his eyes scanning the surrounding canyon walls. "Looks like it. They passed through here, heading east, towards Whisper Creek. They weren't just following, they were potentially ahead, or paralleling their route, anticipating their destination. The dry spring hadn't thrown them off for long. Perhaps they'd found the fissure cave after Finn and Lyra had left, seen the signs of their brief occupancy. Or perhaps that harmonizer device was more effective than Finn feared, guiding them with chilling accuracy. "Are they waiting for us?" Lyra asked, the thought sending a fresh wave of terror through her. "Ambush?" "Hard to say," Finn replied, his voice tight. "Could be they're just pushing hard for the next water, same as us. Or maybe they're setting a trap further up." He looked towards the east, where the canyon seemed to narrow again. "Whisper Creek is likely down in one of these tighter spots. Good place for an ambush." The fragile hope that had sustained Lyra withered again. They were walking towards a potential trap, led by their own desperate need for water. There was no turning back. The land behind them was just as perilous, and the hunters had already passed that way. Going forward was their only option, however fraught with danger. Finn seemed to reach the same conclusion. He checked his Colt, the familiar click of the cylinder rotating loud in the tense silence. "All right, we keep moving. But slower now, quieter. Stay alert. Every shadow, every sound." He helped her mount Willow, his touch lingering for a fraction of a second longer than necessary, a silent acknowledgement of the heightened peril. He took the lead on foot now, Willow's reins in one hand, his pistol drawn and held loosely at his side in the other. He moved with a predator's quiet grace, scanning the path ahead, testing the wind, his body language radiating a focused intensity that was both reassuring and terrifying. Lyra, riding Willow, strained her own senses, her eyes darting towards every dark crevice, every cluster of boulders, imagining Thorn and Cutter lurking, waiting. The silence felt different now, not empty, but charged, humming with unseen threat. The canyon twisted and turned, the walls pressing closer. Patches of shade became more frequent, but also offered more potential hiding places for enemies. The air grew slightly less scorching, hinting perhaps at the proximity of moisture, or maybe it was just the deeper shade. Finn paused frequently, listening, examining the ground for any further sign of the tracks. They found them again, confirming the hunters were still ahead, still on the path towards the creek. Then Lyra felt it. A prickle at the back of her neck, a sudden, icy chill that had nothing to do with the shade. It was the feeling she'd come to dread, the cold, sharp intrusion, like unseen eyes boring into her. "Finn," she breathed, her voice tight with panic. "They're close. I can feel them." Finn froze, instantly crouching beside a large boulder, pulling Willow close into its shadow. He motioned for Lyra to stay absolutely still, his own gaze sweeping the canyon walls ahead and above them. The silence was absolute, terrifying. Had they been seen? Heard? And then it came. Borne on the still air, echoing strangely between the narrow canyon walls. The sound. That hideous, discordant scraping, like tortured metal, like fingernails on slate, amplified by the enclosed space. It was closer than ever before, seeming to come from just around the next bend, or perhaps from the rim high above. It grated on the nerves, designed, it seemed, to unsettle, to provoke. Lyra gasped, clapping her hands over her ears, squeezing her eyes shut against the auditory assault. The sound resonated painfully inside her skull, triggering flashes of that chaotic, overwhelming sensory memory. Falling, fire, tearing. "No," she whimpered, shaking her head, trying to block it out. But the sound seemed to bypass her ears, burrowing directly into her mind. And in response, involuntarily, helplessly, her own music surged. It wasn't the gentle lullaby she'd offered Willow earlier. It wasn't the deep, resonant thrumming of the cave. This was a raw, uncontrolled cry of sound, born of pain and fear, and a desperate, instinctual need to push back against the violation. It ripped from her throat, a complex chord of defiance and terror, sharp-edged and clear, echoing powerfully in the confined space. It wasn't melodic. It was a sonic shield, a desperate attempt to counteract the hunter's discordant signal. The effect was instantaneous and startling. The harsh scraping sound faltered, seemed to stutter for a beat, overwhelmed by the sudden clarity and power of Lyra's involuntary cry. For a moment, there was only her sound, vibrating against the rock walls. Willow tossed her head, whinnying nervously, startled by the sudden outburst. Finn flinched, grabbing Lyra's arm. "Lyra, stop!" But she couldn't stop. The sound poured out of her, driven by forces she didn't understand. It wasn't calming. It felt like raw energy unleashed, untamed and dangerous. Then, from around the bend ahead, came a shout. A harsh, angry sound. Definitely human. Followed by the sharp crack of a rifle shot, the bullet whining off the rock face high above them, sending stone chips showering down. They'd been heard. Her music, her involuntary cry of defiance, had pinpointed their exact location. The tune of trouble had been sung. "Move!" Finn yelled, shoving Lyra forward onto Willow's neck, urging the startled mare into a stumbling run. He fired a shot back towards the bend, not aiming to hit, but to deter, to buy them a precious second. Another shot answered his, closer this time, kicking up dust near Willow's hooves. The canyon twisted again. Finn ran alongside Willow, using the boulders for cover, firing another shot. Lyra clung low, her heart hammering against her ribs, the echo of her own dangerous music still ringing in her ears, now mingled with the terrifying reality of gunfire. Guilt and fear warred within her. She had done this. Her uncontrollable power had led the hunters straight to them. They rounded another bend, and the canyon opened slightly. Ahead, perhaps 50 yards away, Lyra saw it. A flash of green against the red rock, the unmistakable shimmer of water flowing over stones, shaded by a cluster of hardy cottonwoods and willows. Whisper Creek. It was real. But there was no time for relief. More shots cracked behind them. Finn risked a glance back. He saw Thorn emerge from behind a rock formation, rifle raised, taking careful aim. Cutter was lumbering behind him, reloading his own weapon. They were exposed now, caught in the relatively open space near the creek. "Get to the trees!" Finn shouted, pushing Willow harder. He fired again, forcing Thorn to duck back behind cover momentarily. Willow, sensing the urgency, perhaps smelling the water, surged forward the last few yards, stumbling into the shallows of the creek, splashing through the cool water towards the cover of the trees on the far bank. Lyra clung on desperately. Finn sprinted after them, bullets kicking up water around his feet. He reached the far bank, scrambling behind the trunk of a thick cottonwood, just as another shot splintered the bark inches from his head. He risked a look back. Thorn and Cutter were advancing cautiously, using the boulders on the opposite side of the creek for cover, trapping Finn and Lyra in the small grove. They were pinned down. Willow stood trembling in the shade, sides heaving. Lyra slid numbly from the saddle, crouching behind the same tree as Finn. her breath coming in ragged sobs. The creek, their desperate goal, had become the site of a potential last stand. Finn reloaded his Colt, his movements swift and practiced, his face a mask of grim concentration. He had 6 shots left. They had rifles, position, and relentless determination. The odds were impossibly long. He glanced at Lyra. Her face was ashen, her eyes wide with terror and self-recrimination. The music was gone now, replaced by a stunned silence. The tune had led them straight into the heart of trouble. "Stay down," Finn ordered, his voice low and harsh. "Don't move." He peered cautiously around the edge of the tree. He could see Cutter trying to work his way upstream, likely looking for a flanking position. Thorn remained behind his rock, waiting patiently, letting his partner maneuver. A classic pincer movement. Finn knew they couldn't stay here. They were trapped ducks in a shooting gallery. But where could they go? The grove offered the only cover. Behind them, the canyon wall rose steeply, offering no escape route. He looked at the creek itself, flowing shallow but steady over smooth stones. It curved around another bend just downstream from the grove. If they could somehow make it past that bend, out of the direct line of fire, it was a desperate chance, but perhaps the only one they had. Another shot cracked from Thorn's position, deliberately aimed high, embedding itself in the cottonwood trunk above their heads. A warning, or just keeping their heads down while Cutter moved into place. Finn made his decision. It was reckless, bordering on suicidal, but better than waiting to be flanked and finished. He looked at Lyra, meeting her terrified gaze. "When I say go," he breathed, "we run. Downstream. Follow the creek bed. Don't stop." Her eyes widened further, but she nodded, understanding dawning. She glanced towards Willow, standing exhausted nearby. "Can't take the horse," Finn said grimly, anticipating her thought. "Too slow, too big a target. We go on foot." Leaving Willow felt like cutting off a limb, but survival demanded brutal choices. He took a deep breath, listening. He could hear Cutter splashing cautiously in the water upstream. Thorn fired again, closer this time. It was now or never. "Go!" Finn yelled, grabbing Lyra's arm and shoving her forward, out from behind the tree and into the creek bed. He fired 2 quick shots towards Thorn's position, then turned and sprinted after Lyra, splashing through the cool water, bullets whining past their ears as they raced towards the downstream bend, towards an unknown fate hidden just beyond the curve of the rock. The tune of trouble had reached its violent crescendo. Chapter 11. Whispers from a Forgotten Past. The desperate flight down Whisper Creek was a blur of splashing water, burning lungs, and the terrifying punctuation of gunfire echoing off the close canyon walls. Lyra stumbled through the shallows, Finn's hand gripping her arm, pulling her relentlessly forward. The cold shock of the creek water soaking her clothes was momentarily overridden by the heat of pure, unadulterated panic. Behind them, shouts and the sharp crack of rifles spurred them onward, bullets whining past or kicking up spray dangerously close. They rounded the bend Finn had aimed for, the direct line of sight momentarily broken. The gunfire paused, replaced by the roar of blood in Lyra's ears and her own ragged gasps for breath. The canyon walls seemed to press in here, steeper, darker, the creek carving a deeper channel through the rock. Finn didn't slow, his eyes darting left and right, searching for any possible refuge. "This way," he hissed, pulling her towards a tangled thicket of willows growing densely against the canyon wall, where a narrow side fissure, barely noticeable, offered a sliver of deeper shadow. He shoved her towards it, pushing aside the whipping branches. "Get in! Stay low!" Lyra scrambled into the opening, collapsing onto damp sand and slick rock behind the curtain of willows. It wasn't a cave like before, just a deep indentation, an undercut bank shrouded in vegetation, barely large enough for the two of them. Finn slid in beside her, breathing hard, his Colt still clutched tightly in his hand. He immediately peered back through the willow branches, listening intently. The sounds of pursuit were still audible, splashing in the creek, dislodged stones skittering down the bank. Thorn and Cutter hadn't given up. They were methodical, closing the distance. Finn held up a hand, signaling silence. Lyra pressed herself flat against the damp earth, trying to stifle her ragged breathing, her heart hammering so hard she felt sure the hunters must hear it. She squeezed her eyes shut, the terrifying image of Finn sprinting through the water, bullets striking all around him, flashing behind her eyelids. Mixed with it was the raw guilt churning in her stomach. Her music, her uncontrollable, dangerous music had done this. That sharp, clear cry of defiance had been a beacon, leading them straight into the trap, forcing Finn to abandon his horse, putting both their lives in immediate peril. Willow. Left behind. The thought was another sharp pang amidst the fear. The poor mare, already exhausted and thirsty, left to the mercy of those cold-eyed men or the harshness of the wilderness. It was her fault. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes, hot and stinging, but she choked them back. Crying wouldn't help. Panicking wouldn't help. She had been a burden, a liability, ever since Finn found her by that smouldering crater. Now she had actively endangered him, perhaps fatally. The splashing sounds grew closer. Lyra could hear their voices now, low and guttural, Cutter's impatient rumble and Thorn's calmer, colder tones. They were just downstream, searching the banks. "Spread out," Thorn was saying. "Check the overhangs, any side canyons." She couldn't have gone far. The resonant signature spiked right here, then vanished again, suggests proximity, possibly shielding. Lyra froze, barely daring to breathe. Resonant signature, shielding. The cold, clinical words sent a fresh wave of dread through her. They weren't just hunting her. They were hunting something measurable, something they understood in ways she couldn't fathom. And her music, her involuntary outbursts, were like flares in the darkness to their instruments. Finn remained utterly still beside her, a statue carved from rock and tension. He slowly, silently raised his Colt, resting it on his knee, pointing towards the willow screen. Lyra watched his face in the dim light filtering through the leaves. His expression was unreadable, masked by grime and concentration, but she saw the minute tightening around his eyes, the grim set of his jaw. He was preparing for a fight he likely couldn't win, ready to defend this small patch of ground, defend her, to the last. The splashing moved past their hiding spot. Thorn and Cutter continued downstream, their voices fading slightly. Lyra didn't dare relax, her muscles screaming from the tension. Would they double back? Had they truly missed the narrow fissure? Minutes stretched into an eternity, marked only by the gurgle of the creek and the frantic drumming of Lyra's pulse. Finn remained poised, listening, his gaze fixed on the creek beyond the willows. Finally, cautiously, he lowered the pistol slightly. "Think they went past," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the water sounds. "For now. But they'll be back. They won't give up the search easily." Lyra let out a shuddering breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Temporary reprieve. Not safety. She pushed herself up slightly, leaning her back against the damp, cool rock of the undercut bank. Her clothes were soaked, clinging coldly to her skin, and she shivered, though the air wasn't truly cold. Reaction, she supposed. Adrenaline drain. Finn turned to look at her, his expression softening fractionally as he took in her trembling form, her pale face. "You all right?" he asked gruffly. She could only nod, unable to speak past the lump of guilt and fear in her throat. She hugged her knees to her chest, trying to stop shivering. Finn reached into his saddlebag, miraculously still slung over his shoulder despite the frantic escape, and pulled out a dry flannel shirt, one of the spares he'd bought. "Here," he said, pushing it towards her. "Get out of those wet things before you catch a chill." She hesitated, acutely aware of their cramped proximity, the intimacy of the small space. But the shivering was becoming uncontrollable, and the practical need outweighed the awkwardness. While Finn tactfully turned his attention back to watching the creek, Lyra quickly peeled off her soaked shirt, her skin goose-pimpling in the cool air, and pulled on the dry, surprisingly warm flannel. It smelled faintly of him. Dust, leather, and something uniquely Finn, a scent that felt unexpectedly reassuring. She huddled into its oversized warmth, feeling marginally better, though the fear remained a cold stone in her gut. They sat in silence for a while, listening. The only sounds were the creek, the wind sighing higher up the canyon, and their own quiet breathing. The immediate threat seemed to have receded, but the awareness of their pursuers, somewhere nearby, methodically searching, kept the tension coiled tight. "I'm sorry," Lyra whispered finally, the words thick with shame. "About the music. Back there. I didn't mean to. It just happened. When I heard that awful sound they made, it was like I had to push back." She looked at him pleadingly. "I led them right to us. And Willow." Her voice broke. Finn didn't look at her immediately. He continued scanning the creek, his profile stern. "Wasn't your fault," he said eventually, his voice low. "You didn't ask for this. Whatever this is." He finally turned his head slightly, his gaze meeting hers. There was no condemnation in his eyes, only a weary understanding. "That sound they make, it's meant to provoke, I think. Meant to flush you out, make you react." He paused. "Maybe what you did. Pushing back. Maybe it overloaded their gear for a second. Gave us the confusion we needed to run. Maybe." He didn't sound entirely convinced, but the words were offered as a balm, a deflection of her guilt. "As for Willow," he added, his voice rougher now. "She's smart, tough, knows this land better than most men. She'll find water. She'll manage." He looked away again, but Lyra saw the muscle jump in his jaw. Leaving the mare hurt him more than he let on. Another cost incurred because of her. The silence returned, heavier now with unspoken emotions. Lyra leaned her head back against the rock, closing her eyes. Exhaustion washed over her in waves. She felt hollowed out, scoured clean by fear and exertion. In the darkness behind her eyelids, images swirled. The falling star, the smoking crater, the discordant scraping sound, Finn's face tight with concentration as bullets flew. Chaos, blankness. But then, something else began to filter through the mental noise. Faint, fragile, like motes of dust catching a stray sunbeam in a dark room. Not the overwhelming sensory assault of the starfall memory. Not the clear, powerful flow of her own music. This was different. These were whispers. Fragmented images flickered at the edge of her awareness. A hand, smaller than hers, holding a wildflower, a purple one with delicate petals. The rough texture of homespun cloth. The scent of wood smoke and baking bread, strangely comforting. A face, indistinct, blurred like a water-stained photograph, but radiating warmth? Sadness? She couldn't grasp it. And words. Not clear sentences, but echoes, fragments riding on an internal breeze. Find the light. Run, child, run. The sky remembers. A name, maybe? Elara, or something similar? It felt familiar, yet utterly foreign. She frowned, concentrating, trying to hold on to the fleeting impressions. But they dissolved like mist the moment she focused on them, leaving only a residue of profound melancholy and confusion. This wasn't the blank terror of amnesia. This felt like standing outside a locked room, hearing faint murmurs from within, knowing something important was happening, but unable to see or understand. "Lyra?" Finn's voice cut through her abstraction. She opened her eyes to find him watching her, his brow furrowed slightly. "You all right? You looked far away." She hesitated. Should she tell him? Would he think she was hallucinating, cracking under the strain? But he was the only anchor she had. Maybe he could make sense of it. I think I saw something," she began haltingly, trying to describe the fleeting images, the whispered fragments. Not the falling. Something else. Older, maybe. A flower. A face I couldn't see. Words that didn't make sense. She looked at him desperately. "Does it mean anything?" Finn listened intently, his initial skepticism giving way to thoughtful consideration. He'd seen her collapse, heard her involuntary music, witnessed the strange connection to the stone. He was past dismissing things simply because they didn't fit his pragmatic worldview. This situation operated under different rules. "Whispers," he murmured, more to himself than to her. "Whispers from a forgotten past." He recalled the chapter title that had formed in his mind when he first started thinking about their journey, a title that now seemed eerily prescient. He looked at Lyra, truly looked at her, seeing not just the frightened amnesiac, but someone whose core identity was perhaps fighting its way back through the trauma, piece by fragmented piece. "Maybe," he said slowly, "maybe the shock, the danger, maybe it's loosening something, cracking the ice. Maybe parts of who you were are starting to bleed through." He leaned forward slightly. The face, the words, did they feel familiar, even if you couldn't place them? Lyra thought back, concentrating hard. The feeling wasn't recognition exactly. More like resonance, like striking a tuning fork and feeling a faint vibration in response from something hidden deep inside. "Yes," she whispered. "Familiar. Like a song you can't quite remember the words to, but you know the melody in your bones." She touched the stone, still cool in her palm. Maybe it's connected?" "Could be," Finn acknowledged. "The starfall, the energy you absorbed, whatever happened, it broke your memory. Maybe that stone holds a piece of it, or maybe the energy itself is settling, allowing echoes to surface." He ran a hand through his dusty hair, sighing. "Or maybe we're just both going crazy out here from heat and fear." Despite the grim disclaimer, Lyra felt a flicker of something other than fear or guilt. Hope? No, that was too strong a word. But possibility. The blankness wasn't absolute. There were whispers in the void. There was something before the fall, a life, a past, even if retrieving it felt like gathering smoke. A sudden noise from downstream, the sharp crack of a dry twig snapping underfoot, jolted them both back to immediate alertness. Finn instantly raised his Colt again, motioning Lyra to stay absolutely silent. They listened, every nerve stretched taut. More sounds followed. Cautious movement, the faint scrape of boot leather against rock. They weren't gone. Thorn and Cutter were doubling back, conducting a more thorough search of the banks. Their temporary refuge was about to be discovered. Finn met Lyra's wide, terrified eyes. There was no time for whispers now, no time for reflection, only the stark, brutal reality of survival. He pointed towards the back of the shallow indentation, where the rock curved inwards, offering slightly deeper shadow. He motioned for her to press herself back as far as possible, then positioned himself slightly in front of her, angling his body to shield her, his pistol held ready. The whispers of the past would have to wait. The deadly present was closing in. Chapter 12. The Price of a Cord. The sounds of the hunter's methodical approach were terrifyingly distinct in the relative quiet of the undercut bank. Every splash in the creek, every crunch of gravel under heavy boots seemed amplified, echoing not just in the confined space, but deep within Lyra's chest, where her heart hammered a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She pressed herself back against the cold, damp rock, trying to shrink, to become invisible, the rough texture of Finn's dry flannel shirt, a thin barrier against the encroaching dread. Finn remained positioned slightly in front of her, a solid, unwavering presence despite the impossible odds. His body was tense, coiled like a snake ready to strike, his Colt held steady, pointing towards the curtain of willows that offered their only concealment. Lyra watched his profile in the dim, green-tinged light, the hard line of his jaw, the focused intensity in his eyes as he tracked the sounds, the grim acceptance of the inevitable confrontation. He was going to fight. For her, a stranger. The weight of that knowledge, the debt she could never repay, felt almost as crushing as the fear. The splashing stopped, right outside their hiding place. Lyra held her breath, certain they had been discovered. She heard Cutter's low growl, impatient and menacing. "Nothing here. Just mud and roots. Let's keep moving." She could be miles downstream by now. There was a pause. Then Thorne's colder, more measured voice replied, closer than Cutter's. "Perhaps. Or perhaps she's cleverer than we anticipated." The resonant signature vanished abruptly. Shielding, I suspect. Rock, dense vegetation. Or perhaps water dampens the signal. A longer pause, filled only by the gurgle of the creek. Lyra could almost feel Thorne's analytical gaze sweeping the dense willow thicket, probing the shadows. "Check this overhang properly, Cutter. Leave no stone unturned, as they say." Lyra's blood ran cold. Cutter grumbled but obeyed. Heavy footsteps crunched on the bank just beyond the willows. Branches rustled, pushed aside. Daylight pierced the green curtain more strongly. Lyra squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable shout of discovery, the blast of gunfire. Finn didn't move, didn't fire. He waited, conserving his limited ammunition, forcing the enemy to commit, to expose themselves first. It was a deadly gamble, relying on nerve and timing. A thick boot appeared through the branches, testing the ground just inside the fissure. Then Cutter's broad, shadowed face peered in, his small, dark eyes squinting, adjusting to the dimmer light. For a heart-stopping second, his gaze swept past them, focusing on the deeper shadows at the back of the undercut. He grunted, seeming unimpressed. "See? Nothing. Told you." He started to withdraw. But then, his eyes snagged on something. Lyra didn't know what. A disturbed patch of sand? The faint impression of her boot? Or perhaps just a flicker of movement as she instinctively flinched. Cutter's eyes narrowed, suspicion dawning. He leaned further in, his hand reaching towards the pistol holstered on his hip. In that instant, Finn moved. He didn't fire the Colt. Instead, with startling speed, he lunged forward, using his left hand, the one not holding the pistol, to grab Cutter's outstretched wrist, yanking him off balance, pulling him further into the fissure. Simultaneously, Finn brought the heavy barrel of the Colt down hard against Cutter's temple. There was a sickening thud, a sharp grunt of surprise and pain, and Cutter crumpled, falling heavily onto the damp ground inside the hiding place, unconscious or worse. The sudden violence was shocking, brutal, executed with ruthless efficiency. "Thorne!" Cutter managed to gasp out the name just before collapsing, the sound muffled, but likely audible over the creek noises. Finn didn't waste a fraction of a second. He knew Thorne would react instantly to his partner's cry. "Stay down," he barked at Lyra, pushing her further back against the rock wall. He grabbed Cutter's fallen pistol, a heavy, unfamiliar model, checked it quickly, then spun back towards the willow screen, dropping into a low crouch beside the entrance, his own Colt raised. Silence. Thorne didn't immediately charge in or open fire. He was too cautious, too calculating for that. He would be assessing, repositioning, waiting for Finn to reveal himself. The deadly quiet stretched, amplifying the tension until Lyra felt her nerves might snap. Then, from downstream, perhaps 30 yards away, came Thorne's voice, calm, almost conversational, yet chillingly devoid of emotion. Mr. O'Malley, a rather forceful approach, though perhaps predictable given the circumstances. You have my associate?" Finn didn't answer. He remained still, listening, trying to pinpoint Thorne's exact location. The voice seemed to echo slightly, making it difficult to be certain. "Hand him over, Mr. O'Malley," Thorne continued, his voice maintaining that unnerving calm. "Along with the asset. Cooperate, and perhaps your own departure from this life can be expedited cleanly. Resist, and I assure you, it will be considerably less pleasant for both of you." Lyra shuddered at the cold, detached threat. The asset. Not even a person to him, just an object to be collected. She looked at Cutter's still form lying mere feet away, a dark stain spreading slowly on the sand beneath his head. Nausea rose in her throat. Finn still didn't respond verbally. Instead, he shifted his position slightly, peering through a gap in the leaves, scanning the opposite bank. Lyra saw his eyes narrow, almost imperceptibly. Had he spotted Thorne? "She possesses something of great value, O'Malley." Thorne's voice drifted again, closer now. Or was it a trick of the echoes? "Something she doesn't understand. Something you cannot possibly comprehend. You are interfering in matters far beyond your purview. Matters of progress. Of power. Power. Stardust. The harmonizer." Fragments clicked into place in Lyra's mind, forming a terrifying, incomplete picture. These men weren't common bandits. They represented something organized, something with resources and a chillingly impersonal agenda. They hunted her not for ransom, but for whatever cosmic accident had imprinted itself upon her, for the strange energy she seemed to channel. "Last chance, O'Malley," Thorne called out. His voice was definitely closer now, perhaps just beyond the bend downstream, shielded from direct view. "Send out the asset first, then my associate, then yourself, hands raised." Finn made his decision. He glanced quickly at Lyra, his eyes conveying a silent message. Stay put, stay quiet. Then, taking a deep breath, he hurled Cutter's heavy pistol out through the willow branches, sending it skittering across the rocks on the creek bank opposite. "There's your man's gun!" Finn shouted back, his voice rough, trying to disguise their precise location within the overhang. "He tripped, hit his head. He's out cold. Take his weapon and go. Leave us be. We don't want any trouble." It was a weak bluff, buying perhaps a few seconds of confusion. There was a pause, then Thorne's dry chuckle echoed back. "A valiant, if transparent attempt, Mr. O'Malley, but ultimately futile." Suddenly, there was a flash of movement on the opposite bank, downstream near the bend. Thorne stepped partially into view, not exposing himself fully, but raising his rifle. He wasn't aiming at their hiding place, but slightly upstream, towards where Willow must still be, hidden in the grove where they'd left her. "Perhaps," Thorne called out, his voice hardening, "a demonstration of consequences is in order, starting with your transportation." Lyra's heart leaped into her throat. "No, not Willow." Before Finn could react, before Lyra could even cry out, Thorne fired. The rifle crack was sharp, final. It wasn't followed by the whine of a ricochet, but by a terrible, choked whinny of pain from the grove upstream, instantly cut short. Silence. Absolute, sickening silence, broken only by the gentle murmur of Whisper Creek. Lyra stared in horror through the willow leaves, seeing nothing but knowing, with dreadful certainty, what had just happened. Thorne had executed Willow, coldly, deliberately, as a message, as leverage. Finn let out a strangled sound, a mixture of rage and anguish. His knuckles were white where he gripped his Colt. Lyra saw the tremor running through his hand, the raw fury contorting his features before he clamped down on it, his expression hardening again into a mask of cold resolve. But the damage was done. Thorne had found his weakness. "A regrettable necessity, Mr. O'Malley," Thorne's voice came again, smooth as poisoned silk. But you force my hand. The mare was expendable. The asset is not. Neither, I assure you, are you, should you continue to resist. Consider your next actions carefully. My patience, unlike my ammunition, is finite. He had them. Finn knew it. They were trapped, outnumbered, even with Cutter down, outgunned, and now Thorn had demonstrated his utter ruthlessness. Any hope of bluffing or waiting them out was gone. Continuing to resist meant certain death for both of them, likely prolonged and unpleasant, as Thorn had promised. Surrendering meant handing Lyra over to these men, to their unknown benefactor, to be used as an asset, a key, her fate unthinkable. Finn looked at Lyra. Her face was ashen, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, her eyes wide with horror and despair. She wasn't just afraid for herself anymore. She was mourning the innocent horse, sacrificed because of her. She met Finn's gaze, and in that shared look of desperation, something shifted. The whispers, the fragmented images from her forgotten past. Run, child, run. Find the light. The sky remembers. They surfaced again, not as gentle murmurs this time, but with a sudden, fierce urgency. And mingled with them, a different kind of music began to build within her. Not the defensive cry, not the deep thrumming, not the gentle lullaby. This felt different, purposeful, a complex melody weaving threads of sorrow, defiance, and a strange, burgeoning power. It felt like a choice. She didn't know what would happen. She didn't know if she could control it, or if it would consume her. But surrender was not an option. Letting Finn die protecting her was not an option. There had to be another way. A price had to be paid, perhaps, for defiance, for survival. But it would be a price she chose, not one dictated by Thorn. She looked at Finn again, trying to convey her desperate resolve with her eyes alone. He saw something change in her expression, a shift from passive terror to something fiercer, more focused. He frowned, uncertain. Before he could speak, before Thorn could issue another ultimatum, Lyra closed her eyes and let the music flow. She didn't push it, didn't force it. She simply opened a channel within herself, allowing the complex melody born of desperation and fragmented memory to pour out. It wasn't loud at first, but clear, intricate, weaving through the air, silencing the gurgle of the creek, pushing back against the heavy silence left by the rifle shot. It was a song of grief for the fallen mare, a lament for her own lost past, but threaded through with strands of incredible power, notes that resonated not just in the air, but in the rock, the water, the very earth beneath them. Outside, Thorn, who had been cautiously approaching the willow thicket, rifle ready, froze. He tilted his head, listening, a flicker of surprise, then intense concentration crossing his cold features. This wasn't the chaotic outburst from before. This was structured, controlled. The harmonizer clipped to his belt suddenly emitted a high-pitched whine, the needle swinging wildly. The resonance signature wasn't just present, it was amplifying, focusing, interacting with the environment in ways their theoretical models hadn't fully predicted. Inside the refuge, Finn stared at Lyra, mesmerized and terrified. The music swelled, filling the small space, vibrating through his bones. It was beautiful, heartbreakingly so, yet held an edge of raw, untamed energy that felt both dangerous and awe-inspiring. The small stone in Lyra's lap began to glow, not just faintly now, but with a steady, intense light, pulsing in time with the most powerful chords of the melody. The light wasn't just internal. It seemed to emanate outwards, casting their small hiding place in an ethereal, otherworldly glow. Lyra swayed slightly, her face pale, sweat beading on her forehead, despite the coolness of the cave. This was taking a toll, draining her energy reserves at an alarming rate. But she couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. The melody built, reaching a crescendo, a chord of such complexity and power that the air itself seemed to thrum with energy. And the rock around them responded. A low groan echoed from deep within the canyon wall behind them. Dust sifted down from the roof of the undercut. Small pebbles skittered down the slope outside. The ground beneath them vibrated, not violently, but with a deep, resonant tremor that matched the final, sustained chord of Lyra's song. Outside, Thorn staggered back a step, his eyes wide with disbelief, then alarm. The harmonizer shrieked, its needle spinning uncontrollably before the device abruptly went dead, emitting a thin curl of smoke. The earth tremor subsided as Lyra's final note faded into an echoing silence, leaving only the sound of the creek and Thorn's harsh breathing. Lyra slumped forward, gasping, utterly spent. The light in the stone faded back to a dull glow. The immediate crisis within her seemed to have passed, but the effort had cost her dearly. She felt weak, dizzy, drained to her very core. Finn stared, first at Lyra, then at the rock wall, then back towards the creek, where Thorn stood momentarily stunned, his rifle lowered slightly. What in God's name had just happened? Had Lyra's music caused the tremor? Had she somehow interacted with the rock, the earth itself? The price of that chord, whatever it was, seemed immense, leaving Lyra depleted and vulnerable. But it had also, apparently, neutralized Thorn's harmonizer, and crucially, bought them a few precious seconds of stunned silence from their adversary. Finn didn't waste it. He knew this was their only chance, perhaps their last. Thorn was momentarily distracted, his technological advantage possibly negated. Cutter was still unconscious. It was now or never. "Lyra," he whispered urgently, shaking her shoulder gently. "Can you move?" She looked up at him, her eyes dazed but focused. She nodded weakly. "Good," Finn said, his voice tight with urgency. "We're getting out of here. Not downstream. Back the way we came." While he's wondering what just happened. It was insane. Running back towards the grove, past where Willow lay, back towards the hunter's original position. But Thorn would expect them to continue downstream, away from him. Going back was the last thing he'd anticipate. "Stay low, stay quiet," Finn ordered, helping her to her feet. She leaned heavily on him. He peered out through the willows. Thorn was still staring at the rock face where their hiding place was, his expression a mixture of confusion and calculation. "Now," Finn breathed. He pushed aside the willows and half-carried, half-dragged Lyra out of the fissure, back towards the creek bank, turning upstream, keeping the willow thicket between them and Thorn for as long as possible. They moved as quickly as they could, stumbling over rocks, splashing through the shallows, away from the echoes of Lyra's costly, powerful chord, and back towards the scene of their initial ambush. Escape, or perhaps just a different kind of trap, lay ahead. The price had been paid, but the final reckoning was far from over. Chapter 13. When the Storm Listens. Retreating upstream felt fundamentally wrong, a violation of the primal instinct to flee away from danger. Every splash of Lyra's stumbling footsteps in the creek bed, every ragged breath Finn dragged into his burning lungs, seemed to echo their vulnerability, broadcasting their desperate gamble to the towering canyon walls and, undoubtedly, to the hunter they'd left momentarily stunned downstream. Lyra leaned heavily on Finn, her legs trembling with exhaustion and the aftermath of the raw power that had surged through her. The dry flannel shirt, though warmer than her soaked clothes, did little to ward off the deep chill of reaction that had settled into her bones. Finn half-carried, half-dragged her, his arm firmly around her waist, his own body screaming with fatigue. He moved with grim determination, his gaze constantly flicking between the path ahead and the bend behind them, expecting Thorn's appearance at any second. His grief over Willow was a raw, jagged wound beneath the surface, deliberately suppressed but fueling a cold, dangerous anger. He'd lost horses before, to accident, to harsh conditions, even once to thieves, but the calculated, contemptuous execution of the mare felt like a personal violation, a stark demonstration of Thorne's utter lack of humanity. It solidified the stakes. These men weren't just hunters. They were monsters cloaked in chilling efficiency. They pushed past the point where the discordant sound had first assaulted them, the memory making Lyra flinch. The canyon here was narrow, shadowed, the air still holding the strange resonance of Lyra's powerful chord. Did the rocks themselves remember? Did they carry an echo of the energy she had unleashed? The thought was unsettling, adding another layer of weirdness to their already nightmarish situation. Then they reached the grove where they'd been ambushed, where Whisper Creek widened slightly, shaded by the cluster of cottonwoods, and where Willow lay. Finn stopped abruptly, his grip tightening on Lyra's arm. The mare lay on her side near the bank, partially in the shallow water, her dark coat gleaming wetly. Her eyes were open, staring sightlessly at the indifferent sky. There was a terrible stillness about her, a finality that hit Finn like a physical blow. He gently released Lyra, who leaned weakly against a tree trunk, unable to look directly at the scene. Finn walked slowly towards the mare, his boots sinking into the damp sand. He knelt beside her head, his hand resting on her still warm neck, stroking the familiar coarse hair. He closed his eyes for a moment, his throat tight, the suppressed grief threatening to overwhelm him. She had carried them faithfully, uncomplainingly, through heat and thirst and terror, only to be cut down as a strategic pawn in Thorne's cruel game. He felt a surge of self-loathing for leading her here, for being unable to protect her, for abandoning her, even out of necessity. He stayed there for only a moment, a silent communion of regret. Then, practicality reasserted itself, harsh but necessary. He quickly checked the saddlebags Thorne hadn't bothered with. His spare ammunition was gone, likely taken when they first searched the grove. But the small canvas pouch containing his emergency supplies, a tin of matches, a small whetstone, a handful of potent dried chilies he used for seasoning or emergencies, and, surprisingly, a half-empty bottle of liniment, was still there, tucked deep inside. Small comforts, perhaps useless now, but he took them, stuffing them into his own pockets. He gently removed Willow's bridle, coiling the worn leather reins. Leaving her like this felt like desecration, but there was no time for burial, no time for sentiment beyond the raw ache in his chest. He stood up, turning away from the mare, his face set like stone. He avoided Lyra's gaze, unable to face the shared grief and guilt he knew he would see there. "We need to get out of the creek bed," he said, his voice hoarse. "Find higher ground. Cover." Lyra pushed herself away from the tree, forcing herself to look towards Willow one last time, whispering a silent, inadequate apology before turning resolutely to follow Finn. The image of the mare's sightless eyes would haunt her, another scar added to the collection she carried within her. Finn scanned the canyon walls. Upstream, the terrain looked difficult, possibly leading back towards the open country where Thorne and Cutter had first tracked them. Not ideal. Downstream was Thorne. Their best bet seemed to be climbing out, finding a route along the canyon rim, hoping the broken terrain offered concealment. He spotted a potential path, a steep, eroded slope littered with loose scree and stunted bushes leading up the northern wall. It looked treacherous, especially for Lyra in her weakened state, but staying in the canyon floor felt like signing their death warrant. "Up there," he decided, pointing. "It'll be hard climbing. Stay behind me. Use the handholds I use." He started the ascent, moving slowly, testing each foothold and handhold before putting his weight on it. The loose rock skittered under his boots, threatening to send him sliding back down. Lyra followed, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps, her arms and legs trembling with exertion. She slipped once, crying out softly as her feet went out from under her, but Finn grabbed her hand, hauling her back onto the narrow track. They climbed for what felt like an eternity, the midday sun beating down on their backs, though its heat felt strangely less intense than before. Glancing up, Lyra saw why. The sky, previously a vast, pale, indifferent blue, was changing. High, thin clouds, like streaks of grey paint, were spreading rapidly from the west, partially veiling the sun, giving the light an odd, watery quality. The wind, which had been only a hot sigh in the canyon below, was stronger up here, whipping strands of hair across her face, carrying the scent of distant dust and something else. Ozone? The sharp, electric tang that precedes a storm. Finn noticed it too, pausing near the rim to scan the western horizon. The clouds were building there, darker now, bruised-looking, piling up against the distant mountains. The air felt heavy, charged, expectant. A storm was brewing, a big one by the looks of it. In the harsh reality of the wilderness, a storm could be a killer, flash floods carving through canyons, lightning striking exposed ridges, wind tearing away shelter. But it could also be a savior. Rain could wash away tracks, wind could mask sounds, clouds could offer cover from watchful eyes, both human and perhaps technological. That strange glint Finn had seen in the sky earlier came back to him. Would a storm interfere with such things? He looked at Lyra, who was also staring at the gathering clouds, her expression unreadable. Did she feel it too? That strange connection to the weather the premise hinted at, the phenomenon she herself couldn't remember? "Storm's coming," he stated the obvious, his voice gruff. "Could be bad, but might help us too. Cover our tracks. Slow them down." Lyra nodded, pulling the collar of the flannel shirt tighter around her neck as a stronger gust of wind swirled around them. She felt strange. The oppressive weight of the sky seemed to lessen as the clouds gathered, replaced by a different kind of pressure, an electric hum in the air that resonated faintly within her, like the echo of the music she'd unleashed. The whispers from her forgotten past seemed closer now, swirling with the wind, indistinct, but insistent. The sky remembers. A low rumble of thunder vibrated through the air, distant but undeniable. The storm wasn't just coming. It was approaching fast. "We need shelter," Finn said urgently, surveying the broken, rocky terrain along the canyon rim. "Something better than an overhang. A cave if we can find one." He started moving again, eastward along the rim, scanning the rock formations. They hadn't gone more than 100 yards when a shout echoed up from the canyon below. Thorn. He must have reached the grove, found Willow's body, seen their tracks leading up the slope. He hadn't given up. He knew they were on the rim. Finn cursed under his breath, grabbing Lyra's hand again. "Run!" They scrambled over the uneven rock, heading east, staying as low as possible, using boulders and sparse, twisted pines for momentary cover. The wind was picking up steadily now, howling around the rocks, tugging at their clothes. The sky grew darker, the sun completely obscured, casting the landscape in an eerie, premature twilight. Dust devils danced across the plateau, whipped into frenzy by the rising gusts. Another rumble of thunder, closer this time, louder, like a giant fist pounding on the roof of the world. Lightning flickered momentarily between the dark clouds massing in the west. Lyra stumbled, her exhaustion threatening to overwhelm her. Finn pulled her behind a jagged outcrop of granite just as a rifle shot cracked from below, the bullets screaming past overhead, unnervingly close. Thorn was climbing too, trying to get onto the rim, trying to cut them off or pin them down. They were exposed, exhausted, with the relentless hunter below and a gathering storm above. Trapped between two unforgiving forces of nature. Lyra leaned against the cold rock, gasping for breath, despair washing over her again. There was nowhere left to run. Finn knelt beside her, reloading his Colt with his last few cartridges, his face grim. He peered cautiously around the rock. He couldn't see Thorn, but the angle of the last shot suggested he was gaining on them, working his way up a different, perhaps faster route. The wind howled, whipping dust and grit into their faces. The first fat drops of rain began to fall, cold and heavy, splattering against the dry rock. Lightning flashed again, much closer, followed almost immediately by a deafening crash of thunder that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. In that instant, as the thunder crashed and the wind screamed around them, Lyra felt it surge through her again, that strange, resonant energy. Not the controlled melody this time, nor the defensive cry, but something akin to the deep, elemental thrumming she'd released in the cave, yet different. It felt responsive, like the storm itself was calling to something within her, and she, involuntarily, was answering. It wasn't music she could shape, more like a raw vibration, a wordless resonance that matched the storm's fury. It poured out of her, not through her voice, but seeming to emanate from her very being, from the glowing stone clutched forgotten in her hand. She felt dizzy, weak, yet strangely connected, as if she were a conduit for the wild energy lashing the landscape. The wind seemed to intensify around their small outcrop, swirling with unnatural force. The rain suddenly fell harder, turning into a driving sheet that slashed sideways, obscuring visibility. Another bolt of lightning struck nearby, hitting a lone pine on a ridge across the canyon, splitting it with a sound like cannon fire, showering sparks into the churning grey air. Finn stared, first at the lightning strike, then at Lyra, who stood trembling, her eyes closed, her face upturned towards the raging sky, seemingly oblivious to the rain, plastering her hair to her head. The air around her crackled with tangible energy. Was she influencing this? Was her presence, her power, somehow drawing the storm, focusing its fury? Or was the storm itself triggering something within her? He didn't know, but the raw, untamed power surrounding her was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The storm was listening. Or perhaps it was speaking her language. He heard a muffled shout from below, cut off by the roar of the wind and rain. Thorn, caught out in the open by the sudden, violent intensification of the storm. Would it deter him? Unlikely. But it would certainly slow him down, hinder his climb, obscure his vision. It also offered them a chance, a desperate, dangerous chance. "Lyra!" Finn shouted over the wind, grabbing her shoulders, trying to break through her strange trance. "Lyra, we have to move, now, while the storm gives us cover." She blinked, her eyes slowly focusing on him, looking dazed, disoriented, yet strangely serene amidst the chaos. The intense energy radiating from her subsided slightly, though the storm raged on, unabated. "The sky," she murmured, her voice distant. "It remembers." "Later," Finn insisted, pulling her away from the outcrop. "We need shelter. Real shelter." He scanned the area frantically through the driving rain. Visibility was reduced to mere yards. And then he saw it. A dark opening in the rock face 50 feet away, partially hidden by a curtain of rain and wind-whipped brush. A cave? Or just another shallow overhang? It was impossible to tell, but it was their only hope. He pulled Lyra towards it, battling the wind, slipping on the rain-slick rock. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the landscape in brief, stark relief, followed by an immediate, bone-jarring clap of thunder. They scrambled towards the opening, pushing through the lashing brush. It was a cave, deep enough, dark enough. They stumbled inside, collapsing onto the dry, dusty floor just as the heavens opened completely, the rain turning into a torrential downpour, a solid wall of water obscuring the entrance. The roar of the storm outside was deafening, a symphony of wind, rain, and thunder. They were hidden, sheltered, for now. But the storm that offered sanctuary was also a raging beast, and somewhere out in its fury, Thorn was still hunting them. And Lyra seemed inextricably tied to the tempest, a conduit for powers she couldn't comprehend, powers that might save them or destroy them both. The storm listened, and it seemed, Lyra answered. The price of that conversation was yet to be tallied. Chapter 14. Fractured Silence, Fragile Trust. The fury of the storm outside the cave mouth was absolute, a roaring, consuming chaos that seemed intent on tearing the world apart. Rain lashed down in solid sheets, driven by a wind that howled like a banshee through the unseen canyons. Thunder cracked and boomed, vibrating through the rock floor, each detonation closely followed by blinding flashes of lightning that momentarily illuminated the cave's interior in stark, jagged relief. Compared to the maelstrom outside, the deep, dry recess of the cave felt like an impossible sanctuary, a pocket of stillness carved directly out of the heart of the tempest. Lyra sat huddled against the back wall, pulling her knees to her chest, shivering uncontrollably despite the relative dryness. The oversized flannel shirt offered little protection against the bone-deep chill that came not just from the storm's fury or her damp underclothes, but from the terrifying depletion she felt within herself. The energy that had surged through her, resonating with the storm, answering its call, had drained her utterly, leaving her feeling hollowed out, fragile as spun glass. The memory of it was unsettling, that feeling of being a conduit, of power flowing through her that wasn't entirely her own, connected somehow to the raging elements, to the very sky that had scarred her existence. Had she drawn the lightning? Had she amplified the wind? Or had the storm simply awakened something latent within her? The questions swirled in her exhausted mind, offering no answers, only a deepening sense of profound unease about her own nature. Finn sat near the cave entrance, not relaxing, but watchful, his silhouette occasionally stark against the lightning flashes. He'd used the initial moments of shelter to reload his Colt with the last few precious cartridges, his movements economical and precise despite his own obvious exhaustion. He peered out cautiously into the driving rain, scanning the limited visibility, listening intently between thunderclaps for any sound beyond the storm's roar. He knew Thorn wouldn't be deterred for long. A man that relentless wouldn't let a storm stop him, merely adapt to it. He might be pinned down somewhere, waiting for the worst to pass, or he might even be using the chaos as cover to advance, knowing Finn and Lyra would likely seek shelter. The cave that felt like sanctuary could easily become another trap. The silence inside the cave, fractured only by Lyra's quiet shivers and the distant roar from outside, felt heavy, charged with unspoken questions and the residue of violence and fear. The execution of Willow hung between them, a shared trauma that needed no words. Finn's grim profile, etched by lightning, spoke of his own tightly leashed grief and simmering rage. Lyra felt the weight of her perceived responsibility, the guilt over the music that had pinpointed their location, the power that seemed as much a curse as a potential shield. She watched Finn, his stillness more telling than any restless movement would have been. He was a man accustomed to solitude, to relying only on himself. Now he was tied to her, his path diverted, his horse lost, his life repeatedly endangered, all because he hadn't left her beside that crater. Why? Was it pity, a sense of duty, or something else he himself didn't understand? The question lingered unanswered, adding another layer to the fragile, complex dynamic growing between them in the crucible of shared peril. After a long while, the initial, overwhelming fury of the storm began to lessen slightly. The rain remained heavy, but the torrential downpour eased into a steady, driving curtain. The thunder rolled less frequently, the lightning flashing further away. The wind still gusted powerfully, but the constant banshee howl subsided into intermittent moans. Finn shifted, turning slightly from the entrance to look at Lyra, huddled in the dimness. Her shivering hadn't stopped, and her face looked unnaturally pale in the gloom. Concern flickered beneath his weary, guarded expression. "Cold?" His voice was rough, barely audible over the rain. Lyra nodded mutely, wrapping her arms tighter around herself. Finn hesitated for only a moment. Then, moving with a quiet deliberation, he unslung his bedroll, damp on the outside from their frantic run, but likely still dry within, and pushed it towards her. Get inside this. Might help. She looked at the bedroll, then at him, surprised by the gesture. It was his only source of warmth, his protection against the cold night that would follow the storm. Sharing it felt significant, intimate almost, in a way that went beyond their forced physical proximity. "But you," she stammered. "I'm all right," he deflected gruffly, turning back towards the entrance, though she saw the slight tightening around his shoulders that betrayed his own chill. "Got leather. Used to worse." Hesitantly, Lyra unrolled the bedroll. The inner wool blankets were indeed mostly dry, smelling faintly of dust, trail smoke, and Finn. She slipped out of her damp boots and crawled inside, pulling the rough wool up around her shoulders. The immediate warmth was a profound relief, seeping into her chilled limbs, gradually slowing the violent shivering. She felt enveloped, cocooned not just by the blankets, but by his unexpected act of care. It chipped away slightly at the wall of guilt and fear around her heart, letting a fragile tendril of something else, trust, perhaps, take tentative root. The relative quiet that followed felt different, less tense, more introspective. The shared danger, the loss of Willow, Finn's gesture with the bedroll, the sheer exhaustion. It all seemed to lower the barriers between them, creating a space where words, however difficult, might find purchase. "Finn?" Lyra began softly, her voice muffled slightly by the blankets. He turned his head, his expression questioning in the dim light. "What you said before, about the whispers," she continued hesitantly. "About parts of who I was, bleeding through." She took a shaky breath. "Do you really think that's possible? That I could remember?" The hope in her own voice sounded fragile, almost painful. Finn considered this, his gaze distant for a moment, perhaps thinking of his own past, his own locked rooms. "I don't know, Lyra," he admitted honestly. "Memory's a strange thing. Fragile. Sometimes it breaks clean, sometimes it splinters. Sometimes pieces float up when you least expect them." He looked back at her, his eyes holding a surprising depth of empathy. "What you described, the flower, the face, the words, it sounds like more than just imagination. Feels like echoes." "But they fade so fast," Lyra murmured, frustration clouding her voice. "Like trying to hold on to smoke." "Maybe you're trying too hard," Finn suggested quietly. "Maybe memory doesn't like being hunted, any more than we do. Maybe you just gotta... Listen. Let the whispers come when they come. Don't force them." He paused. "That name you heard, Elara, did it feel right?" Lyra frowned, testing the sound again in her mind. Elara. It felt less wrong than Lyra, perhaps, closer to something resonant, but still not quite anchored. "I don't know," she confessed. "It feels like looking at my reflection in moving water. Almost there, but distorted. Unclear." Finn nodded slowly. "Well," he said, a touch of his usual gruff practicality returning. "Lyra suits you for now. It's what I called you when I found you looking like you'd fallen from the stars." He offered a small, weary smile, a rare occurrence that briefly softened the harsh lines of his face. "Seems fitting enough, considering." The smile, faint as it was, warmed Lyra more than the blankets. It was a glimpse beneath the surface, a hint of the man behind the stoic survivor. It made her bold enough to ask the question that had been hovering unspoken between them. "Why?" she asked softly. "Why did you help me, Finn? Back at the crater. You could have ridden away. Should have, probably. Why didn't you?" Finn's fleeting smile vanished. He looked away, his gaze fixed on the curtain of rain outside the cave. He was silent for a long time, the only sounds the drumming of the rain and the distant rumble of retreating thunder. Lyra watched him, holding her breath, sensing this was difficult territory for him. "Been drifting a long time," he said finally, his voice low, almost reluctant. "See a lot of things out here. Folks in trouble, folks beyond help, folks who are trouble." He shifted slightly, rubbing a hand over his knee. "Learned early on that getting involved usually costs more than it's worth. Travel light, travel alone. Safer that way." He paused again, searching for words. "But sometimes you see someone and something clicks, reminds you of something. Or maybe just makes you feel less empty for a minute." He glanced back at her, his expression guarded but honest. "Found you there, looking like a lost soul fallen clean out of the sky. No memory, no one around. Reminded me of—" He stopped, shaking his head slightly, unwilling or unable to voice the specific memory. "Let's just say, leaving you there felt like leaving a piece of myself behind too. Seemed like the wrong note. Couldn't walk away from the music, I guess." He offered another faint, self-deprecating smile. "Even when the tune spells trouble." His oblique explanation resonated with Lyra more than a simple declaration of pity or duty would have. He hadn't saved her out of abstract principle, but because of something personal, something flawed and human within himself. A shared sense of loneliness, perhaps, a recognition of brokenness. Whatever it was, it forged a stronger, more complex connection between them than mere obligation ever could. It made the fragile trust she felt deepen, solidify. "Thank you," she whispered, the words inadequate, but heartfelt. He just nodded, accepting her gratitude without comment, turning his attention back to the storm-lashed world outside. The rain gradually lessened further, the drumming on the rock easing into a steady patter. The wind died down, leaving behind a profound quiet, broken only by the dripping of water from the cave entrance and the increased rush of Whisper Creek, now swollen and muddy from the downpour. The air smelled clean, washed, ozone replaced by the scent of damp earth and wet pine. Finn rose stiffly, moving to the cave mouth, peering out cautiously. The sky was still heavily overcast, but patches of lighter grey were visible to the west. The worst of the storm had passed over, but the respite felt temporary, precarious. "He'll be moving now," Finn stated flatly, scanning the terrain. "The rain will have washed away our tracks mostly, but he knows the direction we were headed, knows we'd seek shelter." Lyra pushed aside the bedroll, her brief sense of connection overshadowed again by the looming threat. "What do we do?" "Wait for full dark, maybe," Finn considered. "Then try to move again. The cabin. It's still our best bet, if we can reach it before he does." He looked back into the cave, his gaze lingering on the back wall. "This place isn't defensible long-term. He finds us here. We're cornered." As darkness began to truly gather, deepening the shadows within the cave, Lyra felt a familiar restlessness stir within her. The silence, the waiting, the lingering fear, it all seemed to coalesce, creating a pressure that needed release. And inevitably, helplessly, the music started again. Not the storm-answering resonance, nor the desperate cry. This was quieter, more introspective. The melody of longing she'd hummed on the plains, tinged now with the sorrow of Willow's loss, the uncertainty of their future, the fragile hope sparked by Finn's confession, and the whispers of her own forgotten past. It flowed softly in the enclosed space, notes weaving through the fractured silence like threads of faint starlight. Finn turned, listening, his expression unreadable. He didn't tell her to stop this time. Perhaps he understood it was involuntary. Perhaps he recognized the shift in its tone. Or perhaps he simply accepted it as part of the inescapable reality of who she was. The melody deepened, became more complex. Images flickered again behind Lyra's closed eyes. The purple wildflower, brighter this time. The indistinct face, clearer now, older, female, lines of worry etched around eyes that held a deep sadness, but also love. And a place. Not the cave, not the plains, but somewhere built. Wood smoke curling from a chimney. The scent of herbs drying. Home. The word resonated with a painful ache of loss. The music swelled, infused with this sudden poignant echo of belonging, of a life lived before the fall. And as it swelled, the stone in her lap began to glow again, softly at first, then brighter, pulsing with the rhythm of her song. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as a new image flooded her mind, clearer than any before. A hand, weathered and strong, pressing the dark, smooth stone into her own. A voice, low and urgent, the same voice from the whispers. Keep it safe, Elara. It holds the pattern. The sky remembers, but the earth protects. Find the deep places. The music will guide you. Elara. The name settled into place, not as a guess, but as a certainty. It was her name, and the stone. It held a pattern. The music would guide her. The sudden influx of fragmented memory, the intensity of the name resonating within her, was overwhelming. The music faltered, the glow in the stone flickered, and she cried out softly, pressing her hands to her temples as dizziness washed over her. Finn was beside her instantly. Lyra? Elara? What is it? My name, she choked out, tears welling again. But these weren't tears of sorrow or fear, but of shattering revelation. It's Elara. And the stone. She told me. The music guides. Before Finn could react, before he could process this sudden breakthrough, a noise from outside cut through the air. The sharp, distinct sound of a booted foot dislodging loose rock near the cave entrance. Thorn. The storm had passed. The fragile trust, the fractured silence, the whispered revelations, all shattered by the returning, relentless threat. He had found them. Chapter 15. The Hunter's Moon Rises. The scrape of boot on rock near the cave entrance acted like a physical shock, jolting Lyra, Elara, out of the dizzying whirl of fragmented memory and back into the terrifying immediacy of the present. The name felt solid inside her now, an anchor point, however small, in the vast sea of her forgotten life. Elara. But the revelation, the whispers about patterns and guidance, offered no comfort against the imminent, lethal threat just outside their fragile sanctuary. Thorn had found them. Finn reacted instantly, shoving Elara further back into the deepest shadows of the cave, positioning himself once more near the entrance, Colt raised, every line of his body radiating deadly readiness. The brief interlude of shared vulnerability, the tentative steps towards trust, evaporated in the face of renewed danger, replaced by the grim necessities of survival. "Stay back," he breathed, his voice a low growl. "Don't make a sound." Elara pressed herself against the cold stone wall, her heart hammering against her ribs. The name felt real, the memory fragment potent, but fear was a more powerful, immediate force. She watched Finn's tense silhouette against the dimming light filtering through the cave mouth. The storm had fully passed now, leaving behind a washed, unnaturally clear twilight. The clouds were breaking apart, revealing glimpses of a darkening sky where stars were beginning to prick through. And rising in the east, climbing above the jagged canyon rim opposite them, was the moon. Nearly full, its pale, cold light spilled down, bathing the rain-slicked rocks outside in an ethereal, silvery glow. A hunter's moon. Silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Thorn didn't announce himself this time, didn't offer warnings or ultimatums. He knew where they were. The game of cat and mouse was over. The final confrontation was at hand. Elara strained her ears, listening for any sound, movement, breathing, the click of a rifle being readied, but heard only the dripping of water from the cave roof and the accelerated rush of Whisper Creek below. The waiting was agonizing, fraying nerves already stretched taut. Then, a flicker of movement outside, high up on the opposite canyon wall, caught Finn's eye. Not Thorn himself, but a dislodged pebble skittering down the rock face. Thorn wasn't at the entrance. He was above them, maneuvering on the rim, likely seeking a vantage point, a clear line of fire down into the cave mouth. The realization sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Finn. They weren't just cornered. They were exposed from above. He flattened himself further against the cave wall near the entrance, trying to stay out of the potential line of sight from the rim. He glanced back at Elara, huddled in the deepest recess. She was relatively safe from a direct shot from above, but if Thorn opened fire, ricochets within the confined space could be deadly, and it pinned them down completely. They couldn't risk leaving the cave without exposing themselves to fire from the rim. "He's above us," Finn whispered, his voice barely carrying over the sound of the creek. "On the rim opposite. Waiting for a clean shot, I reckon." Ilara's eyes widened further. Trapped, utterly trapped. The brief flicker of hope ignited by remembering her name, by the whispers of guidance, felt like a cruel mockery now. What good was a name if she was about to die? What good was guidance if it led only to a dead end? She clutched the stone in her hand, the one her forgotten mentor had entrusted to her. "It holds the pattern. The music will guide you. Find the deep places." The cave was a deep place, yes, but it felt like a tomb, not a sanctuary. And the music. The music seemed only to bring danger, to call the hunters, to drain her strength, leaving her vulnerable. Was the guidance a lie? A trap? No. The feeling, the resonance when the name Elara surfaced, the memory fragment of the weathered hand pressing the stone into hers, that felt real, true. There had to be more to it. The earth protects. What did that mean? She looked around the cave, her eyes adjusting to the deep gloom, aided by the pale moonlight now slanting in through the entrance. The rock walls were solid, ancient. The ground beneath her felt steady. The vibration she had caused earlier, the tremor that had momentarily stunned Thorn, had felt connected, like the earth itself had responded to her chord. Was that the protection? Could she do it again? The thought was terrifying. The last time, the energy surge had been involuntary, a reaction to the hunter's discordant sound, and it had nearly overwhelmed her. Trying to summon it deliberately, control it, seemed impossible. And the price? It had left her utterly depleted. Could she even survive doing it again? But what choice did she have? Wait for Thorn to get a clear shot. Wait for him to eventually climb down, trapping them completely. Wait for Finn to die defending her in a hopeless last stand. The image of Finn falling, the image of Thorn's cold eyes. It spurred her past the fear. She took a deep, shuddering breath, closing her eyes, trying to find that place within herself where the music originated. Not the fear, not the sorrow, not the longing. Something deeper. The connection she'd felt to the storm, to the earth tremor. The earth protects. She focused on the rock beneath her, the solid weight of the planet, the slow, ancient rhythms of stone and time. She thought of the pattern the stone supposedly held, though she had no idea what it meant. Finn, keeping watch on the rim opposite, sensed a shift beside him. He glanced back. Ilara was sitting straighter now, her eyes closed, her face pale but set, with a desperate resolve he hadn't seen before. The stone in her hand began to emit that faint, internal glow again. "Ilara, no," he started to whisper, fearing another collapse, fearing the drain on her already limited strength. But she didn't seem to hear him. A low hum began to emanate from her, quieter than before, but gaining intensity. It wasn't a melody this time. Not exactly. It was a focused vibration, a specific frequency that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but directly with the rock around them. The stone pulsed brighter, its light steady now, casting her determined face in an ethereal glow. Finn watched, torn between fear and a dawning, reluctant awe. She was trying to control it, deliberately tapping into that strange power, guided by fragmented whispers from her past. Outside on the rim, Thorn must have sensed it too. Perhaps he had another device, or perhaps his own senses were attuned to the resonance. A sharp command echoed down, distorted by the distance and the acoustics of the canyon. "Asset is manifesting. Prepare for energy surge." He sounded wary now, less confident than before. The humming vibration intensified. Ilara's body tensed, sweat beading on her forehead again despite the cave's coolness. This required immense concentration, immense effort. She focused the sound, the energy, downwards, into the rock beneath them, remembering the tremor, the way the earth had responded. Protect. The cave floor began to vibrate again, gently at first, then with increasing strength. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Small pebbles rattled near the entrance. It wasn't a violent shaking, more like a deep, powerful resonance being awakened within the stone itself. On the rim, Thorn cursed. "Unstable. She's interacting with the geological structure. Potential." His voice was cut off by a sudden, louder grinding sound from the rock face above and around the cave entrance. Finn scrambled back from the entrance instinctively as a shower of larger rocks and debris cascaded down from the overhang, partially blocking the cave mouth. It wasn't a full collapse, not yet, but the rock was clearly unstable, reacting to the focused vibration Ilara was generating. "Cease!" Thorn roared down, panic edging his voice now. "Asset, cease manifestation immediately! You risk structural!" His warning was drowned out by a deep guttural groan from the canyon wall itself. The vibration Ilara projected seemed to find a harmonic frequency within the rock, amplifying, spreading. The entire section of the cliff face around the cave seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, the solid stone suddenly looking less solid, more fluid. Ilara swayed, her breath coming in ragged gasps, the effort clearly costing her. The glow from the stone flickered violently. Finn reached for her, ready to pull her back, stop her before she destroyed herself or brought the whole mountain down on top of them. But Ilara wasn't finished. With a final surge of will, she focused the energy, the vibration, not just downwards but outwards, towards the opposite canyon rim where Thorn was positioned. It wasn't an attack, more a push. A resonant pulse projected across the space between them. Thorn cried out, a sharp sound of surprise and pain. Finn couldn't see what happened, but he heard a clatter of falling rock from the opposite rim, followed by a heavier thud, and then silence. Had the vibration destabilized Thorn's perch? Had he fallen, or just retreated? The moment the pulse left her, Ilara collapsed sideways, the humming cut off abruptly, the light in the stone dying instantly, leaving it looking like nothing more than a smooth, dark rock. She lay gasping on the cave floor, utterly spent, her eyes closed, her face deathly pale. Finn rushed to her side, checking her pulse. It was weak, thready, but there. She was alive, but barely. The price of this deliberate, focused chord had been far higher than the last. He gently lifted her head, cradling it in his lap, brushing damp strands of hair from her forehead. "Elara," he murmured, his voice thick with concern. "Stay with me." The cave was silent now, save for their breathing and the steady drip of water. The vibration had stopped. Outside, the moonlight shone on the partially blocked entrance, the pile of fresh debris, a testament to the power Elara had just wielded. There was no sound from Thorn, no sound from Cutter, who still lay unconscious nearby. Had they done it? Had they actually driven him off, or incapacitated him? Or was this just another temporary lull before the final, lethal move? Finn strained his ears, listening to the profound quiet outside. The hunter's moon climbed higher, casting long, cold shadows across the canyon. It illuminated the path of destruction from the storm, the raw scar on the opposite rim where Thorn had been, the unnerving stillness. It felt less like victory and more like a fragile truce, bought at a terrible cost. He looked down at Elara's pale, still face, the weight of her strange power, her forgotten past, and their uncertain future pressing down on him. The silence felt fractured, temporary. Trust, fragile as it was, had deepened through shared ordeal. But the hunter's moon wasn't done watching yet, and Finn had a chilling feeling that the true price of Elara's power and his involvement was still waiting to be exacted in the cold, unforgiving light. Chapter 16. Crossroads in the Canyon. The silence following Elara's resonant pulse was profound, almost deafening after the fury of the storm and the subsequent confrontation. The only sounds within the cave were Elara's shallow, ragged breathing as she lay limply in Finn's arms, the steady drip of water from the ceiling where the rock had been stressed, and the frantic beating of Finn's own heart, gradually slowing from its adrenaline-fueled pace. Outside, the swollen creek murmured, and the wind sighed intermittently through the high canyon passes, but the menacing presence of Thorn seemed to have vanished, swallowed by the sudden violent reaction of the earth itself. Finn gently lowered Elara's head back onto his folded jacket, his gaze fixed on her pale, still face. The power she had wielded, the sheer force she had channeled through that focused vibration, had clearly taken a devastating toll. Her skin felt clammy, her pulse remained weak and thready beneath his fingertips. He brushed a damp strand of hair from her forehead, his rough fingers surprisingly gentle. Fear, sharp and unfamiliar, clenched in his gut. Not just fear of the hunters, but fear for her. He'd faced danger, hardship, violence throughout his drifting life, hardening himself against loss, against connection. But watching Elara deliberately drain herself, push herself to the brink of oblivion to protect them, it cracked something open inside him, exposing a vulnerability he hadn't acknowledged in years. He looked over at Cutter's unconscious form nearby. The man hadn't stirred since Finn struck him down. The dark stain beneath his head had spread slightly but seemed to have stopped oozing. A shallow rise and fall of his broad chest indicated he was still alive, though likely concussed and in no condition to be an immediate threat. 2 hunters, 1 down, 1 missing. Finn cautiously moved back towards the partially blocked cave entrance, peering out through the remaining gaps in the debris and the willow screen. The hunter's moon cast a cold, stark light over the canyon, illuminating the rain-slicked rocks and the turbulent waters of Whisper Creek. He scanned the opposite rim intently, searching the area where Thorn had been perched. The rock face there looked raw, scarred, a fresh tumble of scree marking the spot. There was no sign of Thorn himself, no body visible below, no figure retreating along the rim. Had he fallen, or had he managed to scramble to safety, perhaps injured, perhaps merely spooked by forces beyond his understanding? The uncertainty was almost worse than direct confrontation. Thorn wasn't the type to simply give up. If he was still out there, possibly injured, he might be even more dangerous, more unpredictable. Or perhaps he had decided the asset was too volatile, too dangerous to retrieve conventionally, and had retreated to report back to his mysterious benefactor, to regroup, to bring greater force. Finn couldn't know. All he knew was that this fragile piece felt profoundly temporary. They had survived the immediate attack, thanks to Ilara's desperate, costly gamble. But they were far from safe. They were still trapped, deep in hostile territory, miles from any semblance of civilization, with dwindling supplies, no horse, an unconscious enemy combatant, and a companion hovering on the edge of collapse. They were at a crossroads, starkly illuminated by the hunter's moon, and every possible path forward seemed fraught with peril. He needed to think, to plan, but his mind felt sluggish, clouded by exhaustion and the lingering adrenaline buzz. First priority, Ilara. She needed rest, water, warmth, safety, things this cold, damp cave could only partially provide. Second, assess the immediate threat. Was Thorn truly gone, or merely hidden, waiting? Third, Cutter. What to do with him? Leaving him here, even unconscious, felt risky. If he woke, if Thorn returned. But they couldn't take him with them. The moral ambiguity warred with pragmatic survival instinct. Fourth, escape. Find a way out of this canyon, away from this exposed location. Push towards the remote cabin that still represented their best, perhaps only, hope of lasting sanctuary. He went back to Ilara's side. Her breathing seemed a fraction deeper now, her color perhaps a shade less deathly pale, though she remained deeply unconscious. He gently rearranged the blankets of his bedroll around her, trying to conserve her warmth. He checked the small pouch of supplies he'd retrieved from Willow's saddlebag. Matches, whetstone, chilies, liniment. Not much to work with. He still had his Colt, loaded with its last few rounds, and Cutter's heavier pistol, which felt unfamiliar and slightly unwieldy in his hand, though it seemed fully loaded. He considered Cutter again. The man was breathing steadily, a low snore rumbling in his chest. Finn knelt beside him, quickly searching his pockets. He found a sturdy knife, a small pouch containing extra ammunition for the heavy pistol, a welcome discovery, a few coins, and nothing else. No identification, no papers, nothing to hint at his or Thorn's origins or allegiance beyond the benefactor Thorn had mentioned. Impersonal, efficient, disposable perhaps. Finn took the knife and the ammunition, leaving the coins. He used Cutter's own belt to bind the man's hands securely behind his back, then checked the bindings, making sure they were tight, but not cutting off circulation entirely. He wasn't a monster like Thorn, but he wasn't a fool either. An awakened, unbound Cutter would be lethal. Having neutralized the immediate threat within the cave, Finn turned his attention back outside. The moon was higher now, the shadows sharper. He needed to know if Thorn was still out there. Waiting until full dark had passed, the clearest visibility was now under the stark moonlight. Taking a deep breath, steeling himself, he slipped out of the cave entrance, moving silently, using the debris pile and the willow branches for cover. He crouched low, scanning the opposite rim again, meticulously examining every shadow, every rock formation. Nothing moved. He listened intently, filtering out the sounds of the creek and the wind. Silence. He shifted his position slightly, moving downstream along the bank, keeping close to the canyon wall, peering up at the rim from different angles. Still nothing. He moved further, past the bend where Thorn had last appeared, his Colt held ready. The creek bed was littered with debris washed down by the storm, branches, leaves, mud. He scanned the base of the cliff below where Thorn had been. No body, no obvious sign of a fall. It seemed Thorn had either managed to hold on, retreat along the rim, or find another way down, perhaps further downstream. The uncertainty remained, a cold weight in Finn's gut. Thorn could be anywhere, hunting them, waiting. He made his way back towards the cave, his senses on high alert. As he approached the grove where Willow lay, he forced himself to look away, the grief still too raw. He focused on survival. He needed water. Elara needed water. He scooped up creek water in his cupped hands. It was cold, muddy, tasting of silt and storm runoff, but it was wet. He drank deeply, then refilled his water skin, letting the worst of the sediment settle before capping it. Back inside the cave, Elara hadn't moved. Her sleep still seemed unnaturally deep, more stupor than rest. Finn knelt beside her, gently lifting her head again, carefully dribbling a little water onto her lips. She swallowed reflexively, but didn't wake. He dabbed her forehead with the cool water, hoping it might help. He sat down beside her, leaning his back against the cave wall, the damp chill seeping into his bones despite his leather jacket. The crossroads. Which way to turn? Stay here, wait for Elara to recover further. Hope Thorn had truly gone? Risk moving now while she was still weak, potentially blundering into Thorn or getting caught in the open if he returned. Push for the cabin, still days away across unknown storm-damaged terrain. He thought about the cabin, remote, defensible, hopefully with water. It felt like the only viable long-term option. But getting there. The climb out of this canyon had been hard enough when they were fresh. Doing it again, especially if they had to carry Elara, seemed impossible. Was there another way out? Perhaps further upstream? Or downstream, braving the unknown territory where Thorn might be lurking? He needed information. He needed Elara conscious, needed to know if she could even travel. He needed daylight to properly assess their surroundings, find a viable path. Waiting seemed the only immediate option, however risky. He checked Cutter again. Still unconscious, breathing steadily. He checked the bindings. Secure. He settled back against the wall, Cutter's pistol resting on his lap, his own Colt within easy reach. He wouldn't sleep. He would watch Elara, watch the cave entrance, listen to the night, and wait for the dawn, hoping it brought clarity, or at least a chance. Hours passed. The moon traversed the sky, its cold light shifting through the cave entrance, tracing slow patterns on the opposite wall. The creek gradually subsided, its roar lessening to a steady murmur. The air grew colder. Finn huddled deeper into his jacket, fighting off waves of exhaustion. His thoughts drifted. To Willow. To the life he'd lived before finding Elara. A life of drifting melodies and fleeting connections. Safe, but empty. Now, life was anything but safe. Anything but empty. It was terrifying, precarious, yet held a strange, compelling resonance, much like Elara's music. He felt responsible for her, protective of her, in a way that went beyond mere circumstance. That shared look in the cave, her whispered thanks, his own reluctant admission of connection. Something had shifted between them, fragile as it was. A bond forged in fire, flood, and fear. He glanced at Elara. In the faint moonlight filtering in, her face looked incredibly young, vulnerable, peaceful in sleep despite the turmoil surrounding them. He noticed the small, dark stone resting loosely on the blankets beside her hand. He reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against its smooth, cool surface. He felt no warmth, no vibration now. Just a stone. Yet he knew it wasn't. It was a key, a focus, a piece of her forgotten past, intricately tied to the strange power she wielded. It holds the pattern. What pattern? The pattern of her memories, the pattern of the Stardust energy, the pattern of the music. As if his touch, or perhaps just the deep stillness of the pre-dawn hours, reached her. Elara stirred. Her eyelids fluttered, opened slowly. She blinked, her gaze unfocused for a moment, then finding Finn's face leaning over her. Confusion warred with returning awareness, followed swiftly by fear as the memory of the confrontation, the resonant pulse, the collapse, rushed back. "Finn?" she whispered, her voice weak, husky. "What? Thorn?" "Shh. Easy," Finn soothed, resting a hand gently on her shoulder. "He's gone. For now, anyway. You did something. Caused a rock slide, I think. Drove him off, maybe." Elara frowned, trying to recall the chaotic moments, the vibration, the focused energy, the surge of power, the subsequent draining emptiness. I tried to push him back," she murmured. "With the resonance." She looked down at the stone, then back at Finn, her eyes wide. "Did it work?" "Something worked," Finn confirmed grimly. "Scared him off, maybe hurt him, hard to say. But it cost you." He offered her the water skin. "Drink, slowly." She sipped the gritty water gratefully, the coolness soothing her raw throat. Strength seemed to seep back into her slowly, though the profound exhaustion remained. "Cutter?" she asked, remembering the other hunter. Finn nodded towards the shadows where the bound man lay. "Still out. Trust him up." Elara absorbed this, relief mixing with the ever-present fear. They were alive. They had survived the night. But the canyon still felt like a trap, the silence outside pregnant with possibility, both good and bad. "What now?" she asked, her voice gaining a little strength. "Now," Finn said, meeting her gaze, the weariness in his own eyes evident. "We figure out how to get out of this canyon, and we head for the cabin. It's still our best chance." He paused. "Can you travel?" Elara considered this honestly. She felt weak, drained, aching in every muscle. But the spark of resolve that had flared before the confrontation hadn't entirely died. Remembering her name, the whispers of guidance, the raw power she had touched, it had changed something within her. She wasn't just a victim anymore. She was Elara, and Elara apparently could fight back, even if the price was steep. "Yes," she said, her voice firmer than she expected. "I can travel." Finn gave a single approving nod. The first hint of grey was beginning to soften the eastern sky, filtering into the cave. Dawn was coming. A new day, a new set of dangers, but also, perhaps, a new path forward from the crossroads in the canyon. The hunter's moon was setting, but the journey and the mystery were far from over. Chapter 17. Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sky. Dawn arrived not with gentle promise, but reluctantly, smeared across the eastern sky in bruised shades of grey and watery pink, filtered through the lingering remnants of the night's storm clouds. The air inside the cave was cold, damp, carrying the scent of wet rock and the faint metallic tang of Cutter's dried blood. Elara, wrapped tightly in Finn's bedroll, had drifted in and out of an exhausted, uneasy sleep, haunted by fragmented dreams, falling stars, discordant sounds, the accusingly sightless eyes of the dead mare, and fleeting, tantalizing glimpses of a life she couldn't grasp. Each time she surfaced, the cold reality of their situation settled heavily upon her. Trapped, hunted, her own body feeling brittle and depleted from the resonant power she'd unleashed. Finn hadn't slept. He sat near the cave mouth, alternately watching Elara and scanning the slowly brightening landscape outside. He'd chewed on one of the potent dried chilies from his emergency pouch, the fierce heat helping to ward off the chill and keep his senses sharp, though it did little for the gnawing ache of fatigue in his bones or the heavier ache of grief for Willow. As the light grew, illuminating the canyon more clearly, the path ahead, or rather, the lack thereof, became starkly apparent. The climb back down the treacherous slope they had ascended yesterday seemed suicidal, especially with Alara weakened. Following the creek downstream led towards where Thorn might still be lurking. Heading upstream led back towards the open country, where they would be exposed, trackable. Their only realistic option seemed to be finding another route up and out of the canyon, preferably one less obvious than the eroded slope Thorn had seen them take. He slipped out of the cave as soon as the light was strong enough, leaving Alara stirring uneasily in the bedroll and Cutter still securely bound and unconscious. He moved with practiced silence, testing the rain-soaked ground, examining the canyon walls upstream from their hiding place. The storm had rearranged the landscape subtly. Small rock falls littered the creek bed. Branches were torn from the hardy willows. The water still ran higher and muddier than normal. After 20 minutes of careful scouting, his hopes sank. The canyon walls upstream grew sheer, offering no obvious handholds, no climbable fissures. They were effectively boxed in, unless they risked going downstream towards the unknown threat of Thorn. It felt like being caught between the devil they knew was hunting them and the deep, blue, indifferent sky that offered no escape. He returned to the cave, his expression grim. Alara was awake now, sitting up, though her movements were slow, tentative. She had managed to sip a little more water, but her face was still pale, shadowed with exhaustion. "No way out upstream," Finn reported bluntly, hunkering down near her. "Walls are too sheer. Looks like our only options are back down the way we came up, which Thorn likely expects and might be watching, or downstream, try to find another way out further on, assuming Thorn isn't waiting for us there." Alara absorbed this bleak assessment, her gaze drifting towards the cave entrance, towards the indifferent light of the new day. "What about him?" she asked quietly, nodding towards Cutter's still form. Finn followed her gaze, his expression hardening. That was the other immediate problem. They couldn't leave him here, conscious or not. If he woke, he could potentially signal Thorn, or track them himself later, killing him in cold blood. Finn wasn't Thorn. He'd killed men before, in self-defense, in the heat of a fight, but this felt different. Yet, letting him live posed an undeniable risk. The pragmatic, survivalist part of his brain argued for elimination. The weary, fundamentally decent part recoiled. "We take his gun, his knife," Finn said slowly, thinking aloud. "Leave him bound. Wedge him further back in the cave, maybe block the entrance more thoroughly after we leave. Give ourselves a head start. It's the best we can do." It felt like a weak compromise, leaving a loose end that could come back to haunt them, but the alternative, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Alara nodded, accepting his decision without comment, though a flicker of relief crossed her features. Despite everything, despite the violence she'd witnessed and inadvertently caused, she hadn't become numb to the value of a life, even an enemy's. "All right," Finn said, pushing himself stiffly to his feet. "Let's get ready. We move downstream, stay close to the wall, use the storm debris for cover. We find the first possible way up and out. We take it. If we run into Thorn—" He didn't need to finish the sentence. They both knew what that meant. While Alara forced herself to eat a few bites of the tough jerky Finn offered, trying to rebuild her strength, Finn made his preparations. He checked Cutter's bindings one last time, then dragged the heavy, unconscious man further back into the cave's recesses, wedging him into a narrow crevice. He gathered loose rocks from the debris pile near the entrance, creating a rough but relatively stable barrier, obscuring the opening further, hoping it would delay Cutter if he woke, and perhaps make the cave less obvious to Thorn if he passed by again. He checked his own Colt, only 3 rounds left. He tucked Cutter's heavier pistol into his belt, unfamiliar, but loaded. He slung the water skin, now holding maybe a quart of gritty creek water, over his shoulder. He offered Alara Cutter's knife. She hesitated, looking at the utilitarian, slightly menacing blade, then took it, tucking it into the waistband of her denim trousers. Another grim necessity of this new, dangerous reality. "Ready?" Finn asked, his gaze searching hers, assessing her strength, her resolve. She took a deep breath, pushed herself to her feet, swaying only slightly. The rest inside the bedroll, the sips of water, the fragile hope rekindled by remembering her name, had helped. She was still weak, still drained, but the paralyzing exhaustion had eased. "Ready," she affirmed, meeting his gaze steadily. They slipped out of the cave, Finn leading the way, moving downstream along the edge of the swollen creek. The going was slow, treacherous. The rain had slicked the rocks, and piles of branches and mud created obstacles, forcing them to pick their way carefully. Every shadow seemed menacing. Every bend in the canyon held the potential for ambush. Finn moved with heightened alertness, his head constantly scanning, his pistol held ready. Elara followed close behind, her hand often hovering near the hilt of the knife, a weapon she had no idea how to use, but whose presence offered a sliver of desperate courage. The canyon remained eerily quiet. No sign of Thorn, no discordant sounds. Only the rush of the creek, the drip of water from the high ledges, the cry of a lone hawk circling against the clearing sky. Patches of blue were widening overhead now, the sun breaking through intermittently, steaming the damp rocks, making the air thick and humid. They passed the bend where Thorn had last been seen. Finn examined the area closely. Faint boot prints, partially washed away, confirmed Thorn had been there, had likely descended after the earth tremor, but there was no indication of injury, no bloodstains, and no sign of which way he had gone. Had he continued downstream, or climbed back up to the rim to track them from above? The uncertainty gnawed at Finn. They pressed on, driven by the need to find a way out of the canyon floor's vulnerability. After another hour of slow, tense progress, the canyon began to widen slightly, and there, on the southern wall this time, Finn spotted it, another eroded slope, less steep than the one they'd climbed yesterday, offering a potential route up to the rim. It was exposed, offering little cover during the climb, but it looked manageable. "There," Finn breathed, pointing. "Our way out, if Thorn isn't watching it." He scanned the rim above the slope intently. Nothing moved. It was a gamble. Stay in the canyon, risk ambush, or take the exposed climb, risk being spotted from above. He looked at Elara. Her face was pale, strained, but her eyes held a flicker of determination. "We climb," he decided. "Move fast. Don't look back." The ascent was grueling. The slope was composed of loose shale and crumbling sandstone, offering precarious purchase. Elara's legs felt like lead, her lungs burned, but she forced herself upward, her gaze fixed on Finn's back, on the steady, methodical way he tested each step before committing his weight. The sun beat down on them now, the brief coolness after the storm already evaporating. Sweat trickled into her eyes, stinging, blurring her vision. Halfway up, she slipped, her foot dislodging a cascade of loose rock that rattled noisily down the slope. She cried out, scrabbling for purchase, her fingers raw against the abrasive stone. Finn spun around instantly, grabbing her wrist, his grip like iron, hauling her back from the edge. "Easy," he grunted, his own breathing ragged. "Almost there." They clung there for a moment, catching their breath, acutely aware of how exposed they were, how loud the rock slide had sounded in the relative quiet. Had Thorn heard? Was he watching, lining up a shot? Every nerve screamed for them to hurry, to reach the cover of the rim. They scrambled the last few yards, collapsing onto the relatively flat, rocky ground at the top, hidden momentarily behind a cluster of wind-stunted pines. They lay there, gasping for air, chests heaving, sweat mingling with the dust on their skin. Finn was the first to recover, cautiously raising his head, scanning the surrounding terrain. They were on a wide, rolling plateau, similar to the one they'd crossed yesterday, dotted with sparse vegetation and rock formations, offering intermittent cover. The air up here was clearer, the breeze welcome, though it carried no relief from the tension. He scanned back the way they'd come, towards the opposite rim where Thorn had been. Still no sign. Then he looked downstream along the canyon edge, and he saw him. Thorn stood perhaps 300 yards away, near the canyon rim, partially concealed by a granite outcrop. He wasn't looking in their direction, but seemed to be examining something on the ground near his feet. Tracks? Or perhaps checking a device. His rifle leaned against the rock beside him. He seemed unaware they had reached the rim. Finn ducked back behind the pines, his heart pounding. So Thorn had continued downstream, likely tracking them along the canyon floor, assuming they were still trapped below. Their noisy climb had alerted him, but he hadn't pinpointed their location yet. They had a momentary advantage, an opportunity. "He's downstream," Finn whispered urgently to Ilara, who had pushed herself up, her eyes wide with alarm. "On the rim. Hasn't seen us yet." Ilara looked frantically around the plateau. Open ground stretched before them, offering little cover if Thorn spotted them. The cabin was still miles away, days perhaps, across this exposed terrain. They couldn't outrun him, not in her condition. Direct confrontation seemed suicidal. They were caught again, between the devil they could see and the deep blue, unforgiving sky above. But Ilara's gaze snagged on something else. To the east, where the cabin supposedly lay, the sky was still dominated by the retreating storm clouds, dark and heavy, though the rain had stopped. And beyond those clouds further east, the peaks of the Ironwood Range rose, jagged and remote against the horizon. Find the deep places. The whispers echoed in her mind. The mountains. An idea sparked, born of desperation and the lingering resonance of the power she'd touched. A wild, improbable gamble. She looked at the dark clouds, then back at Finn, her eyes alight with a sudden, fierce intensity. "Finn," she breathed, grabbing his arm. "The storm. It listened. The earth. It protected." She pointed towards the dark clouds brooding over the mountains. Maybe we don't run away from the storm. Maybe we run towards it." Finn stared at her, then followed her gaze towards the bruised eastern sky. Run towards the mountains, into the remnants of the storm. It seemed insane. Storms in the mountains were notoriously dangerous, but Thorn was behind them. The open plateau was a death trap, and Ilara, she seemed connected to these forces in ways he couldn't fathom. Her power had saved them twice now, however costly. Was this another instinct? Another whisper of guidance from her forgotten past? He looked back at Thorn, still preoccupied downstream. He looked at the vast exposed plateau ahead. He looked at the dark, beckoning clouds over the distant peaks. Between the devil and the deep blue sky, maybe the only path forward was through the storm itself. "All right, Ilara," he said, his voice tight with the enormity of the gamble. "All right. We head east, towards the mountains, towards the storm. Fast as we can. Keep low. Use whatever cover there is." He helped her up, casting one last glance back at Thorn. The hunter still hadn't looked up. Taking a deep breath, they broke cover, running low and fast across the rocky plateau, heading east towards the dark clouds, the distant peaks, and the unknown dangers hidden within the heart of the retreating storm. It was a desperate race against the devil behind them, under a sky that might offer protection or demand another terrible price. Chapter 18. The Resonance of Regret. The run across the high plateau was fueled by pure adrenaline and the desperate hope that Thorn remained oblivious behind them. Every rock outcrop, every dip in the terrain, every sparse cluster of juniper became a precious island of temporary concealment in the vast, exposed landscape. Ilara forced her aching legs to keep moving, her lungs burning, her gaze fixed on the dark bank of clouds clinging to the distant ironwood peaks. Running towards the storm felt counterintuitive, dangerous, yet strangely right. As if answering a call she didn't fully understand, guided by the fragmented whispers and the echo of the power that had surged through her. Finn ran beside her, conserving his breath, his eyes constantly scanning their back trail and the surrounding terrain. He pushed her when she stumbled, guided her towards the best cover, his presence a steadying force against the panic that threatened to overwhelm her. He didn't know if her instinct about the storm was sound, if it was guidance or delusion born of trauma. But Thorn was real. The threat was immediate, and this desperate flight felt like their only chance, however slim. The plateau offered no sanctuary, only exposure. The mountains, shrouded in the storm's remnants, represented the unknown, but also, perhaps, concealment. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely less than half an hour, Finn risked a glance back from behind a weathered sandstone hoodoo. His heart leaped into his throat. Thorn was visible now, much closer than Finn had hoped, maybe 500 yards back, moving with relentless speed across the plateau. He must have spotted them almost immediately after they broke cover. He was carrying his rifle, running with an unnerving endurance, closing the distance steadily. "He sees us!" Finn hissed, grabbing Alara's arm. "He's gaining. We can't outrun him on open ground." Panic surged in Alara, cold and suffocating. She looked wildly around. They were still miles from the foothills of the mountains, the plateau stretching ahead, offering only minimal, intermittent cover. Thorn would run them down long before they reached any meaningful shelter. "The music!" Alara gasped, desperation clawing at her. "Maybe I can slow him down, like before." She thought of the earth tremor, the resonant pulse. But the memory also brought the crushing fatigue, the terrifying sense of depletion. Could she risk it again? Could she even summon the power, depleted as she was? Finn looked at her, saw the desperate hope warring with fear in her eyes, the paleness still clinging to her features. He shook his head firmly. "No, Alara, absolutely not." His voice was harsh, protective. "Look what it did to you last time. Drained you completely. Another surge like that might kill you. We find another way." His refusal, born of concern, paradoxically strengthened her resolve. He wouldn't let her sacrifice herself, which meant she couldn't let him sacrifice himself either. They were in this together. There had to be something else. Her gaze fell upon the small dark stone, still clutched tightly in her hand. "It holds the pattern. The music will guide you." What pattern? What guidance? It felt like riddles whispered in the dark, but the connection she'd felt, the resonance. It wasn't just about big, draining pulses of power. There was the other music too. The calming melodies, the focused attention. She remembered Finn's words back at the dry spring, before her collapse. Maybe it's not something to be stopped. Maybe it's like breathing. Part of you. What if the power wasn't just a weapon, or a beacon for hunters? What if it could be subtle? An idea flickered, fragile, uncertain. Not a grand gesture, not a tremor, but something smaller. A distraction, a misdirection. She looked back towards Thorn, now visibly closer, his dark figure relentless against the brightening sky. Then she looked towards the brooding clouds still clinging to the eastern peaks. The air still felt charged, expectant. "Finn," she said urgently, pulling him behind a slightly larger cluster of boulders. "Maybe not a big pulse, but the sound, the other sound, the one they use." She remembered the hideous, discordant scraping noise Thorn, or perhaps Cutter, had generated, the sound that seemed designed to provoke, to disrupt. Could she mimic it, create a false echo, draw Thorn off course, even for a few minutes. Finn stared at her, aghast. Mimic their sound? Lyra, Elara, that noise. It hurt you before, and it could lead him right to the source. Maybe, Elara conceded, her mind racing. But maybe I don't project it from here. Maybe I can send it? Over there? She gestured vaguely towards a jumble of rock formations off to their right, northward, away from their eastward path towards the mountains. Make him think we doubled back or split up. It sounded insane. Auditory hallucination as a survival tactic? Finn hesitated. It was incredibly risky. If it backfired, it would pinpoint them. If it worked, it might buy them the precious time they needed to reach the foothills, find better cover before Thorn realized the deception. He looked at Elara's face, saw the desperate plea, the nascent confidence flickering in her eyes. She believed she could do it, and they were out of conventional options. All right, he said grimly, making the decision. All right, try it, but keep it brief, and be ready to run the second you stop. Elara nodded, closing her eyes, taking a deep breath. This felt different from letting the grief or the longing flow into melody, different from the raw resonance with the earth or storm. This required imitation, analysis. She focused on the memory of the horrible scraping sound, dissecting its discordant frequencies, its jarring rhythm. It felt alien, invasive, like touching something unclean. She tentatively reached out with that inner sense, the one connected to the music, the resonance. Instead of letting her own melody flow, she tried to shape the energy, replicating the harsh, grating pattern she remembered. It felt wrong, unnatural, straining against her own harmonic inclinations. A low, guttural hum started in her throat, rougher, more dissonant than her usual tones. Finn watched, his hand gripping his Colt, his body coiled, ready to react. He scanned the plateau, keeping Thorn in his peripheral vision. The hunter was still coming, closer now, perhaps only 300 yards away. Elara pushed harder, focusing her intent, directing the sound away from them, towards the rocks to the north. The hum roughened further, becoming a grating, scraping vibration that seemed to hang in the air around them, making Finn's teeth ache. It wasn't as loud or as piercing as the sound the hunters had generated, but it was undeniably similar, undeniably unnatural. She held it for only a few seconds, pouring her concentration into the projection, the misdirection. Then, feeling her already depleted energy beginning to fray, she cut it off abruptly. She swayed, leaning against the boulder, gasping for breath, the effort leaving her dizzy and nauseated. They both watched Thorn, holding their breath. The hunter stopped. He visibly faltered in his stride, his head snapping up, turning towards the north, towards the source of the discordant echo Elara had projected. He raised a hand, shielding his eyes, scanning the rock formations in that direction. He seemed confused, uncertain. He took a few hesitant steps northward, off his direct eastward path towards them. He stopped again, listening intently. Did it work? Elara whispered, hope flickering. Maybe, Finn breathed, not daring to relax. He's hesitating. Thorn stood there for a long, agonizing moment, seemingly weighing the evidence of his eyes, them fleeing east, against the evidence of his ears, the disturbing sound from the north. He raised something to his face. Binoculars? Or another device? Scanning the northern rocks. Then, with a visible shake of his head, as if dismissing the sound as an anomaly, an echo, or perhaps suspecting a trick, he lowered the instrument and turned back eastward, resuming his pursuit with renewed determination. Elara's heart sank. It hadn't worked. The deception had failed. Thorn was still coming. Damn it! Finn cursed under his breath. All right, plan B. There is no plan B. Run! He grabbed Elara's hand again, pulling her out from behind the boulders, forcing her tired legs into motion. They scrambled eastward again, towards the mountains, towards the storm clouds, Thorn now relentlessly closing the distance behind them. The failed gamble had cost them precious time, precious energy. They ran, stumbling over rocks, gasping for air, the shadow of the hunter stretching long behind them in the morning sun. Finn knew, with chilling certainty, that Thorn would catch them before they reached the foothills. He glanced back. Thorn was closer now, maybe 200 yards, raising his rifle, slowing slightly to take aim. There was nowhere left to hide. This was it. Finn reacted on pure instinct. He shoved Elara hard, sending her sprawling behind a low, flat-topped boulder, barely large enough to offer concealment. "Stay down!" he roared. He didn't seek cover himself. Instead, he spun around, planting his feet, raising Cutter's heavy pistol with both hands, sighting down the barrel at the advancing figure of Thorn. 300 yards. An impossible shot with a pistol, especially an unfamiliar one, against a man with a rifle. But it wasn't about hitting him. It was about making him pause, about buying Elara one more second, about defiance. He saw Thorn settle the rifle stock against his shoulder, taking careful aim. Finn squeezed the trigger. The heavy pistol bucked in his hands, the recoil jarring his arms, the roar of the shot echoing across the plateau. He saw a puff of dust kick up far short of Thorn, the shot hopelessly wide. But it achieved its purpose. Thorn flinched at the unexpected shot, momentarily lowering his rifle, reassessing the threat. He hadn't expected Finn to stand and fight, not with a pistol at this range. In that brief pause, Elara, lying behind the boulder, her face pressed against the rough stone, felt something shift again. Not the surge of power this time, but the whispers. They came flooding back, stronger now, clearer, perhaps triggered by the imminent danger, by Finn's desperate act of sacrifice. Elara. The pattern. Not just sound. Resonance. Regret. Regret. What did regret have to do with it? But the word echoed, insistent. She thought of Willow, the guilt still a raw wound. She thought of Finn, standing exposed, ready to die for her. She thought of her own lost past, the life she couldn't remember, the connection severed. A wave of profound sorrow, deeper than fear, washed over her. Regret for what was lost, regret for the danger she'd brought, regret for the violence. And the music started again, unbidden, unstoppable. It wasn't the harsh, scraping sound she'd tried to mimic. It wasn't the earth-shaking pulse. It was the melody of longing, the first true music Finn had heard her hum, but infused now with this overwhelming wave of regret. It poured out of her, low and mournful at first, then swelling, becoming richer, deeper, achingly beautiful, yet saturated with sorrow. It wasn't directed at Thorn, wasn't intended as a weapon or a shield. It was simply an expression, a release of the unbearable weight she carried. Finn heard it, even over the ringing in his ears from the gunshot. He risked a glance back at Elara, saw her trembling behind the rock, eyes closed, the mournful sound flowing from her. He turned back towards Thorn, expecting the hunter to take advantage of the distraction, to fire. But Thorn hadn't fired. He stood frozen, his rifle lowered slightly, his head tilted as if listening intently. The harsh lines of his face seemed disturbed. Not by fear, this time, by something else. Confusion? Pain? The mournful melody washed over the plateau, weaving through the wind, carrying its burden of sorrow. It resonated not with the earth, not with the storm, but with something else. Something within Thorn himself. Thorn staggered back a step, his hand going to his temple as if warding off a blow. He shook his head, a visible tremor running through his body. He looked haunted. As if the music wasn't just sound, but was dredging up something buried deep within him, some hidden pain, some forgotten loss. The resonance of regret. He stumbled again, lowering his rifle completely now, his face contorted not with anger, but with a profound, unexpected anguish. He looked towards Finn and Elara, but his eyes seemed unfocused, seeing something else entirely. With a choked cry, he turned and stumbled away, not back the way he came, but blindly, northward, away from them, running as if pursued by demons only he could see, his figure eventually disappearing behind a distant rock formation. Finn stared, utterly bewildered. What had just happened? Had Elara's music, that pure expression of sorrow and regret, somehow broken Thorn? Accessed some hidden vulnerability, some buried trauma within the cold, efficient hunter? Had the resonance of her regret triggered his own? He didn't know. He couldn't comprehend it. But Thorn was gone. Fled. Routed not by force, but by a song. He lowered the pistol, his arms trembling from the strain, the adrenaline leaving him shaky and weak. He turned and stumbled back towards the boulder where Elara lay. The music had faded as Thorn fled, leaving behind a vibrating silence. She looked up at him, her eyes wide, questioning, drained but conscious. "He's gone?" she whispered, hardly daring to believe it. "Gone," Finn confirmed, his voice rough with disbelief and relief. "He ran." He knelt beside her, helping her sit up. "Your music. Elara, what did you do?" She shook her head, looking down at her hands, at the still dormant stone. "I don't know," she murmured, confusion mixing with exhaustion. "I just felt it. The regret. For Willow. For everything. The music just came out." She looked up at him, her eyes searching his. "Did it hurt him?" "Looked like it," Finn said slowly. "Looked like it hit him somewhere deep, somewhere unexpected." He thought about the implications. Her power wasn't just physical, wasn't just about resonance with the earth or the storm. It was emotional. It could touch the hidden places within people, reflect their own inner landscape, amplify their deepest feelings. A power far more subtle and perhaps far more dangerous than mere physical force. He helped her to her feet. They stood together on the exposed plateau. The immediate threat miraculously, inexplicably vanished. The sky overhead was clearing rapidly now, vast and blue, the storm clouds retreating towards the eastern peaks. They were alone again, under the watchful sky, the path towards the mountains open before them. But the confrontation, the music, the resonance of regret, it had changed everything. They had survived, but the nature of Elara's power, its potential and its peril, felt vastly more complex and unpredictable than ever before. The crossroads were behind them, but the path ahead remained shrouded in mystery and the lingering echoes of a sorrowful song. Chapter 19. Shattered Notes. Unbroken Spirit. The silence left in Thorn's wake felt vast, unnatural, stretching across the high plateau, under the now brilliant, almost accusingly clear sky. The hunter's inexplicable flight, driven not by bullets, but by the mournful resonance of Elara's regret, had been so sudden, so bizarre, that Finn and Elara stood frozen for several long moments, scarcely daring to believe he was truly gone. The wind whispered around the rocks, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant pines, a stark contrast to the recent echoes of gunfire and sorrowful music. Finn finally broke the spell, lowering the heavy pistol, his hand still trembling slightly from adrenaline and exhaustion. He scanned the horizon in every direction, searching for any sign of Thorn's return, or perhaps Cutter somehow revived and tracking them. But the landscape remained empty, serene in a way that felt deeply unsettling after the violence and terror. He turned to Elara. She leaned heavily against the boulder where she'd taken cover, her face ashen, her eyes wide and shadowed, reflecting the profound physical and emotional cost of the confrontation. The wave of relief washing over Finn was quickly tempered by a sharp pang of concern for her. She had pushed herself far beyond her limits, tapping into reserves of power and emotion she didn't understand, let alone control. Each manifestation seemed to leave her more depleted, more vulnerable. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice rougher than he intended, betraying the turbulent mix of relief, disbelief and worry churning within him. Elara managed a weak nod, pushing herself upright, though she swayed slightly. "Just tired," she murmured. The word felt wholly inadequate to describe the bone-deep exhaustion, the feeling of being scoured out from the inside that lingered after the music faded. Did he really leave?" "Looks like it," Finn confirmed, still scanning the horizon warily. "Ran north like the devil himself was on his heels." He shook his head, baffled. "Your song. It did something to him, something I've never seen before." He looked at her, a new question, tinged with a certain awe, entering his eyes. "That resonance. It wasn't just the rocks, was it? It reached him." Elara frowned, trying to grasp the implications. She remembered the overwhelming wave of sorrow, the regret, pouring out of her, shaping the melody. Had Thorn felt it too? Had her own emotions somehow resonated with his, unlocking some hidden pain? The idea was disturbing. If her power could affect people's emotions, touch their deepest vulnerabilities, what else could it do? Was it a weapon? A tool for healing? Or just another unpredictable, dangerous facet of the cosmic accident that had shattered her life? "I don't know," she whispered honestly. "I just felt so much sorrow. For Willow. For—" She gestured vaguely, encompassing their plight, her lost past. "The music. It carried it." She looked down at her hands, then at the smooth, dark stone still clutched in one fist. It remained inert, offering no answers. Maybe he felt it too. Maybe everyone carries regrets like stones in their pockets. Finn considered her words, the simple, profound observation cutting through the strangeness of the event. He thought of his own regrets, paths not taken, words unsaid, faces faded by time and distance. He usually kept them locked away, buried deep beneath layers of pragmatic detachment. But perhaps Elara's music acted like a key, unlocking those hidden chambers not just in Thorn, but potentially in anyone who heard it with an open, or perhaps vulnerable heart. The thought was both intriguing and deeply unsettling. "Well, whatever it was," he said, pulling himself back to their immediate reality, "it bought us time. But I don't trust that he's gone for good. Men like that, they don't break easily. He might circle back. Or maybe he's just retreated to call in reinforcements." He looked eastward, towards the distant, cloud-wreathed peaks of the Ironwood Range. "We need to keep moving. Get off this plateau. Find the cabin." The thought of more travel, more climbing, made Elara's already aching muscles scream in protest. But the image of Thorn's cold eyes, the memory of his ruthlessness, spurred her onward. She nodded, taking a steadying breath. "All right. Which way?" Finn surveyed the terrain ahead. The foothills leading up to the mountains were closer now, perhaps only a few hours' hard travel away. They looked rugged, thickly forested in places, offering much better cover than the exposed plateau. "East," he confirmed. "Straight for the foothills. We find that creek again, Whisper Creek, lower down. Follow it up towards the higher country. The cabin should be somewhere up there, tucked away near the timberline." He offered her the water skin again. They shared the last of the gritty water, barely enough to moisten their mouths. Thirst remained a constant, nagging companion. Finding the creek again wasn't just about navigation. It was about survival. They started walking, slower now, conserving their energy, keenly aware of their depleted state. Finn took the lead, Cutter's heavy pistol tucked back into his belt, his own Colt held loosely at his side, his gaze sweeping constantly, searching for threats. Elara followed, forcing one foot in front of the other. Her focus narrowed to the next step, the next patch of shade. The initial relief at Thorn's flight was steadily replaced by the grim realities of their situation: fatigue, thirst, the unknown dangers of the wilderness ahead, and the lingering uncertainty about their pursuer. The landscape began to change gradually as they moved eastward. The flat, open plateau gave way to rolling hills, deeper washes cut by the storm's runoff, and scattered stands of pinyon, pine, and juniper, offering slightly more cover. The air felt cooler here, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth from the retreating storm clouds that still clung stubbornly to the higher peaks ahead. They found Whisper Creek again after another hour, emerging from a narrow side canyon into the main wash. The creek was running clearer now, the muddy surge from the storm having mostly passed, leaving behind pools of fresh cold water collected amongst the rocks. The sight was pure salvation. They drank deeply, letting the cold water soothe their parched throats, splashing it on their dusty faces. Finn refilled the water skin, letting it overflow, savoring the simple abundance. He allowed Elara to rest by the creek bank while he scouted briefly upstream and downstream, finding no fresh tracks, no immediate sign of Thorn. It seemed for the moment they were truly alone. Sitting by the murmuring creek, the cool water soothing her tired feet, Elara felt a measure of peace settle over her, the first she'd known since Finn found her. The beauty of the canyon, the resilience of the cottonwoods lining the bank, the life-giving water. It felt grounding after the chaos and terror. She held the dark stone in her hand, turning it over, examining its smooth surface in the clear sunlight. Elara. The name felt more solid now, less alien. The memory fragment, the weathered hand, the urgent voice, the mention of patterns and guidance replayed in her mind. She tried humming again, softly, experimentally. Not the mournful tune of regret, but something lighter, querying. She focused on the stone, on the name, on the fragmented memory, letting the music explore the connection. A faint warmth bloomed in the stone, a gentle pulse against her palm, far different from the intense glow of before. It felt responsive, not powerful, but aware, like it held dormant knowledge, waiting for the right key, the right frequency. Finn returned from his scouting, moving quietly, not wanting to disturb her. He watched her for a moment, saw the faint glow in the stone, heard the soft, questioning melody. He saw the look of intense concentration, mixed with wonder on her face. He was beginning to accept the strangeness, the inexplicable power tied to her, not just as a danger, but as an intrinsic part of who she was. Elara, the woman fallen from the sky, the woman whose music resonated with stone and storm and, apparently, the hidden regrets of ruthless men. He sat down near her, not too close, respecting her space, but offering silent companionship. He cleaned his Colt mechanism meticulously with a scrap of cloth, a familiar grounding ritual. "Any sign?" Elara asked softly, her humming fading, the glow in the stone subsiding. "Nothing," Finn replied. "Tracks are mostly washed out down here, could be miles away, or could be watching from the rim." He finished cleaning the pistol, reloading the few remaining cartridges with care. "Doesn't matter. We keep moving upstream, towards the cabin." They followed the creek as it climbed steadily higher, the canyon narrowing again in places, the vegetation becoming thicker. Stands of pine and fir began to appear, mingling with the cottonwoods and willows. The air grew cooler, crisper. The mountains loomed closer, their lower slopes cloaked in shadow, their peaks still shrouded in cloud. It felt like entering a different world, wilder, more remote, holding both the promise of shelter and the threat of unknown dangers. As the afternoon wore on, Ilara's fatigue returned with a vengeance. Her steps grew heavier, her breathing more labored. Finn watched her, his concern growing. She was pushing herself too hard, running on empty reserves after the massive energy expenditure of the previous day. They needed to rest properly, find shelter before nightfall. The cabin was still likely a full day's travel away, maybe more in this rugged terrain. He spotted a potential campsite, a small, level clearing nestled amongst a thick stand of pines slightly above the creek, offering good cover and a defensible position. A nearby rock outcrop provided a natural fireplace and windbreak. "We stop here for the night," he declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You need rest. Proper rest." Ilara didn't protest. The thought of stopping, of warmth, of closing her eyes without the immediate fear of discovery, was overwhelmingly welcome. While Finn skillfully built a small, smokeless fire using dry twigs gathered from beneath the pines, Ilara huddled nearby, wrapped again in the bedroll, watching his efficient movements. He seemed as much a part of this wilderness as the rocks and trees, his knowledge of survival ingrained, instinctive. Yet she had seen glimpses of the man beneath the hardened exterior, the grief for his horse, the reluctant confession of loneliness, the protective concern in his eyes. He was as complex and contradictory as the power stirring within her. Finn managed to boil some creek water in a small, battered tin cup he carried, adding a couple of the fiery dried chilies. He offered the makeshift warming broth to Ilara first. She sipped it cautiously, the heat and spice spreading through her, chasing away some of the deep chill, easing the ache in her muscles. It tasted surprisingly good, comforting. They shared the rest of the jerky, eating in silence as twilight deepened into night around them. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. Above the canopy, the sky cleared completely, revealing a breathtaking sweep of stars, brighter and colder at this higher altitude. The hunter's moon rose again, bathing the clearing in its pale, silvery light. Sitting by the fire, a fragile sense of peace settled between them. The shared ordeal had stripped away pretense, leaving a raw honesty. They were two strangers, thrown together by cosmic chance and human cruelty, navigating a landscape both external and internal that was fraught with peril and mystery. "Ilara," Finn said quietly, breaking the long silence. He seemed to be testing the name, letting it settle in the air. "That memory. The hand giving you the stone. The voice. Did you recognize it?" She shook her head slowly. "No, not recognize exactly. But it felt important. Like family, or a teacher." She frowned, searching the frustratingly blank spaces in her mind. "She called the stone a pattern holder, told me the music would guide me, to deep places." She looked around the clearing, at the towering pines, the dark mountains looming beyond. "Is this a deep place?" "Deep enough," Finn acknowledged grimly, "and likely to get deeper." He poked the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling up into the darkness. "This power you have, the resonance, the music. It's potent, Ilara. More potent than I think even Thorn understood. But it takes too much out of you, using it like you did. You can't keep doing that." "I know," she whispered, remembering the terrifying emptiness. "But what else could I do? He would have killed you, killed us both." "We find another way," Finn insisted, his gaze intense. "We survive by being smarter, quieter. We reach the cabin. We lay low. We figure things out." He paused. "This pattern, this guidance. Maybe it's not about big flashy power surges. Maybe it's smaller things, instincts, whispers, like finding this campsite." Ilara considered this. Could the power be subtle? Could the guidance be gentle? It felt contradictory to the violent energy she'd unleashed, but the quiet, questioning melody she'd hummed earlier, the way the stone had pulsed faintly in response. Perhaps there was more to it than just raw force. Perhaps the shattered notes of her past could be reassembled into a different kind of song, one of resilience, of quiet strength, an unbroken spirit. She looked at Finn, sitting across the small fire from her, his face illuminated by the flickering flames, the harsh lines softened, the weariness evident but overlaid with a quiet determination. She felt a connection to him, a fragile strand of trust woven from shared danger and unexpected kindness. He was right. They needed to be smarter, quieter. They needed to rely on each other, not just on unpredictable surges of power. As the fire burned low and the cold mountain air settled around them, Elara hummed softly again, not the tune of regret, but a new melody, hesitant at first, then growing steadier. It spoke of weariness, yes, but also of resilience, of shattered notes finding harmony, of a spirit tested, battered, but ultimately unbroken. And in the dying embers, the dark stone pulsed, just once, with a faint, steady light, a silent acknowledgement, perhaps, of the long, uncertain path still stretching before them towards the deep places, guided by whispers and a fragile, emerging trust. Chapter 20. The Heart's True North. The thin air of the higher altitude carried a sharp, clean bite, scrubbing the last vestiges of the storm's oppressive humidity from the landscape. Dawn painted the sky with strokes of delicate rose and pale gold, illuminating the rugged peaks of the Ironwood Range ahead, their snow-dusted summits catching the first rays of sun like beacons. Below the timberline, where Finn and Elara trekked steadily upward alongside the rushing, revitalized Whisper Creek, the forest floor remained damp, smelling richly of wet earth, pine needles, and decaying leaves. The world felt washed clean, reborn after the tempest, yet the fragile peace was underscored by a persistent tension, an awareness of dangers past and potentially still lurking. Elara walked with a steadiness that surprised even herself. The deep, consuming exhaustion lingered, a heavy weight in her limbs, a dull ache behind her eyes, but the terrifying depletion that followed her use of the resonant power had eased somewhat with rest and the small amount of food and water. More than physical recovery, however, something internal had shifted. Having her name back, Elara, felt like finding a single, solid stepping stone in the rushing, chaotic river of her amnesia. It didn't reveal the whole path, didn't answer the myriad questions that still plagued her, but it was hers, a piece of identity reclaimed from the void. And the memory fragment, the voice urging her to trust the stone, the music. It offered a thread, however frayed, to follow. She found herself observing the world around her with a new intensity, not just the fearful scanning for threats, but a deeper attention. The way sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of pine and fir, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The intricate lace of ferns unfurling near the creek bank, the sharp cry of a jay echoing through the trees, the smooth, water-worn surfaces of the rocks underfoot. It felt as if her senses, perhaps amplified by the energy that flowed through her, were drinking in the details, searching for something. The pattern, the guidance the voice had spoken of. She instinctively touched the dark stone, tucked securely now inside her shirt, resting against her skin. It felt cool, neutral, offering no obvious clues. Yet she trusted the fragment of memory. It had felt undeniably real, resonant with truth. The music will guide you. Find the deep places. The mountains certainly felt like deep places, ancient and imposing. But how would the music guide her? Would it simply flow, leading her steps? Or did she need to listen differently, interpret its subtle shifts and nuances? Finn walked slightly ahead, moving with the quiet competence of a man entirely at home in the wilderness. He navigated the increasingly rugged terrain with an economy of motion, his eyes constantly assessing the path ahead, the stability of the creek bank, the density of the undergrowth, the sky above, the back trail. He hadn't mentioned Thorn again since confirming his disappearance the previous day, but Elara knew the hunter was never far from his thoughts. The tension remained coiled in his shoulders, in the way his hand never strayed far from the butt of his Colt or the heavier pistol taken from Cutter. He, too, felt changed by the events of the past days. The protective instinct Elara had awakened in him had solidified, deepening into something more complex. It wasn't just responsibility anymore, it was connection. Her inexplicable power, her vulnerability, her emerging strength, the shared moments of terror and fragile peace. They had breached the walls he'd spent years building around his solitary heart. He found himself watching her, not just for signs of fatigue, but noticing the way she tilted her head to listen to the forest sounds, the frown of concentration when she examined the stone, the growing determination in her eyes that replaced some of the earlier, vacant fear. She was becoming Elara before his eyes, shedding the skin of the lost amnesiac, and he felt a strange mix of apprehension and pride in her resilience. His own path, which for years had felt like a meandering drift from one dusty town to the next, playing tunes for whiskey and forgetting, suddenly seemed to have found a new direction, a purpose. Protecting Elara, helping her uncover her past, guiding her towards the sanctuary of the cabin. It felt, unexpectedly, like following his own true north, a compass point he hadn't known existed within him until she fell into his life. The realization was unsettling, leaving him feeling exposed, vulnerable in a way that had nothing to do with Thorn's rifle. Attachments were dangerous anchors, he'd always believed. But perhaps, he considered, some anchors weren't meant to hold you down, but to show you where home truly lay. "Cabin should be another few hours, maybe," he said, breaking the companionable silence as they paused to catch their breath beside a small waterfall cascading down moss-covered rocks into the creek. Memory puts it tucked in a high basin, just below the main ridge, sheltered, hard to spot from below. Elara looked up towards the increasingly steep slopes, densely forested now with towering pines and firs. "Will we be able to find it? Just from memory?" Finn nodded, though a flicker of doubt crossed his face. "Been a long time, but some places, they stick in your mind." He remembered finding it years ago, near exhaustion himself after getting lost during a solitary prospecting trip. It had been deserted then, weathered but fundamentally sound, offering blessed shelter from an early blizzard. He hoped it was still standing, still hidden. "There's a particular rock formation near the entrance to the basin, shaped like a sleeping wolf. That's the landmark." They pushed onward, the climb becoming steeper, the air thinner. They had to scramble over fallen logs, push through thick undergrowth, ford the creek several times where the banks became impassable. Elara's strength flagged again, the brief recovery period clearly not enough to overcome the profound drain she had experienced. Finn stayed close, offering a steadying hand on the difficult sections, sharing the last of the jerky, his encouragement quiet but constant. During one particularly steep scramble up a rocky incline, Elara's foot slipped on loose gravel. She cried out, falling heavily against the slope, jarring her arm. Pain shot through her shoulder, sharp and sickening. Finn was beside her instantly, helping her up, his face etched with concern. "You hurt?" he asked, examining her arm gently. "Just twisted it, I think," she gasped, cradling her shoulder, tears of pain and frustration welling in her eyes. "I'm slowing us down. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," Finn said gruffly, his gaze softening slightly. "You've been through hell, Elara. More than most could handle." He supported her weight for a moment. "We rest here a bit. Then we go slower. He helped her to a relatively flat spot, shaded by an ancient, gnarled fir tree. While she rested, catching her breath, rubbing her sore shoulder, Finn used the stop to check their surroundings again with extra care. He climbed a short way onto a nearby boulder that offered a wider vantage point, scanning the forest below, the winding path of the creek, the distant plateau they had crossed. His body went rigid. He dropped quickly behind the boulder, his hand instinctively reaching for his Colt. "What is it?" Elara whispered, scrambling towards him, her own fear instantly reigniting. "Did you see him?" Finn didn't answer immediately. He peered cautiously around the edge of the boulder again, his eyes narrowed, focused on something far below, near the point where they had last rested by the creek before starting the steepest part of the climb. "Not Thorn," he said finally, his voice tight with a different kind of alarm. "Tracks. Fresh ones. Not Thorn's boot print. Smaller. Different tread." He looked back at Elara, his expression grim. "Someone else followed us up the creek, someone who wasn't making much noise." Alara's blood ran cold. Not Thorn? Who else could be tracking them? Had Cutter somehow woken, freed himself and followed? But Finn said the print was smaller. Another associate of Thorn's? Or someone entirely different, drawn perhaps by the lingering resonance of her power, or by news of the starfall that might have spread further than they realized. "Could it be locals?" she suggested hopefully. "Prospectors? Trappers?" Finn shook his head slowly. "Maybe. But the way they're moving, hugging the shadows, staying off the main creek bed where possible, feels like tracking. Intentional." He scanned the forest around their current position nervously. Were they being watched right now? Had this new tracker circled ahead? The sense of sanctuary, fragile as it was, shattered completely. They weren't just escaping one hunter. They might have stumbled into the path of another. The wilderness held dangers beyond Thorn and Cutter. "We can't stay here," Finn said decisively, sliding down from the boulder. "We lost time, but maybe they didn't see exactly where we started climbing this section. We keep moving up, quietly. The cabin is our only hope now." He helped Elara to her feet, his urgency lending her strength. The pain in her shoulder seemed duller now, overshadowed by the renewed threat. They moved into the dense timber, leaving the more open slope behind, the thick carpet of pine needles muffling their footsteps. Finn took the lead again, moving slower now, pausing frequently to listen, to scan the trees around them, Cutter's heavy pistol held ready in his hand. The forest grew darker, denser as they climbed higher. The air was noticeably colder, carrying the scent of snow from the peaks above. They were nearing the timberline. Elara felt a strange sense of anticipation, mingling with her fear. The cabin, the deep place, felt close. She found herself unconsciously humming again, a low, searching melody, focusing on the memory fragment, on the idea of guidance. Suddenly, Finn stopped, holding up a hand. He tilted his head, listening. Elara strained her ears too. At first, she heard nothing but the wind sighing through the high branches. Then, faintly, she caught it, the unmistakable sound of movement in the undergrowth off to their left, paralleling their path. Someone was stalking them. Finn silently motioned Elara behind a thick cluster of ancient firs, their low-hanging branches providing dense cover. He raised the pistol, peering into the shadowed woods in the direction of the sound. Who was it? Thorn, having circled around. The new tracker. A figure emerged cautiously from behind a large pine tree 50 yards away. Not Thorn. Not Cutter. This figure was slighter, moving with a quiet, practiced grace, dressed in worn buckskins and furs that blended almost perfectly with the forest shadows. Long, dark hair was braided down their back. It was a woman, a Native American woman, judging by her dress and bearing, her face weathered and unreadable, her dark eyes scanning the forest with an unnerving intensity. She carried a long hunting knife at her belt, but no rifle was immediately visible. Finn lowered his pistol slightly, surprised. He hadn't expected this. Was she hunting game? Or them? He remained hidden, watching her. The woman paused, sniffing the air, her head turning slowly, scanning the area where Finn and Alara were concealed. It seemed her senses were far sharper than theirs. Did she know they were there? Then, the woman's gaze seemed to lock onto something near the base of the firs where they hid. She took a few slow, deliberate steps closer, her eyes narrowed. Alara held her breath, pressing herself flatter against the rough bark. The woman stopped about 20 yards away. She didn't draw her knife. Instead, she slowly raised a hand, not in threat, but in a gesture that looked almost like recognition. Her gaze wasn't fixed on Finn, but on Alara, hidden behind him. And then the woman spoke, her voice surprisingly soft, yet carrying clearly in the quiet forest air. "Alara?" she said, the name spoken not as a question, but as a statement, a confirmation. Alara gasped, stumbling forward slightly from behind the tree, heedless of Finn's warning hiss. How could this woman know her name? The name she herself had only just reclaimed from the depths of amnesia. The Native American woman's stern face softened almost imperceptibly. A flicker of deep sorrow, understanding, and something else, relief, crossed her features. "The pattern," the woman murmured, her gaze dropping briefly to the spot where the stone was hidden beneath Alara's shirt. "The sky voice led me, said the time was near." She looked back into Alara's bewildered eyes. "I am Chaitan, your grandmother's sister friend. I have been searching since the star fall." Grandmother? Sister friend? The words slammed into Alara, confusing, shocking, yet resonating with a powerful, undeniable sense of truth. Another piece of the puzzle, vast and unexpected, clicked into place. This woman was family, or connected to family? Part of the forgotten past? Finn stared, utterly bewildered, his pistol still half raised. Who was this woman? How did she know Alara's name? What was the sky voice? This situation, already fraught with danger and mystery, had just taken another sharp, unpredictable turn. He lowered his pistol completely, sensing no immediate hostility from the woman, only a profound gravity. Chaitan took another step closer, her eyes still fixed on Alara. "The mountain calls to its own, Alara. The cabin waits, but the path is not safe. The shadow walker you angered. He retreats, but his presence poisons the air, and the other, the broken one you left behind, stirs." The broken one? Cutter? He was awake? Stirring? The fragile sense of security shattered once more. And Thorn, the shadow walker, wasn't gone, merely retreating, poisoning the air. They were caught again, not just between Thorn and the wilderness, but between a newly discovered past, an uncertain future, and dangers converging from multiple directions. Chaitan's arrival wasn't just a revelation. It was a warning. The heart finds its true north, perhaps, but the path towards it, Alara was beginning to understand, was rarely straight, and never, ever easy. The crossroads weren't behind them. They stood squarely upon them once more, with choices to make that could lead to sanctuary or utter destruction. Chapter 21. Where the Music Meets the Fire. The name Chaitan, the claim of kinship, grandmother's sister friend, hung in the cold mountain air, heavy with implications Alara couldn't begin to process. Her mind, already reeling from exhaustion, fear, and the sudden reclaiming of her own name, struggled to absorb this new revelation. Family, a connection reaching back into the forgotten depths of her past, appearing now like a phantom in the high, lonely forest. Yet, the woman's calm certainty, the way she spoke Alara's name as if it belonged, the reference to the pattern, it resonated with the fragmented whispers, lending Chayton's words an undeniable weight. Finn, lowering his pistol completely now but remaining wary, studied the Native American woman. Her weathered face held the wisdom of seasons, her dark eyes sharp and discerning, missing nothing. She radiated a quiet strength, a deep connection to the surrounding wilderness that made his own survival skills feel crude by comparison. The sky voice she mentioned, intuition, shamanic communion. Whatever it was, it had led her here, to them, with an accuracy that defied logical explanation. And her warning, the shadow walker retreating but poisoning the air, the broken one stirring. It confirmed Finn's deepest fears. Thorn wasn't truly gone, and Cutter was becoming a threat again. "How?" Elara finally managed to whisper, taking another hesitant step out from behind the concealing firs, drawn towards Chayton, despite her fear and confusion. "How do you know my name? My grandmother?" Chayton's gaze softened further, though a deep sadness lingered in her eyes. "Your grandmother, Lyra, the elder Lyra, keeper of the mountain's law, was my dearest friend, bound closer than sisters by spirit. Before she walked the star path. She spoke often of you, Elara, her granddaughter, gifted with the echo, burdened by the pattern." Chayton gestured towards the hidden stone. She feared the time when the sky would weep fire again, feared those who covet the patterns held within the earth and sky. She prepared. Gifted with the echo, burdened by the pattern, more riddles, wrapped in grief. Elara felt a pang of loss for this grandmother she couldn't remember, this keeper of law, the elder Lyra. Was that where Finn had unconsciously drawn her temporary name from? "Prepared how?" Elara asked, needing to understand. "She attuned the deep places," Chayton explained, her voice low, almost reverent. "Places like the cabin you seek. Places where the earth's resonance is strong, where the pattern can be understood, perhaps shielded. And she left guardians, watchers, like myself, listening to the wind, the sky, the earth, waiting for the sign." She looked pointedly at Elara. "Your music, child, even when dissonant, even when born of fear, it carries across the silence. A signature. The sky voice hears it. I heard it. Faintly, after the starfall. Stronger, when you touched the earth's anger near the creek." So her power was a beacon, detectable not just by Thorn's technology, but by others, attuned through different means. And the cabin. It wasn't just shelter, but potentially a place of power, of understanding, a place prepared by her grandmother. The urgency to reach it intensified, pushing back Elara's fatigue. "You said, 'The broken one stirs,'" Finn interjected, bringing the focus back to the immediate threat. "Cutter, you mean he's awake, coming after us?" Chayton nodded gravely. "He possesses a stubborn strength, fueled by his master's cold purpose. He is injured, slowed, but his will is fixed. He follows your scent on the wind, the disturbed earth. He is perhaps an hour behind, maybe less." An hour. Not much of a head start, especially with Elara's exhaustion and injured shoulder, and Thorn. "And the Shadow Walker?" Finn pressed. "Thorn, where did he go? Why did he run?" Chayton's expression grew troubled. "Your song, Elara, the one born of regret. It struck a hidden wound within him, a place of deep shadow, unexpected even by him. He fled from himself, not from you. Such wounds, when violently exposed, can break a man, or forge him into something colder, harder." She looked westward, back towards the plateau, though nothing was visible through the dense trees. "He is circling, regrouping. His purpose is unchanged, but his methods may become less predictable, more dangerous. The poison he leaves is one of uncertainty, of fear. So Thorn hadn't been defeated, merely disturbed, and likely enraged by his own momentary weakness. He wouldn't stay away for long, and Cutter was closing in from behind. They were caught in a closing vice. "The cabin," Finn said decisively, looking at Chayton. "Can you lead us? Quickly." Chayton nodded. "It is close now. Perhaps another hour's climb if strength holds." Her gaze lingered on Elara, assessing her condition with sharp, knowing eyes. "But the path is steep, and the air grows thin, and we must move silently. The Shadow Walker may be circling, but the Broken One follows directly." There was no more time for questions, for absorbing the shocking revelations. Survival demanded action. Chayton turned and melted into the forest, moving with astonishing speed and silence over the uneven ground, her buckskin-clad form blending seamlessly with the dappled light and shadow. Finn took Elara's arm, offering support, and they followed, pushing their weary bodies onward, upward, towards the promise of sanctuary. The final hour of the climb was brutal. The path Chayton chose was steep, winding, often requiring them to scramble over rocks or push through dense thickets. Elara's shoulder throbbed with every jarring step, and her lungs burned in the thin mountain air. She stumbled frequently, leaning heavily on Finn, who matched Chayton's pace with grim determination, constantly scanning their surroundings, listening for any sound of pursuit. Chayton moved like a spirit of the forest, pausing occasionally to examine a track, sniff the air, listen to the subtle language of the wilderness, then pressing onward. She offered no unnecessary words, her focus absolute. Yet Elara felt a sense of connection to her, a feeling of being seen, understood, in a way that went beyond logic. This woman knew her past, knew her grandmother, understood the pattern and the echo. Perhaps, once they reached the cabin, Chayton could provide the answers Elara so desperately craved. As they neared the crest of the ridge, the trees began to thin, giving way to stunted, wind-battered pines and exposed rock. The air was significantly colder here, carrying the sharp tang of snow from the nearby peaks. Chayton signaled for them to halt, crouching behind a granite boulder. "We are close," she whispered, pointing ahead towards a shallow basin nestled just below the main ridge, screened by a dense stand of ancient, gnarled bristlecone pines. The cabin lies within the basin, near the spring that feeds Whisper Creek at its source, hidden well. She paused, her expression tightening. But something feels wrong. The air is still, too still. The birds are silent. Finn scanned the basin entrance, his senses on high alert. He saw the landmark he remembered, the rock formation resembling a sleeping wolf, guarding the passage between the bristlecones. But Chayton was right. There was an unnatural quiet, a feeling of held breath that prickled the hairs on the back of his neck. "Thorn?" he breathed. Chayton closed her eyes for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. "His shadow is near," she confirmed softly. "He circled wide, came in from the north. He is waiting, near the cabin." A trap. They had walked right towards it. Despair threatened to engulf Elara. After everything, the flight, the storm, the confrontation, the grueling climb, they had arrived only to find the sanctuary compromised, the hunter waiting. "Is there another way in?" Finn asked Chayton urgently. She shook her head. "The basin walls are sheer cliffs, save for this passage. It is the only way." They were pinned down again, exposed on the high ridge, with Cutter likely still climbing behind them, and Thorn waiting in ambush ahead. Checkmate. Elara looked towards the basin, towards the hidden cabin built by the grandmother she couldn't remember. A place attuned, Chayton had said. A place where the pattern could be understood. A place of power. An idea sparked, desperate, reckless, but perhaps their only chance. "The resonance," Elara whispered, looking first at Chayton, then at Finn. "The way the earth answered before. The cabin. You said it's a deep place, attuned. Maybe I don't need to project the power out. Maybe I can draw it in. From the cabin. From the earth there. Chayton looked at her sharply, surprise and caution mingling in her dark eyes. To draw the deep resonance requires great strength, child, great focus, and control. It can consume the unwary. She's too weak, Finn stated flatly, protective instinct overriding everything else. She barely survived the last time. I have to try, Elara insisted, her voice gaining a desperate strength. What other choice do we have? Wait for him to pick us off? Let Cutter catch up? She looked towards the basin entrance, picturing the cabin, focusing her intent. Maybe I don't need a loud chord. Maybe just a connection, a signal. She thought of the stone, the pattern holder. Could it help her focus, shield her? Before Finn or Chayton could argue further, Elara closed her eyes, pressing the stone hard against her sternum. She ignored her fatigue, her fear, her aching shoulder. She reached out with her mind, with her music, not projecting outwards, but inwards, downwards, towards the hidden basin, towards the attuned place her grandmother had prepared. She didn't try to summon the earth-shaking power, but sought a quieter connection, a hum, a resonant frequency that might link her to the cabin's energy. A faint warmth began to spread from the stone, flowing through her. A low hum started, almost subliminal, vibrating deep within her chest. It wasn't draining her this time. It felt different, like plugging into a current, drawing strength rather than expending it. The hum intensified slightly, stabilizing into a clear, pure tone. In the basin below, hidden from their sight, Thorn waited patiently behind the sturdy log wall of the deserted cabin, his rifle resting on the windowsill, trained on the narrow passage between the bristle cones. He had anticipated their arrival, predicted their destination. His brief, unsettling encounter with the asset's emotional resonance had shaken him, angered him, but ultimately strengthened his resolve. She was more powerful, more unpredictable than anticipated. Retrieval was paramount, and neutralization of the interference, O'Malley, was essential. He heard the faint sounds of their approach, saw the flicker of movement near the wolf rock. He smiled thinly, raising the rifle, preparing for the final, simple solution. Suddenly, the air inside the cabin shifted. A low, almost inaudible hum filled the small space, vibrating through the floorboards, resonating in the very logs of the walls. It wasn't threatening, not like the earth tremor, but it was pervasive, unsettling. Thorn frowned, lowering the rifle slightly, trying to identify the source. It seemed to be coming from everywhere, from the cabin itself. Then, the fireplace, cold and dark for years, suddenly glowed, not with flame, but with a soft, intense, white light emanating from the stones of the hearth, pulsing gently in time with the pervasive hum. The light grew brighter, illuminating the cabin's dusty interior, casting strange, elongated shadows. Thorn stared, momentarily forgetting his quarry, caught completely off guard by this new, inexplicable phenomenon. What was this? Some kind of prearranged defense? An energy field? Triggered by the asset? On the ridge, Elara felt the connection solidify. She felt the energy flowing from the cabin, from the hearthstone, through the earth, into her, focused by the pattern stone she held. It wasn't overwhelming, but steady, strong, filling her with a warmth and clarity that pushed back her exhaustion. The hum emanating from her grew slightly louder, the pure tone unwavering. Chayton watched Elara, her eyes wide with awe and understanding. "The hearthstone," she breathed. "Lyra attuned it. A focus, a shield." Finn saw the light spilling faintly from the basin entrance, heard the steady hum. He didn't understand what was happening, but he saw the change in Elara, the returning strength, the focused power. "What do we do?" he asked Chaitan urgently. "He is distracted," Chaitan said, her gaze fixed on the basin. "Blinded by the light, confused by the resonance. Now is the time, not to flee, to reclaim the deep place, where the music meets the fire." She drew her long knife, its blade gleaming dully in the strange light. "Follow me. Stay low. Be swift." Without waiting for a response, Chaitan darted forward, moving like a shadow through the bristle cones towards the cabin, towards the inexplicable light. Finn hesitated for only a second, glanced at Ilara, whose eyes were open now, clear and determined, the hum still emanating from her, the stone glowing brightly against her chest. Then drew his own Colt and Cutter's pistol, one in each hand, and followed Chaitan into the basin towards the final confrontation, where Ilara's music met the cabin's ancient fire. The endgame had begun. Chapter 22. The Last Ballad of the Stardust. The world outside the basin entrance seemed to hold its breath, caught in the strange, luminous twilight cast by the pulsing hearthstone within the hidden cabin. The air vibrated with the low, steady hum emanating from Ilara, a focused resonance that felt less like music and more like a fundamental frequency of the earth itself, amplified and broadcast through her connection to this deep place. Chaitan moved first, melting into the shadows of the ancient bristle-cone pines that guarded the narrow passage, her knife held low, her movements utterly silent, fluid as water flowing over stone. Finn hesitated only a heartbeat, his gaze locking with Ilara's. Her eyes, clear and startlingly intense, held no fear now, only a profound, almost unnerving concentration. The stone against her chest glowed with a soft, steady light, a visible anchor for the power she channeled. "Be careful," she whispered, the sound almost lost beneath the resonant hum. He nodded curtly, unable to voice the complex storm of fear and fierce protectiveness raging within him. He trusted Chaitan's skill, trusted Ilara's strange power. But thorn was deadly, and cornered animals were the most dangerous. With Cutter's heavy pistol in his left hand and his own familiar Colt in his right, Finn plunged into the passage after Chaitan, leaving Ilara partially sheltered near the entrance, the source of the light and the unsettling resonance. The passage opened quickly into the small, high basin. It was a place of profound stillness, sheltered by sheer cliffs on three sides, carpeted with hardy alpine grasses and scattered boulders. In the center stood the cabin, small, sturdy, built of weathered logs chinked with mud, smoke curling faintly from its stone chimney. Not from fire, Finn realized, but from the strange light emanating from within. The pulsing glow from the hearthstone spilled out the single window and the open doorway, casting the entire basin in an eerie, shifting luminescence that distorted shadows and made distances uncertain. And there, framed in the doorway, momentarily silhouetted against the blinding light from within, stood Thorn. He wasn't looking outward towards the passage, but seemed frozen, captivated or disoriented by the phenomenon within the cabin. His rifle was held loosely at his side, his usual cold composure visibly fractured. The resonant hum, amplified within the enclosed space, seemed to be affecting him directly, holding him in a state of confused paralysis. Chaitan didn't hesitate. Signaling silently for Finn to circle left, she moved right, using the scattered boulders and the strange, pulsing shadows for cover, approaching the cabin from the flank with astonishing speed and stealth. Finn mirrored her movement on the opposite side, his pistols held ready, his boots making no sound on the damp earth. The hum vibrated through the soles of his feet, a constant low thrumming that was both unnerving and strangely energizing. Ilara, watching from the passage entrance, maintained her focus, pouring her concentration into the connection with the hearthstone, into maintaining the steady, resonant hum. It felt like holding onto a live wire. Power flowed into her, warming her, strengthening her, yet demanding absolute control. If her focus wavered, if the fear or fatigue overwhelmed her, she sensed the connection could break, plunging them back into darkness and immediate peril. She could feel Thorn's presence within the cabin, feel his confusion, his resistance to the resonance, like a discordant static jarring against the pure tone she projected. Chayton reached the side of the cabin, pressing herself flat against the rough log wall near the window. She risked a quick glance inside. Thorn stood near the center of the small room, staring at the pulsing hearthstone, his hand pressed to his temple, his face contorted. The harmonizer device lay smashed on the floor near his feet, clearly overloaded by the cabin's focused energy. He seemed caught between trying to resist the pervasive resonance and trying to understand the source of the blinding light. Finn reached the opposite corner of the cabin, near the doorway. He could see Thorn clearly now, silhouetted against the impossible glow. The hunter looked vulnerable, exposed, stripped momentarily of his calculated menace. Finn raised his Colt, sighting down the barrel. A clean shot, an end to it. The memory of Willow, the image of Ilara collapsing, the long days of terror. It all screamed for retribution. But as his finger tightened on the trigger, Ilara's music shifted subtly. The steady hum didn't waver, but woven within it now was a faint echo of that mournful melody, the resonance of regret. It wasn't directed at Thorn this time, not an attack, but it filled the basin, a quiet lament hanging in the air, reflecting perhaps Finn's own hesitation, his own weariness of violence. He faltered. Killing Thorn like this, while he was disoriented, helpless, it felt wrong. It felt like becoming Thorn. He lowered the pistol slightly, opting for a capture, a disarming, if possible. In that moment of hesitation, Thorn seemed to snap out of his trance. Perhaps the shift in the music, the echo of regret, broke the resonance's hold, or perhaps his own iron will simply reasserted itself. His eyes cleared, focusing with terrifying speed. He saw Finn near the doorway, saw Chayton poised by the window. His instincts took over. He lunged, not for Finn, but sideways, grabbing his rifle from where it leaned against the wall. "Thorn!" Finn yelled, raising his pistol again, firing a warning shot into the log wall beside the hunter. Thorn ignored it, spinning around, bringing the rifle up. Chayton moved simultaneously, smashing the butt of her knife handle through the window pane, reaching inside, trying to grapple with Thorn, distract him. Thorn shoved her back violently, the force sending her stumbling away from the window, then leveled the rifle towards the doorway, towards Finn. Time seemed to slow. Finn fired again, aiming for Thorn's shoulder, hoping to wound, to disable. But Thorn twisted, the bullet tearing through the fabric of his coat, drawing blood, but not stopping him. He returned fire. A snapshot, the bullet whining past Finn's head, striking sparks off the rock behind him. Finn dived for cover behind a large boulder near the cabin corner, firing Cutter's heavier pistol as he moved. The unfamiliar weapon kicked hard, the shot going wide. He landed heavily, the impact jarring through his already weary body. Thorn, ignoring the stinging wound in his shoulder, stepped fully into the doorway, his eyes blazing with cold fury, rifle raised, searching for Finn. The light from the hearthstone pulsed behind him, casting his figure in stark, demonic relief. Inside the basin entrance, Ilara saw Finn go down, saw Thorn emerge, rifle ready. Terror threatened to break her concentration, shatter the resonant connection. But the image of Finn falling, the memory of Willow, the fierce determination to reclaim her life, her sanctuary, steadied her. She wouldn't let Thorn win. Not here. Not now. She focused her will, drawing deeper on the energy flowing from the hearthstone, pouring it into the resonant hum. She didn't try to create a tremor this time, nor project regret. She focused on the light itself, the pure, intense energy emanating from the attuned stones. Shield. The word resonated within her, a whisper from her grandmother, perhaps, carried on the music. The light flooding from the cabin intensified dramatically, pulsing not just from the hearth, but seeming to emanate from the very walls, the roof, turning the entire structure into a beacon of blinding white energy. The resonant hum climbed in pitch, becoming almost painfully intense. Thorn cried out, shielding his eyes against the sudden, overwhelming brilliance. The rifle wavered in his grasp. He stumbled back, disoriented again, trapped within the cabin's unexpected, radiant defense. But just as it seemed Thorn was neutralized, a new threat emerged. A large figure staggered into the basin entrance, appearing suddenly beside Elara. Cutter, the broken one. He was conscious, somehow freed from his bonds, perhaps chafed them raw against the rock, perhaps found a sharp edge. His face was a mask of pain and fury, dried blood caked on his temple, his eyes burning with raw hatred. He held Chaitan's long knife, likely retrieved when he escaped the cave. He saw Elara, saw the glowing stone against her chest, the source, he clearly believed, of his partner's distress and his own humiliation. With a guttural roar, ignoring Finn, ignoring Thorn, he lunged directly at Elara. Elara screamed, scrambling back, her concentration shattering, the resonant hum faltering, the light from the cabin dimming erratically. Finn, seeing Cutter's sudden attack, yelled her name, trying to get a clear shot from behind his boulder. But Cutter was too close to her, shielding her from Finn's line of fire. Chaitan, recovering quickly from Thorn's shove, saw the immediate danger. With a fierce cry, she launched herself from the side, intercepting Cutter just as he reached Elara. They crashed together in a tangle of limbs, Cutter's brute strength against Chaitan's wiry agility and skill. The knife flashed. Chaitan cried out, stumbling back, clutching her side where a dark stain began to spread across her buckskins. Cutter roared again, raising the knife for another blow, ignoring the wound Chaitan had managed to inflict on his arm. But before he could strike, Finn fired. The heavy pistol roared, the bullet catching Cutter squarely in the chest. The big man staggered, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, before collapsing heavily onto the ground near Elara's feet, lifeless. The sudden silence was broken only by Elara's ragged sobbing and Chaitan's pained gasps. But the respite was momentary. Inside the cabin, the blinding light had faded with Elara's faltering concentration, leaving only the dim, pulsing glow from the hearth. Thorn, though blinking spots from his eyes, was recovering quickly, his cold focus returning. He saw Cutter fall, saw Chaitan wounded, saw Finn momentarily distracted. He raised his rifle again, stepping out of the doorway, aiming directly at Finn's exposed position behind the boulder. "Finn! Look out!" Elara screamed, scrambling away from Cutter's body. Finn reacted instantly, rolling away from the boulder just as Thorn's shot slammed into the rock where he had been seconds before. He fired back wildly with the Colt, his last 3 rounds, forcing Thorn to duck back into the doorway. Outnumbered, outgunned, with Chaitan wounded and Elara depleted. The situation was desperate again. But Elara wasn't entirely depleted. Seeing Finn nearly killed, seeing Chaitan wounded, seeing Cutter fall, the shock, the fear, the grief ignited something within her. Not the overwhelming power surge, but a different kind of strength, a fierce, protective resolve. She scrambled towards Chaitan, helping her lean against a boulder, pressing her hand against the wound in her side. "The stone, Elara," Chaitan gasped, her face pale, but her eyes intense. "The pattern. It's not just power. It's knowledge. Focus. See the pattern within the music, within the light. See the pattern." Elara looked down at the stone, still glowing faintly against her chest. She closed her eyes, filtering out the chaos, the fear. She listened not just to the lingering hum from the cabin, but to the silence, to her own heartbeat, to the whisper of the wind in the high peaks. And she began to hum again, softly at first, then with growing clarity. This wasn't the song of regret, nor the challenging chord, nor the earth tremor. This was something new. A melody intricate and complex like starlight weaving through darkness. It seemed to draw upon the cabin's resonance, upon the pattern held within the stone, upon her own emerging understanding. As she hummed, the light from the cabin hearth stabilized, pulsing gently. But now, within the light, intricate patterns began to form, swirling like snowflakes, geometric, precise, echoing the structure of the music itself. Thorn, emerging cautiously from the doorway again, rifle ready, stopped dead, staring at the swirling patterns within the light, his eyes widening not in pain this time, but in something akin to recognition, fascination. The music continued, the patterns shifting, evolving, seeming to tell a story without words, a story of stars and earth, of energy flowing and coalescing, of cycles and connections. It wasn't aggressive, wasn't overtly powerful, but it was utterly captivating, drawing the listener in, demanding attention, bypassing conscious thought. Thorn slowly lowered his rifle, mesmerized by the interplay of light and sound, by the intricate dance of the patterns. He took a step forward, then another, drawn towards the cabin, towards the source, like a moth to a flame. His cold, analytical mind seemed bypassed, caught in the web of ancient knowledge made manifest. Finn watched, bewildered, but recognizing another opportunity. He signaled silently to Chayton, who nodded weakly, understanding dawning in her eyes as she watched Thorn's entranced state. While Alara maintained the captivating song, Finn and Chayton moved. Chayton, despite her wound, pushed herself up, using her knife not as a weapon, but as a tool, quickly cutting lengths of tough vine from the nearby undergrowth. Finn circled cautiously around the basin, approaching Thorn from behind as the hunter stood utterly transfixed before the cabin door, lost in the swirling light and intricate melody. With swift, silent efficiency, Finn slammed the barrel of the empty Colt hard against the back of Thorn's head. Thorn crumpled without a sound, collapsing onto the threshold of the cabin he had sought to claim. Finn quickly bound Thorn's hands and feet, using the vines Chayton provided, securing him tightly. The moment Thorn fell, Alara's music faltered, the patterns in the light dissolving, the intense concentration breaking. The resonant hum faded, leaving only the natural sounds of the basin. She swayed, utterly drained now, catching herself against the boulder, relief washing over her in a dizzying wave. It was over. Cutter was dead. Thorn was captured, unconscious. The immediate threat was neutralized. Finn rushed to Alara's side, supporting her. "You did it, Alara," he murmured, his voice thick with relief and awe. "You found the pattern. You stopped him." She leaned against him, too exhausted to speak, simply nodding, tears of relief and reaction tracing paths through the grime on her cheeks. Chayton limped towards them, clutching her side, but her eyes held a fierce pride as she looked at Alara. "The granddaughter of Lyra," Chayton said softly. "The echo is strong. The pattern begins to reveal itself." They stood there for a moment in the sudden, profound quiet of the high mountain basin, surrounded by the ancient pines, the silent cabin pulsing with residual light, the bodies of their fallen enemies. They had survived. They had reclaimed the deep place. The last ballad of the Stardust, a song woven from regret, memory, and nascent power, had been sung, its echoes lingering in the clean, cold air. The cost had been high. Willow lost, Chayton wounded, Alara pushed to her absolute limit. But they were alive, together, in the fragile sanctuary her grandmother had prepared, the next chapter, waiting to unfold in the quiet aftermath of the fire and the music. Epilogue. An echo in the silence. Months unfurled, like slowly opening ferns in the high, hidden basin, where the cabin stood sentinel. Winter draped the ironwood range in a thick mantle of snow, silencing the rushing creek, muffling the forest in a profound quietude, broken only by the sigh of wind through the ancient bristlecones and the occasional crackle of the fire within the small log structure. The sanctuary Ilara's grandmother had prepared proved true to its name, remote, protected, steeped in a palpable resonance that seemed to both shield and nurture. Inside the cabin, warmth radiated from the stone hearth, the same hearth that had pulsed with inexplicable light during the confrontation with Thorn. The light was dormant now, the stones cool to the touch, but Ilara often felt a subtle vibration when she sat near it, a low, grounding hum that seemed to soothe the frayed edges of her spirit and quiet the chaotic echoes of her fragmented past. The cabin itself felt alive, imbued with the presence of the grandmother she couldn't consciously recall, but felt increasingly connected to through intuition, through fragmented whispers on the wind, through the very music that flowed more readily now, less fraught with fear, more infused with curiosity and a dawning sense of self. Ilara moved with a newfound grace, her body slowly healing from the ordeal, her spirit knitting itself back together, piece by uncertain piece. The name Ilara felt natural now, comfortable, hers. Memories still remained elusive, vast swathes of her life locked away behind the trauma of the starfall, but the terrifying blankness had receded, replaced by fleeting sensory impressions. The scent of unfamiliar herbs, the texture of woven fabric, the cadence of a forgotten lullaby, the warmth of a smile she couldn't quite picture. They came unexpectedly, like shy birds landing briefly before taking flight again, leaving behind not panic, but a poignant ache of loss mingled with the tentative hope of eventual rediscovery. She spent hours exploring the small cabin, running her fingers over the smooth, worn wood of the simple furniture, examining the dried herbs hanging from the rafters, studying the strange symbols carved subtly into the doorframe, symbols that resonated faintly with the patterns she sometimes glimpsed within her music, patterns held within the dark stone she now wore on a leather thong around her neck. The stone felt like a compass, a guide, though she didn't yet know how to read its full meaning. Chaitan, her side wound healing slowly but cleanly under her own skilled application of mountain remedies, became Ilara's quiet mentor, her link to the past she couldn't access. The stern-faced woman spoke little of Ilara's specific history. "Memories return when they are ready, child. Forcing them only breaks the thread," she advised. But she shared stories of the elder Lyra, the wise woman who understood the mountain's rhythms, the sky's language, the earth's deep resonance. She taught Ilara the names of the plants, the ways of the animals, the subtle signs of changing weather, grounding her in the practical knowledge of survival while simultaneously hinting at the deeper currents of energy that flowed through the natural world. "Your grandmother knew the patterns," Chaitan explained one evening as they sat by the fire, the wind howling outside. "Not just the patterns in the stars, but the patterns in the earth, in the water, in the heart. She called it the Great Song. Everything has its note, its vibration. Sickness, sorrow, fear, these are dissonant chords. Health, peace, connection, these are harmony." She looked pointedly at Ilara. "The echo you carry, it allows you to hear, sometimes even influence, those harmonies and dissonances. The starfall created a great dissonance, within you and within the land. Healing comes from finding the harmony again, within yourself and with the world around you." Ilara listened, absorbing the words, feeling their truth resonate within her, even if she couldn't fully grasp the mechanics. She practiced her music, not forcing the power, but letting it flow gently, exploring its nuances. She learned that different emotions created different melodic shapes, different resonant frequencies. Sorrow could soothe, as it had inadvertently done with Thorn, but it could also drain. Fear created sharp, chaotic notes. Peace, hard-won and fragile, manifested as clear, simple harmonies that seemed to quiet the lingering static in her mind and body. She discovered she could hum softly to the frightened deer that sometimes ventured near the cabin, calming them. She could sing to the struggling embers in the hearth, coaxing them back to life. Small things, subtle shifts, not world-shaking power, but a quiet conversation with the energy around her. Finn watched this gradual unfolding, this quiet healing, with a mixture of relief and a strange, unsettling sense of displacement. He had fulfilled his immediate purpose, protecting Alara, getting her to safety. The cabin offered sanctuary, Chaitin offered guidance. What was his role now? He was no longer the sole protector, the necessary guide. He was superfluous? He fell back into his old patterns, becoming the quiet observer, the provider. He hunted skillfully in the surrounding forest, bringing back meat to supplement their meager supplies. He chopped wood, repaired the cabin roof damaged by winter storms, kept watch, his senses always alert for any sign of Thorn's return or other threats. He was useful, necessary in a practical sense, but the intense connection forged during their flight felt muted somehow in the quiet routine of survival within the basin's confines. He rarely played his old guitar, which Chaitin had miraculously retrieved from the lower canyon, along with a few other salvageable supplies from Willow's saddlebags days after the confrontation, claiming the spirits hid it from the hunters. The instrument felt alien in his hands now, its familiar melodies sounding thin and inadequate compared to the profound resonance of Ilara's music, the deep silence of the mountains. He felt adrift again, his own true north obscured now that the immediate danger had passed. He watched Ilara and Chaitin together, saw the bond forming between them, the shared understanding that excluded him. He saw the way Ilara's face lit up when Chaitin shared a story about her grandmother, the way she seemed to draw strength and knowledge from the older woman's presence. He was happy for her, truly. She deserved this peace, this chance to heal, to rediscover herself. But a familiar loneliness crept back into the corners of his heart, a feeling he thought he'd buried beneath layers of trail dust and cynical detachment. He had brought her to Sanctuary, but Sanctuary, it seemed, had no place for a drifting musician with a haunted past. One evening, as winter began its slow retreat, giving way to the first tentative signs of spring, melting snow dripping from the eaves, the chirping of returning birds, Finn sat outside the cabin, cleaning his colt by the dying light, lost in his own somber thoughts. Ilara came out, wrapping a thick woven shawl around her shoulders against the crisp evening air. She had regained some weight, the hollows in her cheeks filling out, her eyes holding a new clarity, though the shadows of her lost past still lingered. She sat down quietly on the log bench beside him, watching his practiced movements with the pistol. The silence stretched between them, comfortable now, yet tinged with an unspoken tension. "Are you thinking of leaving?" Ilara asked softly, finally voicing the question that had been hovering between them for weeks. Finn paused, carefully reassembling the pistol mechanism. He didn't look at her. "Cabin's secure," he said gruffly. "Chaitin's here. You're safe now. Healing. My part seems mostly done." "Your part?" Ilara echoed, a knot tightening in her chest. "Finn, you saved my life. Multiple times. You brought me here. You—" She trailed off, unsure how to articulate the depth of her gratitude, the connection she felt to him. "This place. It wouldn't be Sanctuary without you having gotten me here." He finally looked up, his gaze meeting hers in the fading light. His eyes held a familiar weariness, but also a vulnerability she hadn't seen before. "Wasn't just me, Ilara. Your music, your strength, Chaitin. We survived together." He looked away again, towards the darkening mountains. "But my path, It's always been moving on. Don't belong in one place too long, especially not a place this quiet. Is it the quiet you don't belong in? Elara asked gently, sensing something deeper beneath his words. Or the connection? He flinched, almost imperceptibly. He didn't answer, just meticulously wiped down the barrel of the Colt. You said, Elara continued softly, remembering his reluctant confession in the storm cave, that leaving me behind felt like leaving a piece of yourself. Is staying here also leaving a piece of yourself behind? The drifter? The lone musician? He stopped his work, resting the pistol on his lap. He looked at her again, his expression troubled. Maybe, he admitted, his voice low. Been running a long time, Elara. From things I couldn't fix, people I couldn't save, playing sad songs in dusty towns. Easier than facing the silence. He sighed, a ragged sound in the crisp air. Here, there's silence. But it ain't empty. It's full of resonance. Your music, Chaitan's knowledge, the mountain's presence, and my own ghosts feel louder here. Maybe they're not ghosts, Elara suggested, reaching out tentatively, resting her hand lightly on his arm. His muscles tensed beneath her touch, but he didn't pull away. Maybe they're just chords you haven't resolved yet. Dissonance, waiting for harmony. She drew on Chaitan's words, feeling their truth. Maybe you don't have to run from them. Maybe you just need to listen differently. Find your own pattern. His gaze held hers, searching, questioning. He saw the woman she was becoming, strong, intuitive, compassionate, despite her own trauma, her own missing pieces. He felt the warmth of her hand, the sincerity in her voice, the undeniable connection that pulsed between them, quiet but profound. It wasn't the desperate clinging of survival anymore. It was something chosen, something offered. Could he stay? Could he face the silence, the resonance, the echoes of his own past? Could he find a different kind of music here, in this deep place, beside this woman who resonated with forces he barely understood, but felt increasingly drawn to? The path ahead was uncertain, potentially still dangerous. Thorn's shadow lingered. The benefactor remained an unknown threat. Elara's full power and past were still mysteries. But the thought of leaving, of returning to the empty drifting, suddenly felt like the greater betrayal, the deeper dissonance. He didn't have the answers. Not yet. But as he looked at Elara, her face illuminated by the rising hunter's moon, no longer a symbol of menace, but simply part of the cycle, part of the pattern, he felt a shift within himself. A tentative chord of hope, resonating where only regret had echoed before. Maybe, he said softly, his hand covering hers briefly, a silent acknowledgement, a fragile promise. Maybe I could listen for a while. The silence that fell then wasn't empty. It was filled with the murmur of the nearby spring, the whisper of wind in the high pines, the distant possibility of healing, and the quiet, resonant hum of two spirits, battered but unbroken, finding their tentative harmony under the vast, watchful sky. The last ballad of the Stardust wasn't an ending, Elara realized, but merely a pause, a resting chord before the next movement began, its melody still unwritten, its echoes waiting to shape the future. The heart's true north wasn't always a fixed point. Sometimes it was a direction chosen, a journey shared, into the resonant silence and the unknown patterns yet to unfold. The end.